I would like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, my microphone's not working.
Microphones aren't working.
Yeah. Oh, none of them are?
Hello?
Check.
Yeah.
No mic.
Test.
Test. Nope.
This is starting well.
Just have to use our outside voice.
Thank you. Nelson, do you want me to get out of the way? Okay.
No, I don't have that kind of outside voice.
Oh, yeah, it's working now.
Check.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to do over. I would like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Salatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Here.
Mr. Dyson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Reverend Dr. Martin Eldred, can you please come up to lead us in the pledge? Should probably warn people.
Fellow citizens, will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any minutes of previous meetings?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have a mayor's report?
Nothing to report today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Assembly Chair's report. A few items to update the Assembly and the public on. Last week, I received from the Youth Advisory Commission, they forwarded 2 names to me for the new youth representative. We'll be having interviews next month, and we will have them hopefully set up by the second meeting in July. This Thursday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., we will have our next Visioning and Goal Setting work session facilitated by Foraker. Thank you for their diligent work with us. Just a reminder, if my colleagues have any big bucket ideas or an idea for a vision or mission statement for the Assembly, to please send those to the clerk's office. And on Friday, the Assembly has its training session from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Thank you to the clerk and everyone for working to enhance our process so we can more efficiently and effectively do our work. I'm going to go down the dais for committee reports, starting with Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, thanks. I will defer to Ms. Kennedy on the Community and Economic Development Committee. But I will say, related to our Homeless Committee, I spent last week in Omaha and got a tour of a kind of not a homeless shelter, but 2 homeless campuses that encompassed all the different services that you would need during the spectrum of homelessness. And one of their city councilmen, Ben Gray, gave me a tour. And then I went on a tour of another one, the Sienna House, that had a similar operation, and those are the 2 big ones. They had a couple others that are smaller, and they are 10 years or so ahead of us on this problem, and they've got it under control because they have the capacity, they have the full spectrum of what people need. It was really inspiring to see what they've done. Anyway, it gave me hope for the future, more hope for the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Hopefully you can inform the co-chairs of all the great things that you learned. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow Mr. Weddleton there, tomorrow at 11 a.m. to 12:30 is the Committee on Homelessness meeting. We will be taking up issues with regard to cold weather and emergency shelter ordinance, a larger look at the ordinance that's before us today that's on an extension, in addition to the viability of adding trash cans, porta potties, and sharp receptacles to city parks. And we are doing something a little bit different than before, but we have an extended public comment period during this meeting where we've heard from the public they want an opportunity to talk to us. We want to provide that opportunity, and we will be using the same mechanism we did last time, which is a sign-up sheet, but we're hoping to devote a considerable amount of time to hearing from the public.
Thank you, Ms. Solotel. Mr. Dunbar.
No report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a couple of items, marijuana applications, that we'll be speaking about a little bit later. We had a conversation about septic tanks, so we'll broach that subject as well. And I'm a little bit at a loss because we were changing dates around in terms of our next meeting with the 4th of July holiday and that, so I don't know exactly when our next meeting is, but I know it will be posted. So.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On June 6th, there was a special meeting of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee, which I co-chair with Mr. Constant, and we discussed two of the AOs that are before us later in the agenda concerning Merrill Field, raising rates and borrowing to pay the matching portion of the FAA grants. We had the airport manager, the MOA manager, members of MAC, the Municipal Airports Aviation Advisory Commission, as well as ratepayers and users present at the meeting. We heard significant public testimony, and we compiled a long list of questions, answers to which have been posted on the committee's webpage. So if you go to the Assembly webpage, and on the left is committees, scroll down to Enterprise and Utilities, and there's a link to the webpage there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting on Wednesday, June 26th at noon, and the Ethics Board is going to be there to discuss a couple items with us. So that's Wednesday, the 26th at noon, from noon to 1, in room 240, City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I have a couple items. Also, as co-chair of the Utilities and Enterprise Committee, we will be having a meeting this coming Thursday at 11 a.m. where we'll be receiving a briefing from the administration on a roundtable discussion that they had with the port users that went on last Thursday and Friday, 16 hours of meetings. And then we'll also be hearing a briefing from the consultants that we hired to help us kind of sift and sort through all of the details. A report that I have back from the folks who participated in that roundtable was that all the users are now talking about what they need to keep commerce flowing to the port and discussing their priorities. The report I have is that there has been big progress made on communication between the administration and the users, and the question people are looking at is how to provide for cost savings as the port project moves forward. I've heard substantial thanks to the mayor, Mr. Berkowitz, who attended every hour of this 2-day-long session, and the users have expressed gratitude. I've heard it from a number of parties that bringing everybody together has been a big help, that the decision-making process has been thoughtful and will continue to be thoughtful. The users have committed to a long-term discussion on the port, coming together and continuing to work on the next steps. And there's a general sense of positive feeling about that. As long as communication continues, practical information flows, things are good. And of note, the bids for the petroleum cement terminal were opened, and there was one bidder, and we'll hear details about that later. I won't get into the details, but this conversation is moving on at a steady clip, and it appears from all reports that things are going on a good track.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see. Mr. Chair already touched on the training on Friday from 10 to noon. We'll be discussing marijuana licenses and also doing a Roberts Rules Jeopardy. If anyone is a Roberts Rules aficionado, this could be your shot to show off. We'll also have our Health Policy Committee meeting this Wednesday, tomorrow, from 12:45 to 2 on the 8th floor of of City Hall, and we'll be discussing Tobacco 21, which is raising the age. It's a proposal that's about to be before us, raising the age for smoking from 19 to 21. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. A couple items. As co-chair of the Homeless Committee, just a couple of other things to add to Ms. Zolotel. I had the opportunity to go with a coalition of people from Anchorage to Houston to observe and learn from them. They've been able to cut their homeless population in half over the last 6 years. And so we had the opportunity to meet with businesses, nonprofit organizations, service providers, people who are part of the city, and learn a lot about how they've been able to accomplish that. So I'm hoping to bring that information back to this body as well. I'm going to speak with the chair about the potential of having a work session where we can discuss that more in depth. Also wanted to hit on the last week I was able to also attend a meeting of the Homeless Leadership Council, which is a group of, again, leaders within the community, for-profit organizations who have come together to look at the challenge of homelessness. They met for 3 hours to discuss improving communication. So a better coordinated effort to communicate what's happening within our city around homelessness. And so there was some really good work done there. And I would, as Ms. Zolotel said, encourage people to come to the Homeless Committee meeting tomorrow, where we'll be discussing the cold weather ordinances and also discussing a little bit about the future of that committee itself and what it'll be focusing on over the next year. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Dyson.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Madam Vice Chair, can I please get a motion to incorporate the addendum as and laid on the table items as printed and distributed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, those items are incorporated. As some of you know, at the Section 8 of the Assembly meeting agenda for addendum to the agenda, the Assembly practice has been to read all of the addendum and laid on the table items into the record. These so-called quote-unquote addendum items have been timely submitted to the clerk's office and are included on the online agenda, and electronic copies were provided to the members on Friday. Hard copies are available for the public and members tonight at the meeting. Laid on the table items are sent electronically to the members the day of the meeting and typically only include items for introduction or timely appropriations. Because there appears to be unknown value in reading the text of the addendum and laid on the table items into the record, the Assembly will be discontinuing that practice. Again, copies of the addendum to the agenda are available in the vestibule, and the addendum and laid on the table documents are available from the clerk's staff up here. Now we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items number 9A through 9F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So I'm going to go down the dais for folks who want to pull any items from the consent from the agenda. Mr. Weddleton.
9F11.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zolotel.
9A2, please.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Dunbar.
9A1 for reading.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy.
None, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One item, 9 Foxtrot 4.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, sir. I'll pull 9A3 and 9F6.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
None for me, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No items to pull, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. And Mr. Dyson does not appear to be here. Okay, so Just to recap, those items are 9A1, 2, and 3, 9F4, 9F6, and 9F11. Do any members have any other items? Seeing none, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to approval of those items? Seeing none, those items, except for the pulled items, are approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 9A, B, C, D, and E, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for future public hearing, which are all the items in 9F. If you are here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, that action is now complete. So we're going to go ahead and go through the pulled items. 9A...
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sure. Yes, Mr.
I
Constant.
move to change the order of the day and take up 9A2. And please, somebody second.
Second.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded. So that's a motion to change the order of the day. We'll take up 9A2, then 9A1, then 9A3. Any objection to that motion? Okay. Seeing none, the order of the day has been changed. So we're going to go ahead and take up item 9A2, resolution number AR 2019-223, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Alice Mother Lawrence for her 50 years of community service. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that is passed. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I'm reading, Mr. Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Alice Mother Lawrence for her 50 years of community service. Whereas Alice Jean Murray, one of 10 children, was born in Emporia, Kansas on September 7, 1935, where she sang in church as one of the children of Moses, learned how to play piano, and wrote music for churches and gospel shows. And whereas in 1960, Alice married Jacob Lawrence Jr., whose U.S. Air Force service brought them to Elmendorf Air Force Base in Anchorage, where Alice came to love the mountains, clean air, and open skies, motivating the couple to make Anchorage their home and to raise their family in the community that they had grown to love. And whereas, while raising 8 children, Alice played piano for several churches, including New Hope, First CME, Greater Friendship Baptist Church, Bethel Chapel, and Snowhawk Chapel, before she was called to start her own church, God's Place. And whereas, when Alice witnessed the needs of residents in her beloved Mountain View neighborhood, she was called to service and established the Mother Lawrence Foundation to provide food, clothing, and household goods to people in need, while letting them know that they were loved and that they mattered. And whereas there was no one who came in contact with Mother Lawrence who wasn't affected in a positive way by her generosity of spirit, compassion for others, mission of service, and the love and respect coupled with tough love that she showed to everyone. And whereas over the years, Mother Lawrence's service to others has been recognized by the municipality of Anchorage, the state of Alaska, and service-based organizations, including former First Lady Hillary Clinton's foundation, which in 1998 recognized Mother Lawrence as their Humanitarian of the Year. And whereas Alice Mother Lawrence passed peacefully from this life on May 31, 2019, surrounded by her loving family, leaving a 50-year legacy of community service and service to others, and an extended family that includes 8 children, 18 grandchildren, and 22 grandchildren. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves to recognize and honor Alice Mother Lawrence for her 50 years of community service, especially to the residents of Mountain View, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly on this 18th day of June, 2019.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. I wasn't ready for this. She was honored and appreciative. Her legacy will live on. All she wanted to do was help. Every morning she would wake up, what can I do? What can I help? And that was her legacy. She instilled it in us. Some of us were hard-headed, but we got it. We're going to be doing it. We'll continue. We appreciate this. I'll share this with the family. thank the Assembly for giving us this day. This proclamation, it's awesome. I'm not as emotional as I'm glad, because I think I'm cried out from funeral and everything, but I'm good. We just thank you all, and if anything we can do to further whatever's going on with giving back to the community, let us know. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have before us item 9A1, resolution number AR 2019-190, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Anchorage Pride Fest 2019 and encouraging the Anchorage community to celebrate the diversity of the municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Asking for unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this item passes. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I am reading. I think the chair, or several of our members are presenting. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Anchorage Pride Fest 2019 and encouraging the Anchorage community to celebrate the diversity of the municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska. Whereas Anchorage Pride Fest is facilitated each year by Identity Incorporated, an organization that has been advocating for and serving our lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community since 1977. And whereas Anchorage Pride Fest 2019 is a week-long celebration of Anchorage's diversity and our LGBT community. And the theme for the 42nd Anchorage Pride Fest is Breaking Boundaries, commemorating the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall riots. And whereas the community is invited to join in the celebrations, including the Anchorage Equality Parade in downtown Anchorage on Saturday, June 29th at 11 a.m., culminating with Pride Festival on the Delaney Park Strip with entertainment, vendors, and food from 12 noon until 5 p.m. And whereas the first LGBT Pride parades took place nationally in June 1970 to mark the one-year anniversary of the Stonewall riots, and Anchorage's first Pride parade with 11 participants took place in 1977, and in 2018 more than 10,000 individuals participated in Anchorage's Pride Fest. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes June 22nd to June 29th, 2019 as Anchorage Pride Fest 2019 and encourages the Anchorage community to join in celebrating our LGBT community and the diversity of the municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 18th day of June 2019.
We're so thankful and so happy for your support, and I would like to present to you an amazing committee and board members of Identity. If you didn't know, Orbitz honored Anchorage Pride Committee, naming them one of the best small city prides ever. So congratulations to all the hard work they have done, which begins this week. On Thursday night, we have a brew party kickoff at Humpy's. On Friday, at the Alaska Experience Theater, we're showing a documentary about the Stonewall riots, the roots of pride for the gay community. On Saturday, we'll have presence at the downtown market. We'll be throwing a brunch, Sage Brunch, that services and advocacy for gay elders at Paris Cafe. And that evening, Stories from Beyond the Closet at Out North. On Sunday, we kick it off with a barbecue at the Raven. Monday, movies at the Beartooth. Tuesday, Lube Wrestling at Tuesday is the Rainbow Run, silly bee. Rainbow Run at Ship Creek. It's Wednesday. You have to wait until Wednesday to have Lube Wrestling at ACAL. Then on Thursday, it's Drag Queen Bingo featuring Daphne Do All the Chores. Friday is Diva Night at Mad Myrna's, and Saturday, 11 o'clock, our parade for everyone to enjoy, and our Pride on the Park Strip from 12 to 5, followed by the Brick Bash Name entertainment from the lower 48, and a DJ dance party. We know how to celebrate. Come celebrate with us. Celebrate loving who you are.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you? We have someone in the queue. Would you identify yourself for the record, please, ma'am?
My name is Gail Shue, board member of Identity.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
We have a couple questions.
Really just comments. So I want to thank the committee for their tremendous work. I know what it's like to organize these things, and it's a lot of work, so thank you. We've made amazing strides in the last few years to prove that love is love, that we have the same rights to employment, housing, and public accommodations as everyone else, and that we should be proud of who we are inside and out. We continue to march forward as we celebrate. We've made amazing strides on this body. I am very proud to serve as the first openly LGBT chair of this body. We have a celebration this week, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. And I would just suggest that when we're done here, we're not quite done. Stick around for a minute. We got one more item. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Anybody else?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Oh, okay. Got it. Laid on the table. We now have before us item 9A3, resolution number AR 2019-224, a resolution honoring the Reverend Dr. Martin Eldred, community leader, on the occasion of his departure from serving in Eagle River, Alaska. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Asking for unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this item passes. Who is reading and who is receiving?
I'll be reading.
Presenting?
Come on down, Dr. Martin. A resolution honoring the Reverend Dr. Martin Eldred. Oof, emotional. Community leader on the occasion of his departure from serving Eagle River, Alaska, and Anchorage. Oof. Whereas Reverend Dr. Martin Eldred was born in Seattle in 1960, and whereas he attended schools in the Seattle area and in 1983 graduated from Pacific Lutheran University with a bachelor's degree in religion. Whereas, following his graduation, he married his wife, Shelley Eldred, and began a family which has grown to include their children, Paul Eldred and husband Ryan Muthart, and Katrina Eldred and her daughter, Dr. Eldred's granddaughter, Naomi. And whereas, he attended Wartburg Theological Seminary in Dubuque, Iowa, where he earned a Master's of Divinity in 1988. Whereas, he began his first commission in Stevenson, Washington, at Shepherd of the Hills Lutheran Church from 1988 until 1994. And whereas, from 1994 to 1998, he continued his work in Enumclaw, Washington, at Hope Lutheran Church. And whereas, in 1998, he moved his family to Eagle River, Alaska, serving as pastor of Joy Lutheran Church. And whereas, in 2016, he earned a PhD from Graduate Theological Foundation, Mishawaka, Indiana, where he studied at Oxford University. And whereas, in his time in Anchorage, he has been co-founder of Christians for Equality, a faith-based network of over 50 churches and individuals working to promote a stronger and healthier community in Anchorage, and has served on its steering committee from 2009 to present. And whereas he has provided over 10 years of volunteer service to the Anchorage and Alaska community. And whereas he served as a board member and treasurer of the Alaskan Christian Conference, an ecumenical organization fostering social justice ministry throughout Alaska. And whereas he served on the steering committee for the One Anchorage campaign toward an Anchorage non-discrimination ordinance, then worked on the Fair Anchorage campaign, which successfully defended the Anchorage non-discrimination ordinance. And whereas he has provided important counsel to the LGBTQ+ community, among many others, when they were faced with discrimination, loss of its members due to suicide and other causes. And he's also celebrated significant milestones along with Alaska's LGBT community, such as the passage of fully inclusive non-discrimination protection in housing and employment, as well as the extension of the blessing of marriage to include LGBTQ+ citizens of Anchorage. Whereas Dr. Eldred's compassion, humanity, and leadership has helped hold this community together through divisive and difficult conversations and issues. He has always worked to be a clear voice for truthfulness, equality, and mutual understanding. Whereas this year he'll be moving on to a new congregation, Christ Our Savior Lutheran Church in Herndon, Virginia. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves to recognize the Reverend Dr. Martin Eldred and thanks him for his commitment and hard work building a community where fairness and equality are core values. We further congratulate the community of Herndon, Virginia for their good fortune in receiving Brother Martin. Passed and approved this day by Anchorage Assembly, this 18th day of June 2019. You've been instrumental in a transformative time in Anchorage's history, and I thank you.
Sir, if you'd like to speak, you are welcome to say a few words.
Inviting a preacher to the microphone is a dangerous thing.
It's like inviting a politician.
That's right. It's been my honor to speak at this assembly many times. Tonight, I have very few words, except thank you. It's been an honor. Godspeed.
We now have before us item 9F4. Ordinance number AO 2019-83, an ordinance authorizing the disposal of units 1 through 36 of the Spenard Road parking condominiums. Plat 2019-36, located in Anchorage on Spenard Road, Real Estate Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to introduce.
Second.
And Mr. Peterson was the third. Mr. Weddleton.
This regards 5 property owners who were affected with the elimination of off-street parking and have the opportunity to receive conveyance of dedicated parking spaces, and I am one of those 5 property owners.
Are you declaring a conflict, Mr. Weddleton?
I think that would be appropriate.
So I'm going to go ahead and ask the questions. Is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
Yes.
Does the financial or private interest vary directly and substantially with the outcome of the official action?
Yes.
Is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
Yes.
Is the financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which the elected official or household member belongs?
No.
All right, it is my ruling that you do have a conflict. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So we've introduced the item. We don't need to take any further action. We now have before us item 9F6.
Thank you. I would move to introduce and set for public hearing on September the 24th.
Second.
And do we have a third?
Third.
Okay, so Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Peterson, they can duke it out. So 9F6, ordinance number AO 2019-82, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to require the establishment of 6 election districts with 2 assembly members representing each district to be effective before the next assembly reapportionment process begins. So we've taken all the action that we need to on that item. Did you get the date? Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, could you please repeat the public hearing dates?
Sure. Mr. Constant, could you repeat the public hearing dates, please?
September the 24th.
September 24th. Mr. Dunbar?
Well, I guess I just wanted to provide a little bit of explanation for the public about why we just did that. We sent it out unusually far, and the reason is because a number of community councils are gone for the summer, and we wanted to make sure that they were back and we could have a conversation with them and with other people in the city of Anchorage before we took this next step. But I look forward to a robust discussion in September.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
And I would just add there are two ordinances down lower on the agenda that relate to this, and we'll have a conversation about the hope of what to do with those when we get there.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on in our agenda. We now have before us item 9F11, ordinance number AO 2019-85, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly retroactively suspending and delaying the effective date for certain provisions of septic tank design standards and materials requirements established by AO 2017-129 as amended.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
This was sponsored by myself and Assemblymember Kennedy, and due to the great work of the administration and Bob Dole, the building official, this is no longer needed, and we feel it's best not to introduce.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So if there's no introduction, then that item dies for lack of introduction, and we're going to go ahead and move on in our agenda. That completes our removed items. So we're going to go ahead and move on to item 11A. Ordinance number AO 2018-114, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to require rotation of a single-member assembly election district at least every 10 years.
Waive reading.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Constant.
is it possible to move to combine both 11A and 11B? But we still have public hearing, and we could knock that part out, right?
These don't have public.
Oh, they don't? Okay.
Yep.
Then fine.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So we now have before us this item. What is the? Do we have a motion on the floor for this one? Okay. So what is the will of the body on this
Move to
item?
postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to postpone indefinitely? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Yeah, sure. That motion passes 9-0. Who didn't vote? I know it doesn't go.
Bad math.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Presbytia. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We now have before us item 11B, ordinance number AO 2018-115, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly to require the next reapportionment of assembly districts to establish 11 single-member districts.
Waive reading.
Thank you.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I realize we're going through this pretty quickly, and for members of the public that might not have seen, we've had work sessions on this. We've had discussions about this, and we have another ordinance that was just introduced tonight that I think is a superior solution. I think many of us on this body recognize that the way the single-member district now operates is not optimal, and it systematically disempowers a certain part of our community. And so I admire Mr. Constant and Mr. Croft for bringing forward these two other proposals. But again, because I think these just sort of shift or change the problem versus the ordinance that was introduced tonight that I think solves the problem, I'm going to move to postpone this indefinitely, or we have moved to postpone this indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, and I would add just to that comment that the ordinance that was introduced is to provide for a charter amendment that would have to go to the voters, and because it would change the structure on which we've organized the assembly, and that would require a vote of the people. And so should the vote of the people fail, we may come back to one of these other ordinances to address the problem, but at this time the best solution is, I believe, as Mr. Dunbar has proposed, to look closely at the item we introduced. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. And that passes 11-0. That item is postponed indefinitely. We now have before us item 11C, Information Memorandum Number AIM 59-2019, Public Safety Advisory Commission, PSAC resolution requesting the Anchorage Assembly address behavioral issues at People Mover bus stops. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I just want to really quickly just thank PSAC for bringing this to our attention. We had a good discussion at the committee, and I'm happy to hear People Mover and APD are working towards solutions. So seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. And that passes 11-0. We now have before us item 12A, appearance request, Wendy Romberg. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Wendy Romberg, and I'm the current president of the board for the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship. I am here this evening to present you with our annual payment in lieu of taxes. AUF has made this voluntary payment almost every year for the last 60 years. This contribution is in recognition, even though we have a tax-exempt status from property taxes, we too benefit from the social, educational, transportation, public safety, and recreation services provided by the municipality. We care too much about the future of our children and grandchildren not to help pay for the upkeep of our city today. We also do this in affirmation of the separation of church and state that safeguards religious freedoms for all in our nation. As I read over the remarks for the last few years, I noticed a theme. 5 years ago, we moved from our building in Terminigan to our new home in Airport Heights. One of our goals when we moved was to become an integral part of the Airport Heights community neighborhood. To achieve that and other goals, namely accessibility, we undertook a capital campaign and remodeled our building. Last year, as we finalized that building renovation and looked at a strained budget, the board carefully considered eliminating the pilot payment for the year. The members of our fellowship, however, not only voted to keep it in the budget, but took up a special collection to ensure that the tradition continued in a meaningful way. I am pleased to announce that all of our renovation work has been completed. Because of this work, we have been able to become a host site for the Children's Lunchbox this year, giving the children of Airport Heights a closer site that does not involve crossing any major thoroughfares, where they can get a healthy lunch for the community, or during the summer, Additionally, we have hosted some community council meetings, regular public forums on a wide variety of topics, and watched as the children of Airport Heights Elementary planted vegetables in our raised bed gardens that they then harvested in the fall. We'd like to present this check to... Who wants the money?
With a smile on his face.
Thank you. In closing, thank you to all of you for your commitment to the democratic process. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Stay right there. Cameron, you should be in this picture too.
I'll come down.
Okay. Come right there.
Mr. Peterson.
Okay, go. Look at me.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, as they continue to take pictures. I just wanted to thank the Unitarians for their community-mindedness and for their consistency in providing payment in lieu of taxes, so to speak, and setting an example for the other religious institutions in this city to follow. Unfortunately, I don't see anyone from those institutions in line behind you at this time, and that's unfortunate, because they also receive services provided by the municipality And I think, and I've heard from people on the Budget Advisory Commission that they're actually taking a look at a way that some of the other religious organizations could help the municipality out financially in one way or another. And I would love to see that happen. Anyway, thanks again, and well appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, I just wanted to add my thanks as a proud member of AAUF. My wife and children and I really appreciate the organization and the fact that we live our values. So thank you for your contribution and for coming here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I want you all to know that the delightful lady in the black dress there is Heather Flynn, with whom I served here for 6 years. She sat right next to me, tried to keep me straight. She is the mother of Patrick Flynn and shared with me some great adventures when we made field trips to the evil places in Anchorage 30 years ago when she was a teenager. Anyways, I think we ought to recognize Heather for her service and the son she produced.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Okay, don't see any further comments. We're going to go ahead, take a 20-minute break, and we will come back for dinner, and we'll come back to item 13A. Keep going on with the meeting. We now have before us item 13A, ordinance number AO 2019-59, an ordinance clarifying the definition of traffic fine by amending Anchorage Municipal Code. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Rivera and Assembly members. For the record, my name is Triada Stampas, spelled S-T-A-M-P-A-S. I am the Policy Director for the American Civil Liberties Union of Alaska, and I thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony this evening regarding this ordinance. The ACLU of Alaska represents thousands of members and activists in Anchorage and throughout the state, and our mission is to preserve and expand the individual freedoms and civil liberties guaranteed by the Alaska and United States constitutions. These liberties include equal treatment, opportunities, and protections under the law, as well as the right to be free from excessive government fines. We have previously written to this body in opposition to AO 2019-59 for three primary reasons. One, the proposed amendment to the scofflaw ordinance and the Muni's longstanding interpretation of moving violation goes beyond the law's stated intent to protect public safety and instead appears to be about generating revenue. Two, the ordinance has an unequal impact on low-income community members and imposes what is commonly referred to as a, quote, poverty penalty. And three, including non-safety-related violations that appear only to promote revenue generation may be unconstitutional under the excessive fines clause of the U.S. and state constitution. I understand it was mentioned during Friday's work session that there is an appeals process available to those who are unable to pay the fines or fees that they face. I want to stress that while this appeals process does exist, it is not easy and requires substantial time and know-how. Unlike for criminal offenses, indigent individuals are not entitled to counsel for traffic violations, and they must navigate this process independently. At the end, a successful appeal may simply result in the substitution of community service valued at the minimum wage rate to offset part of the debt. So the poverty penalty isn't eliminated, it's just extracted in time and labor rather than in cash. Codifying the Muni's expansive interpretation of moving violation to include paperwork and equipment violations will not necessarily result in safer streets, but it will subject our low-income neighbors to fees, fines, and potentially irrecoverable forfeiture of what may be their most valuable asset, the vehicle they need to get to their job, to school, and for other critical needs like visiting a doctor. Consequences better-off drivers are able to avoid. We urge you to oppose AO 2019-59. Thank you.
Thank you. There appears to be some questions. Mr. Weddleton.
Hi, to your left.
Thank you.
Thanks, and appreciate your letter. I think it makes some valuable points. You know, we're looking at this. I mean, so you say moving violations, so like speeding or running a red light or stop sign. Those are dangerous. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, some of these things that we're calling paperwork or equipment, I mean, if you're driving around without brake lights, is that dangerous?
For the purposes of the scofflaw ordinance, we believe that the Ombudsman's position that the state DMV's point system very clearly identifies danger to the public while driving and sets up a progressive punishment schedule. So we would support the position that what qualifies for points should qualify for the purposes of the scofflaw ordinance as a moving violation.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There appear to be no other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? And just a note of clarity for folks here to testify on this item or any other items, public testimony is limited to 3 minutes. And if you could please state your name for the record when you come up to testify. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Hi, my name's Alan Rice. I've been living in Anchorage for a few years, and I've noticed that there's an awful lot of junk cars laying around. Sounds like maybe this is something that might help that situation improve. I've noticed there are an awful lot of cars that just seem to sit on the street. A lot of them have flat tires. A lot of them, people are using. But anything that helps get the junk cars off the road, and anything that takes unsafe vehicles off the road, like, for instance, vehicles driving around without taillights, is going to be something that's really a good thing. If it generates revenue for the municipality, that's also a good thing. We need revenue to run the municipality. I'm not driving these days, but it seems like we have an awful lot of cars these days, and if this helps get a few of them off the streets and make our community look a little nicer, that sounds like a good thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. It's an interesting idea, and I understand where it came from, but in my term on the Assembly, I believe this is the first time we've heard from the Ombudsman. And his position is crystal clear to me that this, in his opinion, will have a very deleterious effect on people of low income, people who are struggling to make ends meet. Complemented by the record that we incorporated from the ACLU, it's not just those of us who are looking out for the poor among us, but actually there are some legal questions about the enforceability of this. And so I would just ask members to put this one to bed. And the concern that I heard from my constituency was, well, what about people driving without insurance and things that are pretty substantial in nature? But as I understand it from the testimony at our work session, those items are point offenses at the state. And so they are actually already incorporated into our scofflaw. And so the most egregious violations are already covered. And at this point, I don't believe we should be making policy that has an adverse impact on a very challenged population.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I don't believe I'd support postponing it indefinitely. I think there's some good elements here. And I guess you, Mr. Constant, made a comment that I think I need to ask from staff. So are we already okay including any violation that has points from the state under this umbrella? I thought this was to bring, are those already by definition a moving violation, then we're okay? Or?
Through the chair, and Mr. Moore maybe can help me with this if he wants to contradict what I have to say, but my understanding of this ordinance is that it is simply an ordinance adding clarifying language to the code regarding something we already do. The current language of the code is not clear about what a moving violation is. This is how we have been interpreting it since this ordinance was adopted, since scofflaw was adopted. All we're doing with this amendment, or all that's proposed with this amendment, is language which would make it more clear, hopefully more clear in the code. And I understand there have been questions about whether the current language is more clear than the existing language. But the vision was, as my understanding, to just make it more clear in the code how the language is to be interpreted. So if this is not passed or postponed, we'll continue to interpret it the way it is, barring a different ordinance being introduced which gives different direction for how the language should be interpreted, if that makes sense. See a few puzzled faces.
Well, it makes sense. I'm not sure to answer my question crisply, but so basically any violation at this point related to your car is included, and some of those don't earn you points from the state of Alaska.
That's correct.
Okay, so if we were to modify this somehow so that only things that got points from the state of Alaska were included, would that be difficult to implement?
On implementation, I think that would be a question. I assume it would be no different, unless, again, I don't know if Mr. Moore or if there's an APD rep who could speak to how different it would be to implement. I assume that we would simply sweep in a different category of offenses when those are reported to Treasury.
Okay, anyways, just broadly speaking, I mean, I would not kill this, but I would say let's go back and look at it and maybe modify it that way. Because I want to make it crystal clear that if you're driving a car with bad equipment, you shouldn't be on the road, bald tires and no lights. And if you're driving without insurance, I don't care how much money you make, you shouldn't be on the road. But go ahead and answer the question. Thanks.
Through the chair to Mr. Weddleton, I'm Dan Moore from Treasury. My understanding is there are hundreds of different traffic fines, and some do have points, some don't. I've seen just on my own that some of these non-point tickets are actually very much safety related. So I think in answer to Mr. Weddleton's question, I think it's a very detailed, complex review that would need to be done of the DMV point system, and decisions would have to be made as to which specific of the hundreds of different type of traffic citations, which ones are in and which ones are out. That's not something Treasury would do. That would be the Ombudsman, if that's something you want the Ombudsman to work on, and certainly the Police Department. You really need to hear from the Police Department. They're the ones that actually issue the citations. They're the ones that use scofflaw as a tool, and they're the ones that really make the judgment call day to day. So it's a very, very detailed approach if you want to tie it to a point system. So.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Okay. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this motion to postpone indefinitely because I think we're going to need to take, if we want to do something like this, I think we need to start over, especially in light of a recently passed state law that may address some of these issues. And I think when we had the work session, there's some troubling lack of information, particularly the demographic data as to who is currently on the scofflaw list. That we know who this is really affecting. I feel like this is a missing piece of information to get at the concerns raised by the Ombudsman. And I think we need to also look more closely at this. I hear that it's a public safety issue, but the focus really feels like it's on money. And if it's a public safety issue, I think we need to go back and take another look and really keep that at the forefront. Mr. Weddleton's comments are well taken that we need to have safe vehicles on the road, but we need to do so in a way that doesn't punish those that, you know, that's their one car, that's their way to get to work, and we've got to strike a balance. So if we want to do something like this, I think we need to start over.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So to echo Ms. Zalatel, you know, public safety is of utmost importance to this body, and we should do everything we can to enhance public safety for our residents. But it's hard to imagine why some simple paperwork violations would qualify someone as a public safety risk. While we should take public safety seriously, we also need to ensure our low-income residents aren't unduly hurt by these changes. I've become convinced that this has the potential to create that burden, and I don't think that was the intent of the drafters. So that's why I'll be voting in support of this motion to postpone indefinitely and hoping that we can come up with a version of this AO that ensures scofflaw does what it's supposed to do. And lastly, I just want to thank Daryl Hess, our ombudsman, for responding to complaints he has received in his office and informing and advocating on their behalf to the Assembly. The Assembly has relied on your counsel, Mr. Hess, many times in the past in your role as ombudsman, which is invaluable. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. After Ms. Wynn-Pearson spoke, it dawns on me what I heard her say is that if this doesn't pass, we continue to do what we're doing. And so that points me to the fact that, in fact, we may already have a problem on our hands outside of the scope of this ordinance. And so the challenge to the administration then will be to gather the demographic information and let's get a clear picture of how we're enforcing these laws and getting people targeted onto this list, how people are able to get off the list, and who's actually being able to get off the list. Let's see the data before we double down and broaden the scope of our kind of attack, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Wynn-Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just did want to go back to the point that I think at this point the administration or request had been that you either postpone this for a decent amount of time so that we are able to come back with more fulsome information about this program, or we would also support postponing indefinitely and coming back with a new option. And the reason I want to harken back to again is that I think all the concerns you were voicing are about the scofflaw program as a whole, which has been in place in the municipality since 2007. This ordinance is literally simply a language clarification to give the public better notice of how we currently interpret the law. It changes nothing. So I think what your concerns are actually is about the underlying law, which creates a program where we do impose impound penalties on people who've amassed a certain amount of moving violations, and we've interpreted that a certain way, which is, again, open to change if you're interested in doing that. But your questions go to the underlying law, and we haven't done that analysis because it wasn't part of this very narrow proposal that was that is in this ordinance. So certainly the administration would be able to spend, that will be a bit of a significant undertaking, but we could work on pulling together that information that you're interested in if the body would like to take a more comprehensive look at the scofflaw program, which you certainly can and should. This is, again, a 10-year-old program, and I don't think we have been proactively tracking each of the things you're interested in because there hasn't been the interest from the body in the past. So we would be supportive of, again, postponing indefinitely, coming back with something new, or a longer time postponement to allow for these discussions.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, we've heard at the work session on Friday that some of these fix-it tickets are for equipment on vehicles that are no longer manufactured and the parts are no longer available in Alaska, and some of the parts may not be available anywhere. And so it's hard to fix a vehicle if you can't get a part. And I can certainly understand that. When I moved to Alaska, I was driving an International Scout, for those of you who remember those wonderful vehicles. There was no international dealer in Anchorage, and so when I had breakdowns, which were regularly, the only place I could get parts was from a guy's backyard in Spenard. And so those were the good old days. So I have had Mr. Gates make up an amendment if we do not decide to postpone this indefinitely or postpone it for a significant amount of time, so we continue to work on it. We can talk about that. But at this point in time, I think I'll be in favor of postponing indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dyson.
This is fascinating. I will not be able to support something that says paperwork violations are a moving violation. I realize much of the population probably a lot smarter than me, but once I run into that kind of thing, the whole thing has a questionable validity. We just got to straighten that out. And I would caution two of you here just spoken that I think it's kind of a parable within the legal profession that the hard cases make for bad laws, and we need to be a little careful that in our efforts to not unduly hurt the mythical poor person only is barely making it back and forth to work. There are some like that, but they're really rare. Most of the people I know that are on welfare have a newer, bigger flat screen television than I do. All of them have cell phones, and all the ones I know spend more money foolishly on junk food and things that are not essential. That's just the ones I know, but it's a fair cadre, if you will. And from my perspective, if a person gets stopped with a second equipment violation that is a legitimate hazard, then the car ought to be hauled from there and impounded, and they'll work it out. And I want this thing to be fair, and I'm profoundly irritated by the people who cheerfully have 7 or 8 outstanding tickets and are symbolically giving the whole infrastructure of our government a proverbial one-finger salute and chuckling about it. And that kind of scofflaw stuff and our tolerance for it undermines the whole foundation of us being a nation under law. So I'm wanting this thing solved. I'm not comfortable with the way it is now, and I don't think the improved language is worth the downside. So I would prefer not to have an indefinite postponement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. That motion passes 7-4. That item is postponed indefinitely. We now have before us item 13B, an ordinance number AO 2019-60, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 11.60.200 Merrill-Field Airport to update the language for facility damage liability and to adjust mandatory airport fees and charges. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Yes, if you'd like to testify, please come up. And if multiple people would like to testify, please line up or just come sit in the front row seats, please.
Good evening. I'm Dave Longacre, and I've looked through this, and I probably am not real organized, but regardless of that, this is about fee increases and a few other things, and looking over this ordinance. Number 4 for tie-down fees addresses that really well. There was a remark made last time that, wow, the pilots want the aviation community wants something for nothing. I don't think that's the case at all. Number 4 for tail end space is about a 15% increase. I don't know how long, and I'm not sure it's real relevant how long it's been since there was an increase, but 15% is quite substantial. And maybe that's fully justified, and that's not why I'm here tonight, but I do want to point that out. The reason I'm here is for paragraph 2, access fees. If you have a daughter who goes to college and comes back to Anchorage and moves into one of the many housing developments around Anchorage that has their own roads and does their own plow stuff, and it's comparatively cheap rent, she moves in, it gets a new management firm, they decide, oh, we need to increase the rent, we need more money. So they increase the rent. Okay. And then they go, oh, by the way, we need an additional 33 1/3% of the rent, and we'll justify it by saying it's so that they can access the roads from their driveway, from their garage. That's essentially what I see number 2 is doing. So if somebody has a tie down, we've already got a 15% increase for a tail end, and a $10, regardless whether it's pull through or tail end. So that's already a substantial increase. And then an additional 33 1/3% for access to taxiways and runways. Sounds a little bit crazy to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I have a question for you. Mr. Weddleton.
Hi. Yeah, it's not so much a question, but the kind of legislative drafting, if you don't read it a lot, can be confusing. And the way it's done is if you have capitals and brackets, that's deleted.
Correct.
So the current situation is the fee is 33, a third of the current tail end tie down.
All right.
Were this to be approved, it is 100%.
Would you read that sentence to me, sir, without the bracket?
Yeah, it would say calculate at the rate of the current tail end tie down fee. So instead of, right now it's a third of that amount. Were this to pass, should it pass, you would pay 100% of the tail end tie down.
100% in addition of?
Equal to.
So you pay
you're paying a third.
You pay 70 a month plus 70 a month, so the 33 1/3 becomes 100%. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
It would, as I read this, tail end space would be $70 a month, and in addition to that, you would pay $70 a month for access fee.
Okay, so it's more than what I just said.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, my name is Andrea Andrashko. You've already heard from me through some comments that I sent to you guys. But I'm here tonight because I'm interested in the future of Merrill Field. As a business consultant who pays property taxes here in Anchorage, I am very concerned about our local economy. And we have got to wrap our minds around economic development and leverage the resources we have on hand. I see Merrill Field as a huge opportunity to stimulate economic growth through harnessing enterprise development of emerging technologies in the aviation sector. But that will never happen if the city and stakeholders do not actively come together and collaborate on creating a sustainable, long-term plan that does not rely on nickel and diming current leaseholders ad infinitum. Merrill Field is already the most expensive airport in our region. This proposed rate increase will result in a fee structure that is twice that of Lake Hood and 2.5 to 3 times that of Birchwood, Big Lake, Palmer, and Wasilla. The FAA strongly discourages airports from raising fees. When doing so, compromises an airport's ability to compete. Consequently, the FAA encourages airports to develop non-aeronautical sources of revenue as a means to offset the burden placed on aeronautical users. I understand that this rate increase is seen as the solution to the financial crisis in which the airport now finds itself. From a short-term perspective, it sure does seem like it is our only option. But what is missing in this picture is that a substantial portion of the debt is due to the ongoing landfill compaction required to repair surface irregularities due to settling of the landfill contents. You may not realize that this is the second round of compaction since 2009, and it will not be the last. It appears that the compaction requirement is on an 8 to 10-year cycle, which means that the cost will come up again well before we have paid off the debt owed for the current project. So what do we do then? Raise the rates again? My concern is that this plan that appears to solve the current crisis is contrary to the airport's stated goal of, and I'm quoting from the business plan, developing an overall airport strategy including leasing policies and pricing that attracts aviation support services and related businesses to Merrill Field and encourages long and short-term private sector investments. As a business strategy, pricing yourself out of competition is a sure way to achieve failure. As a business strategist, I know there are other options that meet both short-term financial needs and long-term sustainability. We just need the opportunity to present a counter-proposal. I'm asking you to table this item again so that users can meet to draft a proposal that more closely aligns with the needs of both the airport and its users. By passing this proposal tonight, the airport and its stakeholders have no incentive to find alternative sources of revenue, and the problem will only repeat itself. Thank you.
Thank you. I have some questions for you.
All right.
Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over on the side. You mentioned a counter proposal. Do you want to give us a couple of high-level highlights? Because this is the first I've heard. So.
Okay. So what I have in mind, and I haven't run this by any of the airport owners yet or users yet, but I'm proposing putting a one-year term on any rate increases, but allowing rate increases so that we can still manage some of the financial issues that are at hand right now. But during that time, cease taking on any new debt and give the airport and stakeholders an opportunity to actively engage with other existing economic and enterprise development resources that we have here in Anchorage. And through this collaboration, they could identify and recruit both aeronautical and non-aeronautical related investors that would see locating at Merrill Field as a strategic advantage for their enterprise. And if after a year there is no progress made, stakeholders could opt to review the rate increase for another year or enact the rate increase indefinitely. During this time, the city could also make an effort to recoup the costs of the medevac ramp from HCA, who is the only user of that resource. And any recoupment could then be applied to outstanding debt, which would reduce the financial burden on users and potentially alter the need to increase rates to the currently proposed levels.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Mr. Weddleton.
I guess a question to you, and then I'll look for nods from administration, I think, is we were in a hurry to raise some matching funds for a federal grant that's now. So basically we're getting a loan so we can get the federal money. If we were to put a moratorium on any debt, then that federal money goes away.
So we're already in debt and you're already asking an awful lot of money from the current users without looking at any other source of revenue that is possible. I'm proposing that users do pay some increased funds to cover that debt, while at the same time there remains an incentive for us to work together to find other sources of revenue for moving forward into the future. We've got to have something more sustainable than asking for raising fees when we're already the most expensive airport in the country, or in this area.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've said it a couple times, but I'd love for you to, ma'am, right here.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No worries. You've said additional revenue sources, so I'd love for you to lay those out, and I hope one of them isn't property taxes, because the people in my district, I don't think would support that. So what other revenue sources are you talking about?
I'm talking about attracting businesses to Merrill-Field. I'm talking about there's emerging technologies in aviation that we could really Merrill-Field could be a center for new technologies that are looking at Alaska to be a home base. We've got drone technology. There's a number of new enterprises right now looking at drone technologies. We've got rocket technologies that are coming here to Alaska because there are certain advantages to being in the state. Aviation is a huge advantage for us here, economic advantage for us here. We haven't even tried to encourage businesses to look, or entrepreneurs to look at Merrill-Field as a place to center their businesses.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. And if anyone else would like to testify, please line up.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Patterson Sims, Patterson-Sims, S-I-M-E-S. Sorry. I have a business at Merrill-Field. I own a flight school. I've been a pilot since 1983. I've also been flying out of Merrill-Field since 1995 when I came up here on April Fool's Day on a one-way ticket on Mark Air. So I've been in business for now 5 years and 2 days, and I've put through a lot of students at my flight school. About 36 students have purchased airplanes. These students go out, they spend lots of money, they buy lots of fuel, and about 28 students are now working for the airlines. They're captains, they're working out in the bush, they're toiling away in Alaska, getting food and goods out to the bush. They're working for Raven, they're working for ACE. They're contributing to this economy. And I just want to say that on June 5th, the announcement came out from the FAA nationwide that the grants announcement nationwide for the AIP funds. And 6 airports in Alaska, only 6 were awarded these grants. Merrill-Field was awarded a grant for $855,000 to upgrade their taxiway lights, because in the wintertime and during low visibility conditions at Merrill-Field, it really sucks. I can tell you right now, taxiing around in the dark with students trying to find the taxiway and the runways is a safety concern. And the problem is, right now, if we have a grant match, the grant will be, the feds are going to give us $801,562.50. Our match for the municipality is $53,400. $437.50 to give away an $855,000 grant because we can't come up with $53,000 is ludicrous to me. Absolutely stupid. And these grants are extremely hard to come by. Airport improvement funds, I've been in aviation for a long time. Airport improvement funds are extremely hard to come by. I also have another concern. As a business owner, it's difficult for me to swallow these increases in fees and tie downs. I have a place at Gulf West that I am trying to right now develop.
If you could just wrap up your thoughts, and I have a couple questions so that you might be able to expound a bit.
The tie-down fees that I have at Merrill Field right now are not covering the taxes and the lease payments for the property that I'm developing, because the tie-down fees are not enough to cover the cost for the property that I'm trying to develop.
Thank you.
Questions?
Mr. Whittleton.
Hi, I'm over here. So do you support this ordinance?
Okay, so the pitchforks and boiling cauldrons of oil are saying no, but I've been working on this since November. I'm the chair of the Municipal Airports Advisory Commission, and we have been working tirelessly since November, December, January, February, March, and April, getting together in meetings. And yes, I do support this because we have worked probably about 40 or 50 hours. Our commissioners have gotten together and tried to come up with the best way possible to balance the budget. But it also sucks that the municipality is putting the burden on the entire airport community and the users. So in a professional sense and as an airport user, yes, I do support the fees, but personally, I think it sucks, and I don't. So yes, professionally I do support the fees.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Ms. Solotel, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right next to Mr. Whittleton. You said that there was a conversation about the other options through the advisory commission. Did that include looking if there was the potentiality for collaboration and additional business investors to offset our need for revenue?
You mean taxing the business owners, or?
No, the speaker before you mentioned, wanting time to attract investment into Merrill Field through business owners and innovation. Was that part of the discussion as well as you considered fee changes?
No. What brought this about was in November, when this came to light, there were two large meetings at Merrill Field that got together all the stakeholders at the airport. They were large meetings. And so we decided to put together a commission of people who could help balance this or try to come to some sort of resolution for these fee increases. But no, it did not include that. The problem was people were so resistant. These fees were supposed to go into effect, or they were wanted to go into effect on January 1st of 2019, like 6 months ago. And the business owners and the stakeholders all said, no, we can't do that. That's not in our budget. You can't in 5 weeks, raise our rates. And so we have been working tirelessly for the past 7 months to try to come to some sort of conclusion. And so now what's happening is if we put it off another year, what's going to happen is that we're going to come to September, October, November, and once again we're going to be even deeper in the hole. And people are going to go, wait a minute, you guys haven't talked about this yet. We still have to, this isn't in our budget for this year. And once again, we're going to be at the same place we were back in November of 2018, 7 months ago, with no revenue and nothing solved, no solution for this problem that we're coming about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Solotel. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Dan Hollingsworth. I have Dan's Aircraft Repair on Merrill Field. I've been in business for over 40 years, and this increase, if it goes through, is going to affect me. Not just my increase, but I buy all my supplies from Stoddard's, Reeves, Northern Lights Avionics, Merrill Field, Aero Twin, Spurnax Fuel. So I'm going to pay my increase. It's about approximately $5,000 a year. But on top of that, I get to pay more for everything I buy because I strictly buy everything that I use for my business on that field. So I'm getting hit not only once, but 7 times more from where I buy my parts. And it's going to hurt. I don't understand why you could spend money when you don't have it. That's just not right. That's not the way to run a business. Just because you're going to lose the grant, well, maybe you should lose the grant. It's just going to be tough as a business owner. And I'm one of the last few mechanics that have shops on the field. So I would highly recommend postponing for a while and try to do some studies or somehow to get some money back into the Merrill Field. For example, when we pay taxes, the city takes it all and it doesn't come back to the airport, none. Some of that money should come back to the airport. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Vern Monette. My fees just went up 30%. It caught me off guard last week. I don't know how many millions of dollars we need to spend on pounding sand with the big crane out there, but they've been doing it for years out there, and we're creating a bunch of parking for airplanes that aren't there. You know, I learned how to fly at Merrill Field. I buy my fuel at Merrill Field. I buy my parts at Merrill Field, and all those things there are going to go up other than your fees, and if there's an access fee. You know, I went to a meeting a while back, and they were talking about putting in curbs and gutters and flowers and stuff like that, and all the parking out there that they're paving, and they've spent millions of dollars on it for airplanes we don't need anymore. Could be gravel. I mean, Big Lake is gravel. Willow is gravel. We're in Alaska. You know, I had my airplane painted, and they go like, "Are you going to fly on the gravel?" I go, "Well, otherwise you can't fly in Alaska because there's too many places." It doesn't need to be like we're in, you know, California, but it looks to me like we're trying to borrow our way out of debt, and you can't do it. And I'm with Dan on if there's money that comes from the taxes and the fees and the aircraft registrations that needs to be funneled back into the airport, then that is perfectly reasonable. Like I say, I think that this has got out of hand. I read that the director says this is the hand he was dealt. Well, I'm sorry, I don't, you know, if it's been mismanaged, it's been mismanaged, and it shouldn't do that. And the decision should be made what's best for the people and for everybody. Every decision with money should be what's best for everybody. It was a garbage dump. You know, it's always going to do that. We've got the road going in is bumpy. Those are speed bumps. I just leave them. They're good. So, okay.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Assembly members. My name is Michael Scoder. I'm a longtime Anchorage resident, commercial pilot, learned to fly in Merrill Field in 1973. Bought an airplane in 74, tied down an airplane there continuously since then. In 2012, I was able to financially afford a hangar at the Hayes Hangar Group, Midfield and Merrill Field, a wonderful facility. And presently, I am the president of that leasehold group. It's like a condominium for hangars. And I'm here tonight to add just a little bit of testimony. Also, I guess I'll back up on my background. I was a member of the Municipal Airports Advisory Commission for 13 years through 4 administrations, starting in 1985, and chairman for 4 or 5 years of that. So got a lot of institutional knowledge and experience on the field. And it really works well at Merrill-Field like a 4-legged stool when the administration and the airport management is 2 legs, and the user stakeholders that are out there, and the communities. It's really vital that when we're not communicating well, when we're not trying to harness the diversity and the understanding and the knowledge depth of what's gone on or what might happen. And that's my concern with this whole thing. Your prior testimony from Jamie said, us leaseholders, we got a letter in November that there's big problems. There's a huge financial issue. And the new manager has just come in and found this stuff, and he sent out that letter, and we filled the room. It was over at the firehouse, and so there's concern. And the idea was that, you know, we would harness it together and work. And I just think that there's been very few meetings where we've had notice as leaseholders, and during the prior years where a lot of this debt was incurred, grants were taken without the means to pay, there were quarterly user meetings. We went to them. Nobody told us there's a problem in Denmark with the finances. So my leaseholders or my hangar owners are concerned with a 4-cent increase in square footage. And when I look at the document of background on this particular ordinance, it says that, you know, the administrative fees that are going to now be charged were done free. Well, we pay a lot of leasehold fees. I mean, basic services from the airport, if you have an amendment to your lease and you need a document that's required by ordinance to be prepared by the city, that was a service. You know, for some of the routine maintenance of normal wear and tear, that was part of what we pay in our lease fees. So we're kind of getting a little double dip. We're getting an increase in leasehold fees, plus we're going to have unknown charges. I haven't quite seen a schedule, hasn't been communicated, of what exactly all the charges are and how much, so that we can work that into our annual budget for the next year. So I support the idea that I think working less in a vacuum, more together with the community and the users is where we need to do to solve a longer-term financial stability.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I was just wondering, are there any of these proposed fee changes or I'm right here.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Or, for example, the liability for costs of damage to facilities that you support?
I guess I'm neutral on it. As far as our particular owners, the ones that are in ordinance here with tie-down fees and aircraft parking really don't apply. The administrative that's in the background, these charges that will be increased for administrative services across the airport for services previously provided at no cost, that's not defined. I haven't seen a definition of the full extent of those, what they are and how much they might be.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Kennedy.
Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is just in regard to, it sounds like 4 cents a square feet, or a square foot, isn't really a big amount of money. But for you particularly, can you give me an idea of what that adds up to for your?
We're 110,000 square foot. It's pretty typical of the leasehold size along Merrill-Field Drive. So it's about $4,000 some odd dollars a year. What that does do is take us to a leasehold square foot rate that we're not sure if it's under fair market value for airports. There hasn't been appraisals done to do that. So the sense is that I've gotten from some people is we're getting pretty close. We would exceed the lease rates at Anchorage International Complex and Kenai, Palmer, other municipal city-owned airports.
Thank you. Okay, and just along those same lines then, have you done any real figuring about what the total cost to to your operation actually might look like?
I've not been able to. I mean, the 4 cents is pretty clear, so but the schedule of other fees I have not seen yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you mentioned that you had a plane there at Merrill Field for quite some time. Do you remember when the last time a fee increase was passed along to you?
November of last year for leasehold rates. We were raised. Prior to that, they were adjusted on the cost of living index, CPI, I think it is. And so it was a small adjustment that was made somewhere around less than a cent in November of 2018.
And what about the tie downs? I know you're not doing that.
You know, I haven't had a tie down there since I bought my hangar in 2012. I think they've been pretty stable for a while.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Welcome. My name is Terry Carty. I'm also a MAC member that voted for this. What came to light, though, was the intergovernmental fees and where the $4.5 million came from. And I'd like to read you the job description for the airport manager. Work in close coordination with the Municipal Airports Aviation Advisory Commission, fixed-based operators, and airport users. In January, MAC asked the airport manager for those figures. And for the $4.5 million, it was spent. Don't worry about it. It's not 4 cents a square foot, it's 19% for that increase of over 21 to 25. The medical ramp, their only fees went up 10%. Why? And I asked a question of Mr. Falsey at the Economic and Development meeting of, does the city use the Merrill Field as a snow dump? Did we have an answer? Guess not.
Sorry, we can get to that at a later time, but please continue your testimony.
Per FAA Airport Compliance Manual, Order 5190.6B, Chapter 18, Airport Rates and Charges, the rates and charges policy is intended to provide guidance to airport proprietors, aeronautical users, encourage direct negotiations between parties, minimize need for direct federal intervention, establish standards that FAA will apply in addressing airport fee and disputes and compliance issues. The DOT primarily relies on the sponsor and its aeronautical users to reach consensus on airport rates and charges, and DOT encourages adequate and timely consultation with users to implementing rate changes. To permit aeronautical users time to evaluate proposed rate changes, consultation should be well in advance, if practical, of introducing significant changes in charging systems, procedures, or level of justification for the changes, and to assess its reasonableness. Due regard should be given to the views of both the aeronautical users and the airport and financial needs. The rates and policy changes noted that the parties should make a good faith effort to reach agreement and encourage airport and aeronautical users to include alternate dispute resolution procedures in their lease and use agreements to facilitate.
Sir, your time is up, but I do have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. So, do you believe that the airport should seek the $22 million in grants? Do you still support that?
On which ones?
The combined total, I think, for 2018 and 2019 is about $22 million in FAA grants for the airport upgrades.
Some of it yes, some of it no. Ms. Symes said, it's the devil in the blue sky type thing. Which way do you go?
Thank you.
One other thing I would like to point out, I've been at Merrill Field. I learned to fly there in 1970. And it's a good airport, but it's not being developed the way it needs to be. The airport manager has not even gone around to the users and introduced himself, and they have invited him.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. Follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in public interest. Regarding the 2019-60, last week you had a work session, and I have to give compliment to Assemblymember Constant on the question he asked the airport manager in that regards to insurance. Thank you. There was no member of the public present except myself. The airport manager noted there was a problem. There were parties that didn't have insurance. So my comments today are focusing on the insurance and liability issue, which has not been addressed by you or anybody else except for Assemblymember Constant when he asked the question at the work session. But no follow-through happened after that. Now, I'd like to remind you is these contracts that you have, you're talking about rates and fees, but there is a liability clause in there and who's responsible. The property is the municipality of Anchorage. And when the party doesn't have insurance, which you're required to have insurance, that's going to fall on the municipality of Anchorage for liability of claims. So you've been warned, yes, last week, as assembly members who were present, that there are parties who do not have insurance. So the first step for you all to do is immediately identify those parties who do not have insurance and get that corrected. Also prevent this situation from happening ever again. That means a maintenance of file and records of all insurance when they need to be renewed and so forth. And it should be in the hands of the airport manager. I've been told by the airport manager that this is the second busiest airport in the state of Alaska. As the second busiest, I'd like to also remind you, that members of the press that are here tonight were down in the southeast dealing with airplane fatalities, as recently as in the past couple of months. That's in the minds of Alaskans. But here we have the second busiest airport, property of the municipality of Anchorage, and what are we doing to ensure that these parties have insurance and it's not going to be a lawsuit against the municipality of Anchorage because they didn't have insurance. So it's your responsibility, and say you, the municipality of Anchorage, to ensure that that insurance happens. Now, the last thing in closing to this episode situation is this. I would urge you to continue public hearing. Why? Because I'm the only one here that identified a question of the insurance issue, and to allow for those who testified before to come back up at the next scheduled meeting or whenever you schedule for continued public hearing and address the insurance matter, and before you make any further decisions and closing public hearing. And that's all I have to say, and thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask Mr. Gibbs to come down?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs, and thank you for providing answers to questions that were raised at the work session and at the special meeting. And again, for members of the public, those are posted on the committee's, the Enterprise and Utilities Committee's webpage. So, Mr. Gibbs, there were a few questions that were raised by folks here tonight, and if you would address a few points of those. I know some of this has already been addressed in the materials you provided. For example, it was stated that Merrill Field is the most expensive airport in the region. The issue of landfill compaction was brought up, and a statement was made also about the airport being in debt already. There are a few others, but you want to go ahead and start with those?
So through the chair, currently, Merrill Field is not in debt. I have not, as the director, incurred any debt for 18 or 19. There's a couple of things that were brought up, if I may, just jump right to those points. Someone addressed an access fee of 33 1/3% of the tie-down rate. That fee is for a very unique situation. If someone leases a building that is adjacent to the airport and they want access to the runways or taxiways, they and only they would be charged 33 1/3% of that tie-down rate. It does not apply to anybody that's currently on the airport. Regarding snow, yes, there is city snow that is placed on Merrill Field property, but I'm getting in-kind exchange from those users. Electricity for my lights, etc. I do not consider it, it's difficult for me not to take things personally and sound defensive. It is not as onerous as it was suggested from my point of view. The 4 cents. In fact, the MAC suggested a rate increase where it was phased up. It is my intent to start with 3 cents, and if you approve in concept, go to 4 cents in 2021. Regarding the items that the 4 cents, 3 cents would cover, those have been disseminated in PowerPoint slides, and everyone in the airport was invited to see those presentations, and some of them include maintenance call-outs. If any airport user needs us to perform maintenance of any size, shape, or form, admin, if they need admin services, stormwater, emergency call-outs, if there's an accident or an incident and our maintenance folks are required to come tow the aircraft, there's now a charge for that, where in the past it was for free. One of my shortcomings is transparency. So yes, someone caught me saying I played the hand I was dealt. I apologize. And yes, it's been since 2012 when tie-down rates were last increased. The fee increases were bumped by a penny last year.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. You hit so much. So you're not in debt, and the field is, some city snow is put on there, but it's a trade out, so you consider it
Yes, sir.
fair and square. It was suggested that there's other opportunities to develop the airport, and I've seen lots of hangars being built over the last few years. You got the new paint guy in the last couple of years, so there's a lot of new uses coming, and perhaps more. So if there were significant new sources of income that met your goal of being independent, which is appropriate, and also was enough to pay off our potential debt for the FAA grant, could you lower the fees because you have more income coming in?
Yes, sir.
Would you typically do that? I mean, is that, yes, you would. That's just the way it goes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Solotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions. One, and you touched on it a little bit with regard to access fees. We haven't talked about them much. But if the AO passes, it's actually an increase of 66.66% because we're going to increase it to 100-fold rate for the access, but there's nobody currently getting that access?
Ma'am, through the chair, there's only one building that could even qualify, and it is the old City Electric building. So it really, it's there if it ever comes up, but there's no one on the airport that will ever see that increase.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And my other question is, we've heard some concern in public testimony that perhaps the input of stakeholders or the conversation around these challenges hasn't been terribly productive in some ways. And I'd just like to get your perspective on that. I know kind of they make it sound like came in November kind of notification. So can you just tell me a little bit about, not necessarily a timeline, but from your perspective, what you've done to facilitate input, not just from the Advisory Commission, but also from your leaseholders and users?
Through the chair, invited everyone on the airport to come to a meeting early spring where I presented what I thought was a solution and asked for their input. Maybe 30 users showed up. And in that presentation, I showed all the things that the 4 cents were going to pay for. The staff has emailed it out. So from my perspective, I've done everything that I know how to do to get the word out. But I must say that my perception is that no one wants to pay more.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Constant.
Thanks, Mr. Gibbs. I know it's a challenging conversation, and so I heard 2 things that I would love for you to work with the MAC in conversation about. That is the question of insurance among the users, the Merrill-Field Advisor, or the Municipal Airport Advisory Commission, and maybe the users, because I have long heard from the Community Council that that is an important issue to the neighbors who live very close to areas where bad things could happen. And then also the medevac question and figuring out what can happen there. I would love, when you're done with this conversation and we're moving forward, to bring that to the commission and have a frank conversation and come back to us at the Utility and Enterprise Oversight Committee so we can start to contemplate.
Through the chair, if I may, it was at the Fairview Community Council where I first learned that I may have 75%, 50% of my users not insured. I could not comprehend that when we all know that if you want a license to drive, you must have insurance. So I too believe that's a concern. Not yet sure how to handle it, but yes, I will.
It's just paperwork. It's not important.
Needs work. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was suggested in some of the public testimony that perhaps we could save money by doing less compaction. What's your view on that?
Through the chair, for you who are Disney fans, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride is how I describe the road and other aspects of the airport. I just don't see that as being a viable description for an airport. Roads, taxiways, and ramps. And so I believe that as long as we've made the decision to build on top of landfill, that's just something we're going to have to live with.
If I could ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair. So it was also stated that we were paving over some of these portions and perhaps creating parking spots that we didn't need. Is that true?
Through the chair, every parking spot that we have is currently filled, and I believe I can fill more. And to the issue of opportunities, the SWOT requests, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. One of the opportunities was bringing in a millionaire-style FBO. I'm in conversation with an investor even as we speak, as late as this afternoon. So yes, I am aware we need more innovative investment in the airport.
Can I ask one last question, Mr. Chair? Thank you. So if we do approve these increases tonight, and we have some testimony that suggests that there are other airports that people might use, they might shift their business elsewhere, that we're in competition with Lake Hood or Birchwood. if we approve these fees and that starts to happen, how quickly can you come back to us and reverse that decision? And do you think you will have to?
Through the chair, I do not believe that I'll have to. The commercial lease rates on the airport versus off the airport, they're 33% of what they are outside the main gate. Excuse me, I forgot where I'm at. The main gate's a military thing. I don't see that as being a problem.
For the tie-down fees, though, for example. So let's assume that the large commercial folks and the people that have buildings there can't move, but could any of the folks that just keep their plane there, could they end up moving?
Through the chair, yes. Some of the airports, you asked for comparison of the Girdwood, Birchwood, Lakewood. If you have floats, yes, you can go to Lakewood. If you only want to use tundra tires and land on gravel, I heard a comment about that, then yes, you could go somewhere else. If you want an instrument approach, if you want tower, if you want hard paved surfaces and a gravel strip, then Merrill's the place to be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. Sorry to take a second bite, but the suggestion of having unused parking spaces raises the question, relative even to your new rates that are proposed here of $80 for a really large space. Do you know what a comparable rate is off the campus in, say, Diamond or other private vendors who provide for vehicle storage?
Through the chair, the only number that I pulled out this afternoon was at Ted Stevens. If you want to park a car, it's $300 and something a month.
Right, and I found at Diamond $99 a month for a 10 by 20 space. Right, it's the basic that I could find. So you're pretty much under market still, even at the increased rate.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any further discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, no questions from me. I just want to make a few statements in support of this. And for the 3 years I've been on the Assembly, whenever we've had leases to approve on Merrill Field, you heard me every time go, I can't believe how cheap this is. I mean, from my knowledge of, I don't know Merrill Field, I know the rest of the city and what I pay for rent and leases, and I saw $89 for parking a car. I'm like, man, it's cheap over there. And the excuse was, well, they have to be for aeronautic businesses, et cetera, and so on. But I say, yeah, but that's where you want to be if you have an aeronautic business. At an airport, you should maybe pay a premium. So I've always been shocked at how cheap it is. So I don't find these fees expensive at all. I still say it's less of an amazing good deal. So I think that's fine. I'm a little concerned that it was a big percent increase, fairly sudden. And the businesses do kind of plan their spending and what they do for the long term based on some assumption of steady fees. So reading the lease, they opened the door to pretty substantial increases in lease fees, which shocked me that anyone would sign that lease, but they did. So, that worries me, and I would hope in the future that there would be, and I know you've been there a short time, didn't have the opportunity, but I think it is somewhat unfair to hit them with a high percentage increase that their business plan didn't prepare for. But I do recommend support for this. I think the goals are very important. Merrill Field should run independently and pay its way, just like we expect the other utilities to do. I think that's a good thing. And this FAA grant is doing important things to make this airport even better for the people who use it. So anyway, good things to be done for what is really very cheap rents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I can remember taking a tour of Merrill Field a few years ago, and someone had broken in and slashed a bunch of tires on planes, and so the municipality invested in additional fencing and security cameras to try to reduce the threat of vandalism like that. Do you happen to know what the cost of a tire on, a small plane that might be tied down there if they had to replace it would be?
So through the chair, the Tundra tires are quite expensive.
$250,000 worth of tires.
So $250,000 worth of tires were slashed that day, or that particular instance. And so if someone decided they wanted to move their plane, say, to Birchwood, do they have security out there?
Through the chair, no.
So they would be taking a risk that someone might just maybe slash a couple tires for fun some night?
There's unsecured aircraft tie-downs.
Thank you, sir. Any response, Mr. Gibbs?
Through the chair, are you saying that the tires, 2 tires, are $250,000? So through the chair, they're expensive.
So the point I'm trying to make is if we're comparing rates between us and other airports that don't have cameras and security fencing, it's sort of like comparing apples and oranges. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. And that passes 11-0. We now have before us item 13C, ordinance number AO 2019-61, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, providing for, authorizing, and approving an intermediate term borrowing program for the municipality in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $1,665,000 for the purpose of providing funds for capital improvements to Merrill Field, and repealing ordinance number AO 2018-27. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Welcome, Mr. Chair, Assembly members. Again, my name is Michael Scoter. I really don't have too much comment on the mechanics of this financing instrument that's before you, but I do have concern with the underlying reason why. And in the Assembly memorandum that's attached, the things that are concerned to me is that, how did we get here? There was capital improvement budgets that were set in 2018 and 2019, and this document says that they accepted grants in excess of $13 million in 2018 from the budget, and then in 2019 in excess of $9 million. I mean, that was never communicated. We set a budget. Those are pretty large numbers beyond the budgets that were set for the capital improvements in the grants, and certainly having the answer on how the matching funds were going to come up for the base amount, and then these extra $22 million, and that's why we're here today. And it really, again, back to my original testimony on the last ordinance item, that was a mystery. That was hidden. The users out here, the stakeholders, the leaseholders and business owners didn't know this was coming down the pike. So I don't know if anything can be corrected here with having a presentation through the MAC or through this body or through the user groups that specifically lays out what these CIP budgets are and what the grants that are going to be accepted are within that budget limit. But that would be my recommendation. Thank you. Any questions?
There appears to be none. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a question for Mr. Gibbs or someone in the administration. When will we learn of the FY19 grants that are awarded? It's my understanding we don't have to accept everything that's brought our way, but when do we know, when's their final award period done for this fiscal year?
So through the chair, within the next week or so. As Jamie pointed out, one of them just hit the news. There's another one that came out for $10 million on the road. Based on your votes, will send me back to visit with the city manager and the MAC and the users about what to do with those grants.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Solotel. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. And Mr. Gibbs, one concern that I heard from folks that it kind of resonates with me, that causes me concern, is using debt to fund kind of short-term expenses and how we ensure that we repay them and don't create burden on top of burden. And so while I trust the administration in your efforts to ensure that we get ahead of this, I'm hopeful that we can see some kind of report in the not too distant future, once everything's issued and we know where we're going, on a plan for repayment, so that we can understand the terms, so that 5 years from now, when we're still under the burden of this and there's another body and another set of people, we can know the trajectory and course that we're taking.
So through the chair, Amy Garcia, who is my CFO for the airport, and I have built a 5-year plan to show how these increases will assist us in covering the debt and putting funds away, rainy day fund, if you will, to start building an account to pay matching funds in the future, so that we do not have to borrow anymore or raise rates anymore. And I would be glad to give you an annual report on how we're doing against our 5-year plan.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Gibbs, just so I'm absolutely clear on the debt that the airport seeks to undertake, that's for the matching portion of the grants, and that's only for airport upgrades on the capital side. So it will not, this money will not fund any general operating expenses, correct?
Through the chair, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 13D, ordinance number AO 2019-66, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly making technical corrections to municipal marijuana licensing and allowing on-site consumption of edible marijuana products as licensed freestanding retail marijuana stores that have a municipal endorsement by amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 10.80, and amending section. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Russ Reno, and today I'm representing the Marijuana and Alcohol Advisory Committee to the Downtown Community Council. And Sylvia Villamines is our chair. She's unfortunately unable to be here today. She's out of state. And we thought about it. The fact that, well, first let me state that the Downtown Community Council does not have an official view whether to support this or to not support this. But we thought it would be good to let you know what the process is we go through, and how we feel that if you do adopt this, that it's not going to change anything or adversely affect the way we vet our portion of it and the way we advise the Downtown Community Council, for instance, in this case. Considering the following, though, that marijuana consumption endorsements can only be issued to marijuana retail establishments. And number two, the definition of on-site consumption endorsement is referred to, is in reference to, rather, the licensed retail establishment only. The Marijuana and Alcohol Advisory Committee to the Downtown Community Council would like to outline our role in this process. Number one, the Marijuana and Alcohol Advisory Committee to the Downtown Community Council is pro-business. We support new business growth in the downtown Anchorage area wherever and whenever possible. Number two, we believe on-site consumption endorsement within 1,000 feet of our council area will not be allowed unless the Assembly first considers the vetting by the Downtown Community Council, its process, guidelines, and recommendations as voted upon by its members and outlined in a memorandum of understanding to the Assembly. Number three, the Marijuana and Alcohol advisory committee to the Downtown Community Council considers not only voting members of the DCC, but also opinion of any concerned citizen of Anchorage prior to advising our council. And number 4, the Marijuana and Alcohol Committee to the Downtown Community Council places public safety first and foremost before we issue a vote of confidence to the Downtown Community Council. Now, that's just our portion of it. We just wanted to make sure that it was quite clear we're not endorsing this for us to move forward, and we're not endorsing or we're not saying that it shouldn't. But as far as AM 343 and AM 344, we see absolutely nothing in either one of those that would adversely affect the process and the way we do this.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, thanks. I think the gist of your argument is you want to make sure that you have input if someone gets on-site consumption. So there is some here. The Assembly will hold a hearing to ascertain the reaction of the public. I mean, so basically a public hearing like this. I mean, is that, and then you do what you did this evening. Does that meet your goals?
Again, we're just simply clarifying what is already working, and we have no reason to believe that it's not going to continue to work.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Kenny Peterson, Petersen from Midtown Community. And before I start, I just want to thank you for your service. For you to be here every Tuesday or often on Tuesdays to take care of these things, I just wanted to really thank you. I see you throughout and friends with some of you, and so I just wanted to thank you for your service. I'm reminded of a movie that I saw where the professor came back and talked to the fellow and says, I've been to the future and it's about your kids. Well, they rode this wonderful DeLorean to the future and the vision of the future was not that great. There was advertisements everywhere and neon billboards for corporate. I think all of them were Biffville and all these other kinds of things. There was drugs stores, and there was gambling and sex facilities and other vices and so on about the future for it. And then more recently, I learned about the difference between an affluent town, a mid-level town, and a poverty town, and the things that happen in a neighborhood. And you could tell based on what kind of places are there, pawn shops or sex shops, massage parlors, vape shops, marijuana shops, many things. And our city has starting to look a little bit like the future, supported by vices as opposed to virtues. The justification for on-site consumption, the main reason that I've heard is for increase of tourism, for money, and for that as a motivation. I'm sure that was what the future looked like, and that was the motivation for there. I oppose this ordinance because I don't want to become more affected by the effects of marijuana. In our business alone, we've had to let go our main service tech because he couldn't or wouldn't stop marijuana use, and I couldn't justifiably put him in our vehicles to go out to customers' homes. Behind our warehouse was a marijuana production facility. They said that they would contain, and the ordinance was that they would contain all of their production smells. It didn't happen. My warehouse workers got headaches and so on. We've moved out of that warehouse. Some of our neighbors show up and they say that our 21-year-old friend won't stop doing marijuana. It's in his home, but he's now become an unproductive member of society. His mother was just recently arrested for selling drugs. And so the effect is it may work well for tourists, it may work well for the average person, but it's not going to work well for the weakest of our community. And so we have massage parlors now. We used to get rid of them out of Spenard, but now they've shown up everywhere. Any massage parlor that's open till 10 o'clock at night is not there for chiropractic use. And if we approve on-site consumption of marijuana, why wouldn't we do on-site consumption in massage parlors? Our future requires to go back to the past, and our past is our present today. I invite you to vote against this, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Kenny, question for you. Did you ever file a complaint about the operation that was behind you?
Yeah, so thank you. And I did call to talk to them directly, and I worked with them multiple times actually first, and so I did it neighbor to neighbor. I says, I'm about to report it, but before I do that, I want to work with you about this. We're having headaches here, so we worked out a plan that he would call me all the time and see how things were. It worked out very well. He wasn't able to maintain it because of their filtering system and other things, and so I worked neighbor to neighbor with him and said that otherwise I have to report you. Let's not do that and see what we can do. He just didn't technically have the ability to get it fixed.
Yeah, I would suggest any member of the public who has that problem, make the official complaint, because you'd be surprised what a vendor can do when code enforcement shows up at their door and says you must do this.
Yeah, he acted based on that threat, and he was doing his best, so he was a good neighbor. Right. He just couldn't contain it.
I have some examples of people who did fix it, but we'll talk again later. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. It's delightful to see all of you. Kenny always says everything with so much love and kindness. And when he says something, it's worthy of believing. So I strongly suggest you consider what he has said. I am most curious about those of you who have signed your name as supporters of this. I don't know. Maybe you don't have children. I have 3 children. They're all adults. All have graduated from college. They don't drink. They don't smoke. They don't do dope. They're law-abiding citizens. But the reason that I don't want to have this passed is because I have a 10-month-old granddaughter, Bryn. And when you look at the statistics dealing with people who are driving under the influence, we already know what alcohol does. It's been a horrible thing in our society, and it still continues to. Marijuana, we do not know. School superintendents have said they'd have a huge uptick already, which has caused some learning problems, attendance problems, and discipline problems. We're not listening. We shouldn't even be writing this up to be considered. That's why I find it so curious of you who put your name to this. I'm disappointed. And all I can ask is, don't agree to this. For my grandchild, who I want to grow up in a society that cares about her and enforces the law. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Yes, I'm Charles England. I'm a resident here in Anchorage, and I've never spoken before this body until now. I've sat and listened to debate on a few other issues I considered important. I believe this is a vital issue. I come to you with this information, one from concerning impaired driving. I know from experience that it does impair your driving. I was a user until 1976. I have not been a user of drugs or alcohol since 1976, before many of you were born. And I'm glad of that. And also I received some of this information, my question where I got some of this information from a close friend of mine who is a chemist in the marijuana industry, not necessarily in the state of Alaska. The problem with on-site consumption is driving while intoxicated or under the influence of marijuana. The closest statistics I could find for alcohol-related deaths in Anchorage are from 2011. That year there were 20 fatalities, and that was a reduction of 58% from 2001. Evidently, stricter laws, better education, and stronger law enforcement works, which we are all thankful for. With marijuana, there is a major issue with defining and detecting under the influence. There is no city, state, or federal standard for measurement. To simply say it is illegal is at best ignorant and at worst disingenuous. Unlike alcohol, marijuana does not have a consistent effect level. Very little can affect some people dramatically, while much larger amounts affect some people very little. The definition, a definitive standard, does not exist, and it would be hard to come up with a standard, but presently it does not exist. Also, some forms of THC, there's different forms of THCA or whatever. I'm not a chemist, talking with the chemist, picking his brain the best I could. This is what was related, that some forms of THC can stay in the blood system for almost a week. Therefore, an arrest for too much THC amount in the blood or urine will likely not hold up in court. Lastly, law enforcement officers do not have the tools to make an arrest on being under the influence of marijuana. We do not have the many lab tech machines to make a determination in the field. Therefore, driving while under the influence of marijuana is not very prosecutable and is largely useless in protecting the safety of the public. Legalizing on-site consumption of marijuana creates a real public safety issue.
Your time is up. If you could please wrap it up in a couple sentences.
Yes, sir, I can. In just a few moments, you're going to look at the bear-proof lockers, the amount of effects that has. It's a real danger, but it is minimal compared to this. And so, bottom line is this. My question is this: is the potential commercial gain for this ordinance worth the potential cost of life? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Chair, I just would like to thank Mr. England for coming for his first time to testify in front of his government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Just a reminder that public testimony is limited to 3 minutes, and that you'll see up here the yellow light, which means that you have 30 seconds left. And when you hear the beep, that means that your time is up. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Heather Arano. I live in East Anchorage. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here to speak in opposition to allowing on-site marijuana consumption in Anchorage. I understand that this body finds itself in a position where you have to consider a new path for our city. On the one hand, you have to weigh public safety and public health, and on the other, you have to weigh the desires of a new industry to be able to create a bar-like atmosphere with a product that is not alcohol-like. It shouldn't surprise you, as someone who works in public health, that I feel that one side merits more weight than the other. My job involves getting people who are passionate about fighting cancer the training and resources they need to speak truth to power. I've worked with these volunteers for the last 6 years to help protect people from secondhand smoke exposure in the workplace. These volunteers were successful in getting a statewide law passed last year, a law, I will point out, that was largely modeled after the smoke-free ordinance law passed in Anchorage over a decade ago. I'm very proud of my volunteers and the work they accomplished. I wouldn't presume to tell this body what you think, so I'm just going to speak from where I'm coming from. I hope you'll understand why I'm defensive of the work of my volunteers and what they accomplished over many, many years, and I don't want to see that progress rolled back. I understand that the current ordinance refers to edibles, but I also understand that consideration of allowing smoking rooms in retail shops is likely not far behind. I understand there's a sense of urgency to move this issue forward to accommodate tourists coming into our city. I'm asking you to take a breath, step back, and take the time to make sure that whatever decision you make doesn't sacrifice this city's progress in public health on the altar of potential tourism dollars. When you think about the legacy you want to leave for our city, I hope that what you see is something that is safe and a healthy place to live. I urge you to slow down and consider how this decision will serve that legacy. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Shanice Roach, and I live in South Anchorage. Before I start, I would like to say thank you for all you've done. And I am a recent college grad, and I work in public health. I do not support this ordinance because the public health implications have not been looked at for Anchorage. At the surface, I see conflicts with the Anchorage smoke-free ordinance. I also see problems with driving under the influence, and that has not been explored. Has there been a work session on the potential health implications and how it will affect non-smokers, unintentional injuries through traffic incidents, and so forth? The Assembly should take time to revisit this and make sure that we can look at the public health implications for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Penny Palmquist, and I live in South Anchorage. I have to tell you, I grew up as the daughter of a state trooper in the state of Minnesota, and I married a deputy sheriff from Minnesota. So, law enforcement-wise, my concerns for this is, yes, the edibles, I have no knowledge, I'll admit, as to what kind of effects that has on a person after they've consumed them and then go out to drive. But with the possible potential of putting in smoking rooms in these standalone businesses, if you think about it, if you took 6 people and put them in this setting, each one of them smoking a joint, yes, they're getting high on what they're smoking, but they're also getting high on everybody else's smoke. And then they're going to go out and drive. My second question is, what's going to happen to the smoke itself? We already proved in going through all the hearings I sat in on the smoke-free workplace bills about and a few of the marijuana board meetings, the particulates in marijuana are smaller than a piece of dust, and that the different filters that are out there now do not clear those out. And the other thing is, if they dump it, where are they going to dump it? Out into the air? What about their neighbors? Like this gentleman spoke earlier, his employees were getting headaches from this. Now, most of these on-site consumption buildings that you would consider, because they're standalone, don't stand alone out in the middle of a 80-acre field where if they dump their smoke into the air, depending on the wind that day, it's going to have effects on other people. Most of these buildings have neighbors, and their neighbors are going to be the ones that are going to be affected by the results of them allowing this to be dumped into just the air in general. So I really have 2 concerns. One is the public safety after they're all high and they all go out and drive. You know, I know how I can drive and I watch out for others. But what happens when these folks are all really high, because they're going to be 6 times higher, is going to happen, and how are the police, without regulations on how to regulate what their IOU or whatever they're calling it these days is? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jake Warden, and I am the Chief Executive Retail Officer for Canabaska. And I am coming to, I didn't even prepare anything for tonight, to be honest. So I'm not going to support or oppose the regulations the way that it's written. I just wanted to let you guys know some of the ideas that we had based on the regulations that were proposed. So for our Tudor location, we could provide potentially the only educational location for someone to come and learn about cannabis. We can come have somebody sit in an area with trained professionals, because in 2019, whether we like it or not, a lot of the people that are working for me have more experience than a lot of the people that are in this room opposing the bill, right? So In the age of information, we've studied it, and we have the access to people who have MD after their title, the access to the same information. And we want to be able to provide an educational experience for people that have had grown up their entire life hearing that this is a bad drug, because it's not. I spend every day of my life with 400 people walking in front of me, and about 100 of them look at me in the face and tell me that they could not go on their day-to-day life without using this because of the pain that they're in. They show me the x-rays in their hips with 43 screws and plates, and she's walking. She couldn't do that before. This is something that we need to at least give a chance. We live in 2019. The era of a control is over because of the access we have to information. I can take this thing right here out, my cell phone, and find anything I want about anything. It's incredible. And I urge people to be able to do that and come to these meetings with actual data about how, since we passed this bill in 2014, since businesses have been operating since 2017, how many DWIs have we had for marijuana? Somebody come and show me that, and then tell me how I can fix it, because I'm the one that's out there doing it, right? And so I urge you guys, as the Assembly of Anchorage, to be in contact with us and let us know so that we can do these things. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ryan White. I am a member, obviously, of the youth community of the South, I guess, in Anchorage. I attend Service High School, and I approach you today not with a concern of an individual's choice of whether or not they want to choose or consume marijuana, but rather that of on-site consumption, obviously. Specifically edibles. Edibles contain much higher amounts of THC than that of inhalants. Well, they can contain considerably higher amounts of THC than inhalants. And there is no method of combating those intoxicated and under the effects of marijuana if they are to consume on site, if they are to consume at home. I understand that there is no method of regulating their choices after that as well. But I do approach you saying that those who are under the influence and choose to operate a vehicle obviously should not be doing that as they are under the influence, but I do not believe we should be promoting that through means of on-site consumption, because there will obviously be considerably larger amounts if there is no well-regulated by the Marijuana Control Board in matters of making sure people are in a good state of mind to leave the facility and to operate a vehicle. So, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Gary Tickle. I'm a local businessman here in Anchorage. I've been here since 1978, and we opened our business in 1980. Anyway, I've heard a lot of testimony here upon this on this on-site consumption, and several other issues in the marijuana subject. What I would like to say is that what turns me is like going back to different eras in our country or our history. You know, everybody knows about prohibition, about alcohol, about different drugs, and what it has done. I heard testimony about what legal drugs is going to do to destroy our community. Yet what I know is that the illegal drugs has done everything to destroy our community. And so when we're sitting there and letting people like cartels, businessmen that don't care about nothing but money, right, and allow them to control the drugs that we consume anyway, okay, those statistics are not to be argued, right? We know we're killing our entire population with drugs, heroin. Whether you believe marijuana is one of them is not, to me, as important as the fact that we are babysitting ourselves in order to, is it improving anything? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that us controlling the marijuana or the cartels controlling the marijuana, which is better. I know that in Germany, right? This gentleman was talking about not being able to do a DWI situation because of the THC count. I know I read an article that in Germany what they do is they've got a technology now that they can separate active THC from non-active THC. So when they pull you over, they test you, and if you're active THC, they can give you a DWI. So technology is always advancing. So I don't think that that's a good reason why we should be scared to do certain things that we can control. Are we going to control our destiny with drugs? I have sons. I have 4 kids, right? I have a father who was an alcoholic. He's passed away now, right? I don't drink alcohol because I'm so scared of the drug, because my dad was a very avid user, right? It wasn't the government who stopped me from drinking. It was the fact that I didn't want to be a dead drunk, right? And I wanted to raise a family, and I wanted to be a viable member of society. I don't think that us telling somebody that they can drink or do marijuana or where they can do it is going to prevent that. Now, it seems to me like what we're talking about is, are we able to consume marijuana edibles, right? And that specific subject, I'll be the first person to tell you, I don't know how we would control the DWI situation on consumption. But if that's the subject we need to talk about, let's talk about that subject and how we can self-control our drug problem or what have you. Because I'm telling you right now that I've been into bars. I don't drink. I've been into bars. I don't stay there very long because most of the people in the place are not somebody that I'd want to talk to. Maybe next day when I'm drinking coffee with them, they're fine people. But that night, it's like, see you later, I'm going home. And that's a choice I'm making. Right. And I think that that's what I'd like to say is that we should be
I have
our
a question
choice.
for you, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar.
Actually, it's more of a comment than a question, so if you wanted to wrap up.
Okay, yeah. If you have a sentence or two more to add.
Oh, no, I'm just, by this time I'm rambling.
Okay.
So I wanted to make a quick point, just so it wasn't lost in the shuffle by the time we get to the discussion.
Yes.
This question about whether we can test for active or inactive. So we actually have had a number of work sessions and CED meetings about this. And at one of our work sessions, we had a presentation from the Anchorage Police Department, and they showed us the DWI statistics where they had alcohol and they had marijuana, and they had both marijuana and alcohol were present in the system. And I asked exactly these kind of questions. Well, how do you know it's not just marijuana from 15, 20, 30 days ago? You know, I serve in the National Guard, and we do urinalysis, and we will kick you out of the Guard if there's just a trace of it in your system, right? Yeah. But the APD officer said, no, we can test for active cannabinoids. Right. We know that these are active. So APD's answer was, yes, we do have the ability to do this kind of testing. Now, someone from APD might want to come and contradict me later tonight, but that's what they said at the work session. So I do think it's sort of interesting that we do appear to have some kind of technology, according to APD, that can differentiate between trace amounts and something that was consumed more recently.
One more thing, it's not just technology though, is it? I mean, when you're sitting there and you get pulled over for a DWI, okay, on alcohol, right? Doesn't the officer make a determination by giving you sobriety tests? It's not always a chemical test or a scientific test that they do that determines. Now, I don't know what happens, but to the time where you could get, when it comes down to legalities, like if the guy's going to get arrested or is he going to get, you know, legal ramifications against him. Now, that's a different story. But if you get pulled over by a police officer, I know, and I'm doing this, he's not going to let me get back in the car and drive it. That's for sure. And I don't know about marijuana, but I imagine that if an officer pulled a gentleman or a lady over and, you know, smoke comes billowing out and they're going, ooh, I just doubt that he's going to let them get back in the car and drive it.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Valeria Delgado. I'm a resident of the Muldoon area. I'm here because I'm concerned about this on-site marijuana consumption ordinance. I've been an advocate for smoke-free environments for a very long time, and I know that smoke is smoke. I'm afraid that this type of ordinance can undermine some of the laws that have passed here on the state and in Anchorage, such as the state work-free, smoke-free law and the Anchorage smoke-free law also. So I'm afraid that this ordinance can undermine some of the policies that many people have worked really hard to pass and to protect the vulnerable population here in Anchorage. So as many people have said previously, I really hope that you guys slow down and really think about the consequences that this type of ordinance is going to have in the public here in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the Assembly. My name is Emily Neen, and I'm the Alaska Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, and a 28-year Anchorage resident. I will comment tonight on provisions in AO 2019-66. I did speak briefly and very generally 3 weeks ago, a little after midnight, to urge caution in moving forward on this issue. I'm back tonight to address concerns specific to the ordinance language before you. What you have before you represents extensive work on land use and licensing issues. Thank you for that. What is not represented, however, is a robust discussion on the public health and safety implications of this action. This ordinance inserts into our code the on-site consumption regulations that were put together by an appointed 5-member marijuana control board, without consideration of how it will be implemented here or what the community impact will be. For instance, on page 11, starting on page 9, it sets out the requirements that the consumption area be isolated by walls and a secure door. It goes on to say that there should be a smoke-free area for employees to monitor the consumption area. This language puts the framework for smoking into code, but we're theoretically not discussing smoking today. I can tell you that the deadbolt on that secure door is not going to protect the employees from the secondhand smoke. On page 12, lines 15 and 34, there's a requirement for monitoring for overconsumption. This, again, needs a more robust public health discussion. Marijuana impairment works differently than alcohol and also differently depending on how it's consumed. I'll reference a journal article that I've shared before that states the effects of inhaled THC start within a few seconds to a few minutes and reach a maximum after 15 to 30 minutes. The psychotropic effects of oral ingestion, by contrast, set in with a delay of 30 to 90 minutes and reach their maximum after 2 to 3 hours and last for 4 to 12 hours. Impaired driving is not my organization's issue, but these are some of the health and safety impacts that need to be carefully considered before simply adopting the Marijuana Control Board's regulations. The regs are in some places minimal and in some places very vague. The regs were set on a 3-2 vote by an appointed board. Rather than accepting someone else's work, I trust that you as elected officials will welcome a full discussion of health and safety issues and the science and logistics involved. A lot of zoning and licensing issues have been explored. If you decide to move forward on this issue, it's time to take a look at the real impacts on our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. I just want to check procedurally. I spoke last time on this issue, and I know you're not supposed to be able to do that, but it was a little bumbled last time. So is it okay if I go ahead and give some testimony now?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Constance.
It was after midnight.
Thank you.
That's fair. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Anita Burke, B-U-R-K-E, and I just want to state that I pretty much agree with most of the testimony that's been given here this evening, and that the ordinance in its current status doesn't really address the issues that are going on in our community right now. I recently lived at near 11th and Cordova. Lots of drug dealing out back. 4 people were shot within, a couple block radius. I moved over to the Spenard area, and you can really smell it. It's all over the place. And so what I'm really concerned about is that, and I don't think this is the right answer, but I also called the ADEC and the municipality of Anchorage, and we're getting a lot of odor complaints around this issue, and I think that's going to exacerbate. And so we haven't found the answer yet, but we've got legalization, and it's happening in our people's homes and on decks as the weather gets better. And all of the concerns that everybody's been expressing are going to happen because we haven't found a way yet to manage that. And so this real tug of war between it's legal and it's okay and people can use it, but then it's sort of this lawlessness about where and how and under what conditions. And so I'm just encouraging us not to delude ourselves that if we don't authorize on-site, if you will, consumption, and I guess I don't really know that that might be the right answer for our community, that we're still going to have people consuming. We're still going to have people consuming, off in the bushes or off of their decks in their homes. We're going to be exposing communities to the smell of marijuana and the visual smoke. It's happening right now, and we're not going to solve the problem, if you will. We're just going to kind of push it to the side, but it's still going to be there. And so I'm really looking forward to collaborative education, ongoing communication, and some more workshopping around this really important issue, because to just prohibit it just shoves it into the shadows, and I think brings the risks into our community at a much higher rate, because we can't control it. And I also want to underscore that, we're really rushing fast here. It just feels like really super fast on a bunch of complex issues. There's some new medical information out just this week about the higher concentrations being really bad for the brain development of our kids under 21. We got to be really cautious about access for minors. But at the same hand, we hear great stories about people being able to use this as a transition away from opioids, which is a huge problem in our community. So there's a benefit. And I'm just pointing out that it's complex. And I don't want to smell it publicly, I think a lot of people agree with that. And I think I just want to take a little bit of the fist fighting that's kind of going on around this issue out of the equation and say, we're a community, and it's happening anyway. And let's find a way to get all the voices together and find a solution that works for us. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Caleb Saunders. I'm a CEO of Green Jar. Just speaking for myself, though. It is just a edibles only thing that's up here for now. I understand the smoke and everything as well. But the main points that I kind of wanted to bring up is that we talk about responsible use. We talk about we need everyone to be responsible. Here's responsible. We want you to be responsible. On-site consumption is a chance to show people how to be responsible. Here's an option for responsible use. So far, the only option is go to a home. There is always going to be those complex issues, and simply the fear of, I would hate for us to make decisions based off of fear of issues that are not really showing themselves up so far yet. But again, I just wanted to say that look for a responsible way to give people an avenue to use rather than simply telling them they need to be responsible, but I don't really know how you're going to do that, is kind of where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Jana Waltzine, attorney for about 100 different cannabis businesses in this state. Earlier, I heard a lot of comments about vice, that this is a vice, and guaranteed, just looking at this body, I'm sure a lot of your choices to the other public members are vices, and the question becomes, who has a monopoly over morality, and at what point do we stop pandering to the weakest member of our society and kind of implementing this paternal figure over our community? People have to be responsible for their own choices. People have to learn to moderate their own decisions, because otherwise nothing else works. You telling them they can't do something or their parents telling them they can't do something, that doesn't work. It has to be a choice that people make. And it's really unlikely that they're going to make different choices just because you tell them to. My day started this morning at 8 a.m. where I showed up to the building that I just bought to two homeless people cuddled up in my front entrance. And I thought to myself, well, there's a big man and a woman, and I am 130 pounds, and how am I going to handle this? Well, I just laid on my horn, grabbed a couple marijuana sweatshirts from the back of my seat and said, hey guys, if this happens again, I'm going to call the cops. And they got up, apologized, and left. We have a problem in this city that doesn't necessarily have to do with drugs, and it certainly doesn't have to do with marijuana. It has to do with mental health. And that is the issue. And until we stop pointing the fingers at everybody but the problem, we're going to continue that problem. And that's a reality for all of us. I want to take a look at the marijuana industry. You know, my client list alone has generated over 500 jobs during a recession. That means my client list alone, that is 100% Alaskan-owned, because marijuana companies have to be Alaskan-owned, generated 500 jobs during a recession. Name one other industry that did that this year or last year, or is 100% Alaskan-owned. To hear people talk about marijuana facilities like there's some detriment, some black mark on the community is uneducated and asinine. In fact, I even heard several times tonight say, I'm completely uneducated, but yet I have an opinion that will affect Alaska-owned businesses negatively. Is that how we're going to set the stage for this discussion? Is that how this body really wants to govern its community? Pandering to the weakest links of our society, pandering to those that don't get educated enough to at least say, hey, I'm educated, I researched this, and these are the facts. I'll tell you, the Colorado Police Department released a report, and I gave it to this body. And in 2017, 80% of the DUIs were liquor only, and 7% were marijuana only. If you look at your own statistics at through the chair, may I have just 2 more sentences?
Sure.
Thank you. If you look at the own statistics provided to you by the Anchorage Department of Police, you'll see that the statistics are actually going in a downward trend when it has to do with DUIs that are combined with drugs. Marijuana doesn't make, edibles aren't going to make homeless people cuddle up in my front entryway. Marijuana edibles for a pack of 10 units that equal 50 milligrams is $35 on average. No one can afford that. What they can't afford is the cheap bottle of vodka that they had standing next to them as they slept.
I have a question for you. Mr. Peterson.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we are speaking about edibles in this ordinance. And it is my understanding that in states that have had legalization longer than Alaska, that the trend is heading more towards edibles and away from smoking and inhalation. Is that correct?
That is correct, because edible consumption is a healthier version of consumption, and it's because the lungs are a lot more sensitive, and particulates are very, very small, and people need to be making conscious choices if they want to put that into their body, and so a lot of people don't. They use edibles because it's a safer method. One way to keep them out of the hands of youth is to consume them outside the home.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Nick Miller. I'm the chair of the Anchorage Cannabis Business Association, and our association is in support of this ordinance. I feel like we've been debating on-site consumption for about 3 years now. We've had a lot of input from the public, both locally and statewide. I do think it's time to make a step forward and reasonable consumption regulations. I remember standing in front of this assembly probably 2.5 years ago to get my wife and I's marijuana license here in Anchorage, a retail store. And back then, the cannabis community, business owners, and even consumers committed to being responsible business owners, responsible consumers. And I think that this municipality should agree that we've done that. And that's all we're asking for is to give us a chance to do some on-site consumption. And, we'll handle our business just like we have for the last 2.5 years. I think we've been a very positive add to the community. I know our neighborhood is happy to have us there. And this isn't going to change that. We will be responsible.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thanks, Nick. Just a little bit of character and color of what it means to be a good asset to the neighborhood. Your wife serves on the community council?
She does.
She does. Attends a lot of meetings, right?
Yes, she does.
And outside of your store, where are you located for folks to know?
We're right next to Van's Dive Bar and Lucky Wishbone.
Right, which is approximately 2 blocks up from 3rd and Carla with the shelter and all that environment.
It is.
And so ongoing for about, I think it was probably over a year, on a property adjacent to you, what was happening?
Well, there was a lot going on adjacent to us, but there was a property next to us where they were selling some type of illicit drug. I don't know what it was, but we could see the bicycles coming and going, and people, homeless folks, stopping by and purchasing from them.
Right, and so there was an RV parked on the property across from him, and from there, young men on bikes would take the packages of drugs, and then they would pedal their bikes to the shelter in front of the Mountain View Red Apple and sell their drugs, and then come back. It was a wholesale operation. Did you have any opportunity to share materials with APD?
We did. We had opportunity to sit out there, and we had video, we had photos, and it was bad for our community. That's a pretty heavily traveled path down to Beans Cafe, and they didn't just go to Red Apple. They would do it where it was convenient and someone would stop by.
There's a wholesaler.
Yeah.
And so last question I'll ask then, right outside of your shop, and it was pretty tragic, your wife shared some video with me. You want to tell that story?
Unfortunately, I don't know what video that was. We have lots.
It was the video in which a man laid down and died.
Oh, yes.
So just would you share with the members here what happened?
We got a call from a neighbor that there was a lot of APD and ambulances and stuff on in our parking lot. And a gentleman had walked up and basically sat down and leaned against the parking curb. And, I'm not exactly sure what happened other than he did die there on the scene. And I'm not sure which part of this I'm supposed to share, but...
That's enough, really. Just you had video you were able to share with APD. They were in the fire department, who were the first responders. You proved another asset to the community.
And we did share that video with them as a training opportunity for them to see how they reacted, what they did, and they were also happy to do that, or happy to receive that video.
Thank you for being an asset to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Previous testimony gave the impression from the industry that, or at least to me, that there wasn't a tremendous amount of support for the model being put forward. Has that changed?
I think that the industry will support anything that moves us forward. Is it perfect? No. No ordinance is. And maybe now is not the time. But I'd rather take a half a step forward than continue in the same space I'm in today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Thank you for your testimony.
One more question, Mr. Chair.
Sure, Mr. Constant.
I heard someone testify earlier that this was being done on behalf of the industry, but who does the industry represent, really?
The consumers.
People, right?
Yeah.
Our neighbors. And so it could clearly be argued that this is on behalf of them, not on behalf of you.
That is correct. I mean, we're not even sure it's going to be a big market. But for those people who want to learn, who want to come into an environment and talk to somebody, it's perfect. They can either buy it and go home, or wherever they go and not understand it and not understand the effects, or they can come into a facility where people are knowledgeable and, can provide guidance and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Katie Steffens. I'm a lifelong resident of Anchorage, and I've attended a number of the Economic Development Committee sessions and heard a lot about financial discussions particularly, but was mostly concerned about the lack of public health and public safety discussion. As a lifelong resident, I remember going into restaurants in town being asked if I wanted a smoking or non-smoking section, even though smoke still affected the entire building no matter where you were. I remember when Anchorage implemented its smoke-free ordinance and loving the fresh air inside enclosed buildings. Now the Anchorage smoke-free ordinance is being threatened by marijuana, not only putting employees at risk, but our entire community. The proposed ordinance states that the following in Section 15, Part C, Number 3, on page 11, lines through 21 through 23, that a marijuana consumption area shall have a ventilation system that directs air from the marijuana consumption area to the outside of the building through a filtration system sufficient to remove visible smoke. Secondhand marijuana smoke contains very small particles, as mentioned before, called particulate matter 2.5, that causes adverse health effects in cardiovascular and respiratory systems. This type of particulate matter is 24 times smaller than the width of a strand of human hair, or 4 times smaller than a particle of dust, as someone mentioned earlier. The visible parts of smoke are comprised of much larger combustion materials and is not the 2.5 ppm material that we should be focused on. Because secondhand marijuana smoke, like cigarette smoke, contains these extremely small particles, they cannot be removed by any HVAC system. The American Society for Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineering develops the engineering standards for building ventilation systems and states that there is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke. Ventilation and other filtration technologies cannot eliminate the health risks caused by secondhand smoke exposure. Marijuana smoke should not be allowed indoors. In the 2006 Surgeon General report, it states, eliminating smoking in indoor spaces fully protects non-smokers from exposure to secondhand smoke. Separating smokers from non-smokers, cleaning the air, and ventilating buildings cannot eliminate exposures of non-smokers to secondhand smoke. And while this isn't currently in the ordinance, I can see that it is a segue. And by passing this ordinance in the future, the Anchorage Assembly is knowingly putting community members at risk. So please consider the health of Alaskans before moving forward so that we do not have a repeat of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. I have a question. So would you be in support of allowing smoking of marijuana outside?
I don't support smoking marijuana.
So, well, right. So, but assuming that it's legal, if someone, the cigarettes, tobacco, I certainly do support the secondhand ban inside, but the solution is those folks can smoke outside, right, where it's essentially well ventilated. They can smoke in a lot of places, cigarettes and other tobacco products. We can't do that with marijuana. So if someone doesn't own a home in Anchorage, and there's a lot of people who don't own homes here, where could they legally smoke marijuana?
While marijuana is legal, they don't have to smoke it in public, putting other public members at risk.
So if someone didn't own a home, so let's say they live in an apartment complex that doesn't allow smoking, for example, which a lot don't, you're saying they basically just don't have a legal right to smoke in Anchorage?
I would say don't smoke it. It doesn't have to be smoked. The health risks of smoking this type of combusted material, any type of combusted material, is severe. It causes severe lung health, heart health, and we see it in healthcare, in public health, in the health costs that we cover in the state of Alaska. It's prevalent, and we've seen it in the past, and we know that preventing smoking, whether it's indoors or in outdoor events, helps to reduce these risks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Traney. I'm here representing myself. I am a mother of 8 children, 20 grandchildren, and I do not support this ordinance. Marijuana is illegal in Anchorage, in Alaska, and I respect the right of those who have that business to run a good business. In fact, there's a marijuana store proposed in my community council chair, and Pat Flynn invited me to come and visit one of his places. And I was impressed with the place and how they run it, the safety and the security of that. And I do recognize that it is legal and that they can do it, but I do not support to extend it to on-site consumption. I don't think that's the way that we want to go. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about it going into smoking. And smoke does bother me, and I have children with asthma and relatives. And even though it is legal to smoke outside and people should be smoking away from in business, to kind of answer for us a little bit, many times you go into a business and the smoke is right there and you can't avoid it if you're going into the business. So I do object to smoke close to a business, and it does bother me. But I think that we're going further than a lot of us would like to go, and I don't want to see it going into smoking too because of the health issues. So that I'm concerned and do not support this ordinance and urge you not to support it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome. Mr. Constant, you're in the queue for a quick. Okay. Go ahead.
So, Mark Butler, BUTLER. I'm a public safety advocate from West Anchorage. I served under 2 mayors on the Municipal Public Safety Commission. I'm a former employee of the Department of Corrections. Many of you may not know that. This isn't about whether marijuana should be legal. This isn't about whether the current businesses are responsible. We hope they are, and all. This is about one proposal to allow on-site consumption. That's all we're about. We're not about putting people down. Well, I voted for marijuana. The rationale for allowing on-site consumption of marijuana at public safety by Assemblyman Constant and others was tourists are legally buying marijuana, but they can't smoke it in their hotel rooms. And so they were going to parks in your district and others and smoking it, and children and other people were exposed to the drug. Also, the ordinance was rushed through the process, and we had meetings week after week after week, and I did attend all those meetings. I am very informed, thank you, so that on-site consumption could be set up for the tourist season. This ordinance doesn't solve the stated problems and creates other problems. This is one of my props. Here's some brownies. Does anyone know whether these have marijuana in them or not? They don't. They were purchased from a fine business near Mr. Weddleton's in Spenard, and they don't have it. But consumables, you can consume in your office. You can consume in your car, whatever. Just a police officer's not going to stop you from doing that. So this doesn't solve the problem. Secondly, here's my next prop. I got a bunch of them. The clock is ticking. It's simply too late to come into force this tourist season. There's no reason to do it now. Slow down and look at it. If approved tonight, June 18th, then the retailer would have to apply and get approval for the on-site endorsement from the state of Alaska. My understanding, unless it changes, the next AMCO board meeting is currently scheduled for July 25th. Then they'd have to file an extensive application with the municipality of Anchorage, where the municipal clerk's office and the planning department determine whether the application is complete. Then the assembly will hold a public hearing to, quote, ascertain the reaction of the public. And you can see the reaction of the public here tonight. It's almost uniformly those who spoke against it. The hearing requires sending a, quote, notice of hearing to each community council within 1,000 feet of the proposed premises. Then they will, assembly under current policy, would refer the application to the Assembly Commerce and Economic Development Commission, and then lastly schedule and act on the proposed endorsement. The time is out for doing that this year. Instead, the most important function of local government is public safety. Simply stated, this ordinance would increase the number of stone drivers on our street. If I know there's on-site consumption in certain areas, I'm going to avoid this business and businesses in that area because I simply don't want to get killed. The single most dangerous thing you can do in America is to get in your car and
a sentence or two, please.
Okay, so the potty ad right here says, according to one of them says, simply, don't drive a vehicle. It's dangerous. APD stats have said that, and 72.39% of Anchorage residents don't want to break the Clean Air Act. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. My questions actually relate to your other service as the staff person for the Federation of Community Councils. And I noticed recently, because I pay attention to every email that you guys send out, that you have pretty standardized form in some cases where font sizes are uniform. And then sometimes you get these like screaming loud font sizes. And they're definitely larger fonts. And then I started to look for the last notice of a public hearing, because a public hearing notice went out for this meeting tonight on on-site consumption. And so
Yes, sir.
I'm hopeful to see from you, and on the kind of the furtherance of the contract that we have, a policy on when your organization sends out public notices related to public hearings. Because I want to ensure that we're not using the Federation of Community Councils to forward an individual's political perspective on a question before the body. I think it's really important that we hew to policy and to procedure instead of just, so I would love to see a policy come forward on why and when you send out a public notice for a public hearing, and then we can benchmark off of that. Thank you.
So is that a question for me, Mr. President?
It's a request for information.
So may I respond to that?
Absolutely.
Yes, certainly I did not testify tonight as a member of my job at the Federation of Community Councils. The Federation of Community Councils does not take stands on any individual issues, only process issues in front of this body. So that's why I identified myself as a community council person. You and other members requested that we send out notice, including all the data that we listed on the first, before the first public hearing, and we did that. And there was nothing in there saying vote yes, vote no, or anything like that. It was just simply all that data. I just recently sent out the same because it was a continued thing, and I understood that that was the will of your body that we sent it out. I'm sorry if my font was a little too big, a little too small. I don't think that I have ever in 12 years expressed my personal opinion or any other employee that I'm aware of or chair or member through this council, through our body. We are absolutely apolitical. We don't
Thank
do that.
you, Mark, and I just would love to see a policy on when, and if it is at the will of a member, that would be great, and maybe we could add some languages that members of the Assembly have requested this be communicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Briefly on that topic, I appreciate the emails. I think this is an important topic, and it was good to get that out. But I'm going to ask you to kind of share a thought I've had for a while, and I'm doing it with you up there because we know each other and have for years. You're very thoughtful and knowledgeable about these things. But, we've had for the last number of years an industry growing in Anchorage. This seems quite popular, very non-controversial, and that is brew pubs. And they're all over. They're very hip. And when we get licenses coming here, there's no controversy. People are excited about them. And basically what we're doing is setting up places where they're manufacturing beer and they sell it in limited quantities to people, and we are creating drunks on our road. But I never hear that complaint. And to me, that's very parallel to what we're doing here. Tell me, am I right or wrong?
Back personally again? You're saying?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I want to clarify the difference between my day job and my person. We may well be doing that, but I talked to 19 public safety professionals, none of whom testified tonight, a prosecutor, and 6 police officers, and worked up to 19, a fire department people, and a few community patrol people. Not a single one of them was in favor of this, because consumption of this is different than consumption by smoking. Because by smoking, it's quick, and you can see it, and you can register it. Like alcohol, you can say, "Woo, I'm getting a little stoned," or "I'm not." This, as testified by Mr. Mayor, Chris Schutte, your assistant, he said, one of your executives, excuse me, he said that he tried some consumables, not in town here, but in Talkeetna, and boy, he had a really bad experience. If he was driving instead of walking, he would have had a really bad experience potentially, or the people around him could. So, yes, I'm getting more conservative about consumption of these kind of things as I get older, but I think this is a clear one. Right now, public safety is number one out there amongst everybody, whether it's junkies, whether it's syringes in the parks, whether it's people stealing our stuff, SB 91. This is number one. I think this is a good opportunity just to slow down a little bit, see how someone else is doing it outside, and learn from it. We don't need to be the pioneer. When a clock is out, we're not going to be able to do it this tourism season. So let's just slow down and think about how we can do it, and we can do it well and safely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the information that you just handed us here, too. And you have this little packet here that has a lot of different things on it.
Yes,
but on
ma'am.
the back, I noticed that it has, okay, I'm not going to say the word right, pharmaceuticals pharmacokinetic profile of oral cannabis in humans, and it gives basically a chart of how much cannabis is I'm assuming, operating within somebody's system within a certain amount of time, given 50 milligrams a dose. So one of the things that I've been told is that, yes, we can do a blood level, kind of like a blood level, alcohol blood level. We can do other tests that basically will show the presence of cannabis, but we don't necessarily have any kind of standard by which we can determine that how much basically makes somebody intoxicated. So is there anything in regard to this particular graph that you'd like to comment on in terms of how we do register how somebody is identified as being intoxicated?
Thank you very much, ma'am. I am not an expert on that. I handed out to you what the APD officers handed to us at a public meeting. And so I just reproduced that for you and other people out here. I'm not an expert at such things, but I've been told by those 19 people, many of whom are going to be the people out front on this issue, that it's going to be very difficult to test. They don't have a simple blow in the tube and you're at 0.08, oh, you're intoxicated or you're not. There may be blood tests that they could work on, but simply this is a good opportunity to slow down a little bit and get it right rather than do it in a hurry.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Hi. I just want to thank the board for actually bringing this forward. I didn't realize that it was something that wasn't already happening. As somebody who is an excellent baker, I plan on opening a business to be able to bake edibles. So the fact that this is coming before the board is possibly extremely beneficial for my family, and I just want to thank you.
What's your name, ma'am?
Yeah, thank you.
Wendy Williams.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved and seconded. I believe we have an amendment.
Are you speaking about my amendment, Mr. Chair?
Yours are on the other one, but
yeah,
I believe
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, I believe Ms. Kennedy has an amendment. Yes. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 1.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. This amendment is to basically cut to the chase, and that is to amend all of the language, striking out anything that has to do with providing a on-site consumption permission, whether that be considered an endorsement or whatever. It would actually keep the changes to the technical corrections that the administration was asking for, and it would basically preclude any kind of, from here on out, any kind of on-site consumption, certainly starting with edibles, but would later include smoking as well. So.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Any further discussion on this amendment? Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to speak to the underlying motion, but because this amendment is sort of fundamental to that motion, and if this amendment passes, the ordinance is basically dead, I'd like to make my couple of comments here now. One is on the DWI issue, which I do think is a real issue, a concern we all have. It's been a concern with our bars and other establishments. I have an amendment to the next ordinance that I think helps partially address that. That is, we are parking policy inducing people and encouraging people to drive to these establishments. By limiting the parking at these establishments, I hope more people will take cabs, TNCs, walk if it's in their neighborhood. So that's one issue I wanted to bring up. The second is on smoking. And I think that, there are folks here talking about the smoking ban, and I think they rightly see this as a step towards that. Because when we got testimony from the industry during the many work sessions and hearings that we've had on this and the emails we've received and that kind of thing, it's clear that a lot of folks in the industry are not going to utilize this ordinance. That is, a lot of them are not going to make edible-only consumption areas because a lot of these edibles are relatively slow acting, and not everybody wants to sit in a room sort of staring at each other for a half hour to an hour before they kick in. And so there probably will be some that do take advantage of it. We've got a couple that said they will, but most will not. And so the larger change will be if and when there's a discussion about amending this, the underlying ordinance, to allow smoking as well. What this ordinance does, and what particularly the following ordinance do, is sort of lay the legal groundwork so that there might come a time when Anchorage will make that decision. And that's what I wanted to talk about tonight. I do intend to support this unless I am persuaded in the next couple of, hopefully it won't take more than an hour, but however long it takes to debate this. But I do think that next step, when we start to talk about smoking, I think it behooves us to go back to the people of Anchorage because this, what Mark provided us here to me is pretty persuasive. That is, there was a plebiscite, a vote of the people, to determine whether or not we would repeal the secondhand smoking ban, and that repeal failed 73-27, which means that there is a lot of support for the secondhand smoking ban here in Anchorage. And so I don't intend, even if I support this tonight, I don't intend to just unilaterally through the Assembly impose on-site smoking on the people of Anchorage. What I might be willing to do, and what I probably will propose, is that we have a ballot initiative so folks can decide this for themselves. And we don't do that with a lot of ordinances. And I know the industry probably won't be happy with that because they would like us to just do this. And ironically, the secondhand smoking folks won't be happy with it either because they just want us to not do it. But I think it's worth asking that question to the people of Anchorage, the majority of whom supported legalizing marijuana. Should we have a very limited carve-out of the ban to allow regulated on-site consumption for smoking? And so I guess I want to say that tonight just to assure folks that even if this passes tonight, that does not mean that folks like myself are going to turn around and immediately impose on-site smoking. I think there is a different process we can go for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Rivera, on the amendment to the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. While I appreciate Mr. Dunbar's comments, I believe that we should simply vote this amendment down, and then let's debate the merits of the main motion separately from this amendment. If, in fact, the main motion fails, we have the opportunity to bring forward another ordinance that deals with the technical corrections. So I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and then let's have the debate with the main motion. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, actually, I was going to seek some clarification from Mr. Dunbar because he confused me with his testimony, but I am in accord with the chair.
Just to be clear, I oppose this amendment. I was speaking about the underlying ordinance, but because this amendment is so fundamental, I wanted to get my broader comments out there now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have given this quite a bit of thought just because all of the testimony that I have gotten has all been negative. And I haven't had one person contact me and say, please allow on-site consumption. Even from the people that I know are regular marijuana users, for whatever reason, they said this is a bad idea. And then even listening to a couple people from the industry, and granted not a lot, but there were at least 2 comments that said, you know, this is just, it's not really an important idea. It's not going to be a big marketing idea. Like I said, a lot of people have said it's a bad idea, and others have said it's really not going to be that big of a deal, so why bother? It doesn't really help really serve people in a way that they aren't already being served. And, you know, that being said, to me, that's what this is exactly about. This doesn't prohibit anybody from purchasing or selling or taking it home or whatever. It basically just has a strong public safety component that basically does a whole lot of different things in terms of what's, I think, better for our community. And there were a couple of things that were that really stood out to me during these conversations. And one was the impact on the homeless. And we have people from our shelters that are saying, please don't do this. It only adds another enticement to the homeless people who are drug addicts, who do need, excuse me, access to marijuana or any other drug for that matter. So it's just kind of one of those things that just causes, it makes it harder to try to do what we're trying to do. And if we really are serious about going forward in how we can address the homeless situation with its connections to drug addiction, I think we would be putting our better foot forward to finally say, okay, we're gonna try to stop some of this, to head it off at the pass, so to speak, and not make it more of an issue for those people who have addiction issues. But the one that really got to me was a group of kids, a group of high school students, who said, we deal with drugs all the time. And he said, since we've been little kids, you adults have been telling us, don't do drugs. You know, you've got to watch out for making sure you don't abuse alcohol. And now we're putting it in, and I'm just kind of paraphrasing in terms of what they said, but they said, now you're actually saying, no, this is okay. When you turn 21, you get to go do this. And we're going to put all these places out here to tempt you even more to do it when you turn 21. Of course, we're finding out, especially from the statistics that Colorado has recently released. Just today, they released reports about how much worse the problems with drug addiction because of the marijuana laws, their new marijuana laws, has become. It's skyrocketed. It has tripled in a lot of cases, and a lot of it has been their impact to teenagers specifically. So my rationale in all this is, hey, you know what? We can do one simple thing to try to curb some of this drug abuse, the access to marijuana, where people can go right out onto the streets and drive if they want, especially when we know that the impact may not be affecting them quite as soon as we think it might. Again, with the homeless connection as well. But this is an opportunity to just say, you know what, we're not prohibiting anybody from having this. We're just saying, let's just curb it. Let's just take it a little bit easy on this whole on-site consumption concept. So that's my reason for doing it, and it will be my reason for supporting this amendment, and it will also be my reason for voting against the ordinance in its initial form. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant.
Chief Hetrick, could you come down, please? So a number of us who've been involved with the downtown community and the homelessness issue for years recall 2015 as a banner year for spice problems in the city. We had deaths. We had days when every single EMS unit was on call and working down at 3rd and Carluck, and there wasn't another ambulance anywhere in town if someone had a heart attack. They'd get great service by your engines, but they weren't going anywhere, right? And so that was a massive peak in spice. And that was also pretty much the beginning of the legal marijuana time. Can you give me a brief, I asked you for this, on the spice kind of details that we've had since 2015, or maybe just before and since?
Assemblymember Constant through the chair. We have seen the spice overdoses or responses drop dramatically. We went from typically, we had some days where we had 9 or 10 people at a time, and now we're down to averaging 9 calls a month that are spice related since that time, and that's the average for 2019.
Okay, now, and of course, correlation isn't causation. There could be any number of other factors, but have you ever seen an ambulance come to take someone away for marijuana use?
I will be very careful how I answer this question. No, I have not. Marijuana overdoses in adults are very rare, typically because smoking is how marijuana products are ingested. We have heard reports from other states where edibles have been ingested by children, and that has caused problems, but we, as far as I know, have not had any reports of that happening here in Anchorage.
To the best of your knowledge, with the regulations we're proposing, will children be able to acquire edible marijuana inside of an endorsed retail establishment that has 4 locked doors?
No, that should not happen.
Thank you very much. And so that's at least some points. And then to the point, and thank you, I'm done. I'm going to maybe rant just a little bit, but I sat through the Downtown Community Council's process with another license that will eventually come before us, and there were strong, passionate arguments being made by operators of homeless shelter in the downtown that opening another marijuana licensee within a certain distance of a homeless shelter is going to harm the neighborhood. It's going to cause the neighborhood to become a worse place. Let's go on a walk through the neighborhood. Currently speaking, the hazards that you will find walking through the neighborhood that these folks are claiming to be on the mend are needles on the street, people passed out on every corner like bodies littering everywhere, deteriorating buildings where nobody will invest because no one wants to see their business go down because the nature of the neighborhood is so befouled by all of the troubles that are driven into that corner of town from all points of the municipality. Little white vans pick them up and drop them off there. APD, when they have nowhere to take them, picks them up and drops them off there. But these hardy entrepreneurial business people said, that's okay. This is the land they said we could build in. We're going to build here and we're going to build something good. And they have consistently, in just about every single case, caused improvements in the community around which they are operating. And so to me, an argument that any of these licenses or endorsements might cause a diminishment of a neighborhood around a shelter because of vulnerable people, it just makes me want to shout into the wind that what are these people believing these parts of town are at this time? They're places where where angels fear to tread and no one will dare to go with their business because they'll lose money. But these businesses do, and guess what? They're being successful. And so I hope that people will come on a walk with me and see the realities and see where there's rays of light and hope coming up into the neighborhood. It's certainly not around the shelters, and the shelters are doing God's work, yes, but they're not actually changing the character. In fact, they're attracting more of the things that make the neighborhoods struggle. And so I would ask folks to contemplate the fact that the spice epidemic has crashed. People aren't dying in the streets from overdosing because they might have access to something that's legal and tested and safe. And that's the continuum we're on of actually coming up with solutions that mean something to the community, despite the fairly irrational, unfounded fears of people who have for generations said, this is the devil's weed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment fails 8-3. We now have the main motion before us. Any discussion? Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually really torn on this, but I do want to say that I feel offended by a lot of the things that people said about this industry, and it is a legal industry that has done a lot of good for our community, and we've heard how safe. In a lot of instances, it is. So that is my baseline, and I believe that. I do, and I think it's good for pain management and a number of other things. I do have some questions about the public safety piece, and particularly because edibles take so long to get going in your system. And I just don't think I have enough information to be a yes vote, although I do support this industry. And some of the offensive comments are almost enough to make me vote yes. But I'm really torn. So I'm looking forward to hearing from my colleagues, but I think I would be more likely to support this if I had more time to learn more about it.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Weddleton.
I will support this, but I appreciate the concerns people brought up. But, I mean, my observation, comments we've heard here, and I think what we all know is people have been consuming marijuana quite a lot in this state for many, many years, and perhaps more now that it's legal, and particularly edibles. I mean, you can just buy it and go out on the street. Who would know? And you can eat it. So we're really just changing as if very, very few locations may take advantage of this new change in the law and have some people hang out and, eat their edible and then scram. So I don't expect, I just can't imagine it being an earth-shattering big change in the marijuana industry. And in general, I think I agree with Mr. Constant, where what we've seen with the marijuana industry is they're taking crummy old buildings and they're making them nice and they're adding a lot of security, and it has really not been damaging to Anchorage. And then I keep thinking of this compared to microbreweries. I mean, if we are do this and you have more people out there stoned on the road, that's very likely the case. But we have parallel and much larger, or far more numerous, these microbreweries. And you're doing the same thing, brewing beer and then selling it to people in small quantities, and then they go out on the street. And those, we've heard no pushback. And in fact, people are excited to have them. We need more of them. That's a growing business. So it seems very odd to me. And that comes as someone who doesn't drink or do drugs, just observing. So I will support this. I think we should see how it goes. And I don't expect it to be much of a change in anything, really. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I was mentioning earlier when I questioned one of the testifiers about the direction that's this industry is going, and it's trending towards edibles, and it's because they're more healthy. People realize that smoking is not a good thing. So those people who out there advocating against smoking that are to improve people's health, you should be supporting edibles because they're much more healthy than smoking. And one of the reasons that I was somewhat aware that the edibles seem to becoming more popular, I was watching cable TV, and I came to a cooking show. I used to be in the restaurant business, so I started watching the cooking show, and this guy, he was from California, had developed an entire meal, and he was talking about developing an entire menu based on food that had THC marijuana in it. And we're talking the main course, the dessert, the appetizer, the wine, the whole thing. Now, there wasn't anything that I recall that I would have eaten there because I'm kind of a picky eater. I'm a meat and potatoes kind of guy. But for people in California, it was probably really cool for them. And so I don't know whether we'll get to the point where that is something that might happen at one of our retail establishments that decides to get in the edible business. But there are entrepreneurs out there that are going to be very inventive, and who knows what they may come up with that would entice people that, yeah, I think I'm going to eat this stuff instead of smoke it. And in the long run, that would be more healthy for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I too appreciate the contributions the industry has made to our community, the economic contributions, the contribution to pain management, and I thank you for that. However, I do believe that our community is not ready for on-site consumption of marijuana. To me, this is a matter of public safety. Yes, the police can judge impairment, that's true. However, when it comes to prosecution, proving the impairment is difficult. And I know this because I served on a jury 2 years ago with an impairment case that did not end in a conviction, and it was regarded to be a case that had a really good shot. The person admitted to using and driving. There was a blood test, but all the things that have been mentioned about a lack of standards, certain field sobriety tests even for marijuana contributed to the lack of conviction. And despite what was said earlier about technology in Germany, as I believe Ms. Quinn-Davidson said about, well, convince me, I'm not familiar with that. And to my knowledge, that's not something we have here. There is no breathalyzer equivalent, as far as I know, for marijuana. And it's subjective. Blood levels go down before impairment goes down. We need more data in terms of the community impact before we move forward with this kind of change. Let some other community get the data. We don't want to be the data. So I will be a no vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I want to echo a lot of the sentiments that Ms. Quinn-Davidson had regarding some of the untruths and frankly fears that we heard from the community, from some members of the community about this. I think this industry has done a lot to help Anchorage. It has been an economic engine. I mean, we heard it today, 500 jobs. We saw an entrepreneur who just today who said, let's do this. I can help my family and provide income that will help better my family. We saw folks who we heard from APD at our work sessions, and I just want to say we really did delve into these topics quite substantially at our work sessions, both at the community economic development meetings and at the various work sessions where we had APD, where we had the health department. And I heard from them, and I think Mr. Dunbar heard from them, is that they have the tools to help. They would like stronger tools, but they have the tools and the trainings to help. And the industry has training as well on their end to deal with the public safety issues. In regards to homelessness, frankly, if this was truly an issue for our homeless population, I think we'd probably see a lot more docile or happy homeless individuals. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and that's because the homeless population is addicted to much harder substances, and we're seeing a huge mental health crisis, and that's what we need to be addressing. In regards to this process going too quickly, this has been something that the Assembly itself has debated for almost a year and a half now, starting with a resolution that Mr. Constant put forward, and then the state began debating it, and then we debated it once the state finalized its regulations. This has been a lengthy process. I think the community has seen this coming. And then lastly, I just want to speak to the change in our culture, and I think we have a responsibility to help change the attitude of our community on marijuana. And also, we have the opportunity here to change our culture around how we deal with parking and how we deal with walking versus vehicular traffic. And I think initially a lot of these stores are probably going to be downtown, and that is going to be fantastic because folks will go downtown, eat an edible, and then they'll walk around in the mall. Hopefully that'll loosen their wallet so they'll spend more money at the mall. And I think we're just going to see a lot of positive economic growth because of this. So we have an opportunity right now to make some pretty important strides, and I think we should lead. I don't think we should wait for others. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you. I want to echo the comments of several of the other members here, and actually Mr. Rivera put it very nicely, change the attitude around this industry. I have been on this body a couple of months, and I'm on the Community and Economic Development Committee, and one of the things in my short tenure so far that's made quite the impression is the marijuana facility and retail licensing process. It is thorough, it is comprehensive, and this industry puts a lot at stake when it engages to open a facility, and the economic development benefits for us have been fantastic. Now, that said, the public safety concerns are there, but we heard from APD several times that it does have some tools, and no tool is flawless. We're not going to have something that's going to be flawless. Even breathalyzers for alcohol are flawless. So I want us to keep that in mind. What I feel like I'm hearing is we want some kind of guarantee, and I understand there's a lot of concern, but there's never going to be a guarantee. There's not a guarantee around alcohol, and I think Mr. Weddleton's comments about brew pubs really resonate with me. I think we need to have some equity in how we treat the industries. And then finally, I would echo Mr. Dunbar's comments earlier about smoking. I think it's not a foregone conclusion. It's not for me. And I think I really like the idea of taking it back to the people if we decide to go there. And then finally, I'm very much in support of the parking amendment that is coming up in the next item, because it really gets to some of these public safety concerns where we shouldn't be consuming intoxicating substances and driving. And I think culture, we need to reinforce that that's the new cultural standard. So I'll be supporting this ordinance. But I do approach it cautiously, and I hope we all can be very responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Solotel. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I had my rant. I'll be brief. One thing that was said, again, week after week after week, we've been to these meetings, and then the next breath was, this was a rushed process. This is not a rushed process, but I would like to draw your attention to the handout that was given to us, the back page that has that funny chart with triangles and circles on it. Because if you look closely at it, it's very interesting. It's taken out of context. What's not before you is the context of the study in which it was made, but what it shows is a 50 milligram dose. So anybody here understand what the legal limits are and the endorsement for on-site consumption? 10 is the maximum dose and 5 is the actual recommended dose. So it's 5 to 10 times the amount of what would be legally servable in an environment that would be endorsed. So that's one weird thing about this graphic that doesn't make sense. But then the other one, and what he said, I listened really closely, was that the THC, which is if you look at the chart, the diamonds that are the little blip at the bottom, comes and goes, that's the active ingredient. But when you look at the carboxy THC, which is the triangles that go all the way up and last out to 94, they can screen those two items, and the carboxys are the ones that stick around in the test, and the THC is what shows up active in the test. That's what APD said. But strangely, 10 times the dose, and look at the hours on the graph. Is there anything odd there to you? The hours are in units, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then all of a sudden you get 22, 34, 54, 74. It's absolutely distorted in linear time, right? And so this graph is really good for being scary, but it's not very good for making decisions because the data is not there to support what he's actually trying to say from the study. And so just be careful where you get your information. Even though it says Johns Hopkins, even though it came from APD, it's out of context. We aren't allowing, if we pass this, 50 milligram doses.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. It's been an interesting debate. I have a few things I wanted to share. As a relatively new member of the Assembly, I will say that, especially on the health and safety side of this, I was really hoping that this was going to be postponed because I feel like that there's more information that I need and I want. But I wanted to say a few things. I was, like many of the members here, I was struck by some of the comments and felt offended by many of the comments I do believe that the marijuana industry has been an asset to our community. I feel like that I've said this a number of times, that they are responsible, professional, that they have worked hard to begin to shift a culture of fear. I'm also confused by the moving of this when, again, I think someone else said this, when it seems very few people are going to take advantage of it. I mean, to Mr. Weddleton's comment, I'm not even sure, it's going to be that big of a deal. Yet we're spending a great deal of time on it. And so I find myself in an odd position because ideally I would have more and more information. I feel like that I want more, but I also certainly don't want my vote to be an indication of a lack of support for an industry that I feel is doing a really good job. So I am actually still debating how I'm going to vote at this very moment. I am still wanting more and more information, but feeling like that this looks like it's going to pass it based on the comments. So I'm going to continue to think about it. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to, echo just the idea that this industry is absolutely regulated, and there are an amazing amount of hoops that they have to jump through to make sure that everything is done correctly, from whether growing to packaging to selling. So there's absolutely an inordinate amount of regulation that goes into making sure that everything is safe. It's not contaminated. I mean, they have to be secured just so that people don't come in and steal your products. So there's a lot going into that, and I would never suggest that there isn't. What I am suggesting is that we have all of that pretty well under control, and it seems like everybody is functioning fairly well with those regulations. The industry knows what's required of them. They're doing their part. I'm just suggesting that there is an element of public safety that comes with intoxication, that we are basically kind of allowing to be more public intoxication, if you will. And certainly this wouldn't do anything to keep somebody from buying something, going and getting in their car and eating it today or smoking it today or whatever in their car. I certainly understand that. I'm just saying that I think that what we have right now is a good thing, and we're controlling it, we're managing it, and everybody seems to be pretty happy. And with the numbers of people that are not demanding that we do on-site consumption, I was actually quite surprised. I really thought there would be more people saying, yeah, we really want this. But instead, a couple of people from the industry have said, well, it's not really that big a deal. It's not going to make it's not going to make us a bunch of money. A couple people want to do it. Others are saying we're just not even going to bother. So I guess with part of that in mind, that's why I'm thinking that because there is more of a public safety risk with on-site consumption than there is without it, I would rather err on the side of the public. So I am going to vote against it, but probably no surprise there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Sorry for getting in the queue again. I just forgot to give my thank yous. Want to especially thank Mr. Schutte and his crew for all the hard work that they did on this ordinance, and Mr. Gates as well for your work in tandem with the administration on this ordinance. Want to thank Mr. Weddleton and his committee who went through this week after week after week until they got it just right. Appreciate his level of detail and scrutiny. And want to thank the industry for all of their hard work and providing research and any questions that we had, they always had the answer to. Want to thank the police department and their crew for educating the assembly. Also want to thank the health department and their crew for bringing up their concerns and educating us as well. A lot of different entities came together to make this happen. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. Just one additional question that I had to the administration. Maybe Chris can answer this question, but in the testimony and some of the comments, there was something that around someone being able to open a business to create consumables or edibles, based on this, you have to have a retail store in order for you to get this endorsement. So based on this, is that correct, that I have to have a license for a retail store and then I can have an endorsement to consume? I can't just open a consuming place?
Chris Schutte, Director of Economic Community Development. Through the chair, yes. You have to have an on-site retail license, a retail license before you can apply for the on-site retail endorsement or on-site consumption endorsement. So you can't just decide to open a consumption room.
And can you, just one other question, can you give me a little bit of insight into, because I wasn't involved in the creation of this, was it just ease to move from a retail to consuming? Was it just the easiest way to take the next step? Is that what the origin of this was?
Through the chair, no, not exactly. The ordinance in front of you is in direct response to the regulations that the state issued. And the way that the system that the state envisioned is one where to allow on-site consumption, it has to be a licensed retail establishment. And we just followed that lead.
I see. So that came from the direction from the state.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. And what I had gathered from the young lady, Ms. Williams, was that she would apply for a manufacturing license, which would then sell to a real retail establishment, and that there would be a marketplace for these consumables in kind of excess of what the current marketplace is, which means more opportunity. And, one last note, we heard testimony that somebody talked to a dozen cops. I actually spent time talking to APD members, line officers. I didn't really spend much time talking to the chief and their team because they came to the meetings. But what I heard from APD on the beat in the downtown was that, it just makes more sense to give people a place to be, because then we know where they are. We can have some predictability, and we can know when we see people engaging and leaving and going. And so at least the officers I've spoken with who are out there on the street, what I've heard, and maybe it's one of those phenomenon, you hear what you want to hear because of how you frame the question. Maybe not, but I have heard support from members of the beat of APD because it just gives them predictability.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That ordinance passes 7-4.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Constant.
I make a motion to make immediate reconsideration of this item.
Is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded.
I urge a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any discussion on the motion for immediate reconsideration?
Can we have...
Can I have some clarification?
No, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not going to speak.
I can speak.
Yes, Mr. Dunbar did second it. Mr. Constant, if you want to speak to it.
Thank you. Just in parliamentary procedure, when you make a motion to reconsider, you eliminate the opportunity for someone to change their mind tonight or within the next 24 hours, call for immediate reconsideration, and bring the question back before us in 2 weeks. And so it's parliamentary procedure, and it just forecloses the question coming back. And in fact, interestingly, we have an item introduced tonight that forecloses the reconsideration on license applications. We'll come to that later. It's Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
The ordinance coming that would stop us from doing it on the licenses is because there's a crucial time element there, and one person could totally shoot it. So that's very different from this. But I don't think we should reconsider this right now. We should give people a chance to think about it. I mean, that's why that rule is there. And suppose someone did call for reconsideration, then we have this discussion again and we vote again. It's not a time issue. So I'd be,
yes.
Which I want to go yes. Okay, you got to vote backwards the way you think on these things. So I'd give people, maybe people will think about it tonight and they'll all support it. I don't know. So I'm a yes on this.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Before I get to you, Mr. Dyson, Madam Clerk, can you remind me, is this a simple majority vote? Or is this a two-thirds?
I believe it's majority. Do you want to check with Mr. Gates?
Mr. Gates?
I agree, it's simple majority.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Dyson?
Thank you. In, I guess, 26 years of being in a elected policy-making decision, I've never seen this maneuver on an issue this small. And I agree with Mr. Weldon. I think it's very improbable that anything will change. I do not worry about my colleagues here, who I increasingly admire, being so wishy-washy that they'll get overwhelmed by inducements, political correctness, or fear in the next few days. And I have great confidence that whatever they might learn in the next few days will be rationally dealt with and they won't be stampeded. So I, along with Mr. Weddleton, am not interested in limiting the capacity of my esteemed colleagues to respond to new information and use it wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. So we've done this a number of times in the last few years. As Mr. Dyson indicated, usually it's a very large issue. This might be a large or not a large issue depending on how you view it. I am curious, though, now what a yes vote would do. Right. So a yes vote would, for better or worse, Mr. Constant has pulled this lever, and so a yes vote would bring it back up before us.
Right now.
But, Mr. Constant, you could withdraw your motion, I could withdraw my second, and then we could move on to the next item. And sort of judging by taking the quick temperature of the body, that might be the better course of action here.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
I'm sorry, so if we did vote to reconsider, we could just set it for the next meeting and we just postpone it? I mean, if that's the way it went, that's a possibility, right?
Fine, I'll rescind that at this time, because that is not a desired outcome.
Does the second agree?
I do.
Okay. All right.
Damn parliamentarians.
All right. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we'll get back on our agenda. Members can please take their seats. Thank you. We now have before us item 13E, ordinance number AO 2019-67, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Sections 21.03.020C, 21.03.105, 21.05.055, and 21.07.090E, and amending old code sections 21.15.030 and 21.50.420 to establish land use regulations for on-site consumption of marijuana endorsements associated with a marijuana retail sales establishment, and waiving review of these amendments by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any amendments?
I would like to introduce Dunbar Amendment number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dunbar.
I have another amendment in the packet that's sort of a fallback position, but I'm hoping that you'll agree to this one. Although I need to talk to Mr. Is it Yell or Yelly? I always forget.
Yell.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, it's Yell.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I actually do want to talk to you, Mr. Yell. So I appreciate the work that you did on this ordinance and on this, and we had a discussion at the CED committee about the parking requirement. And actually, I'm going to pontificate here for a second, and then I've got a question for you. So if you want to sit down, let me. What this would do, this 1 per 100 square foot for marijuana consumption areas, is force marijuana consumption areas to build a lot of parking in some cases. Analogous to a restaurant or a bar. And at first blush, you might think, well, it kind of makes sense. It's sort of like a bar. But I think that's mistaken for a couple of reasons. One is the way people consume marijuana, which is different. Two is a broader point about building parking. So we've heard a lot of, I think, pretty persuasive testimony about the dangers of DUI and DWI. Many moons ago, I got into a fight with the parking authority because they were trying to charge for parking on Saturday mornings, and I tried to get them to stop that because I was worried that people would drive home, right, rather than leave their cars there. DUI is something, DWI is something that's really impacted me and in my community of Cordova, and we've had a number of really tragic accidents. And the car culture, the idea you have to drive to the bar, the idea you have to drive to an on-site consumption location, to me is really problematic. And so I'm offering this amendment to try to move us away from that paradigm. Now, I know it's a much broader societal problem. That is, we constantly overbuild parking and induce demand for cars. We make it far too easy to drive to locations that you probably shouldn't drive to. You should take a taxi or an Uber, or you should walk, or you should hitch a ride from a friend, find a designated driver, do those kind of things. But that's not what we do. We overbuild parking in this community, and we induce demand, and we bring cars into these areas, and then we're surprised when people consume and drive home. Now, that's all beyond the analysis that Mr. Yell was asked to do. I'm not blaming him at all for what he produced here. This makes sense given our old paradigm, which was let's build as much parking as we can all the time. But I want us to move away from that. So I have this ordinance here that would strike out this line and get rid of the square footage requirement for additional marijuana consumption areas. Now, I believe the practical effects of this, my first amendment was going to be to prohibit the construction of parking at these facilities. But legal counsel informed me that it would be very difficult to determine which parking was for the retail and which was for the consumption facilities, so it wasn't really practical. So instead we did this, and we struck out this requirement here. I believe what this does is basically say that for the whole square footage of the facility, whether it's retail or on-site consumption, it will be one parking space per 350 square feet. That, we believe, is the impact of this amendment, but legal counsel and I are willing to hear advice from planning. So, Mr. Yell, is that your interpretation of what this amendment would do?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
There would be no change to the parking requirement as it stands today.
Okay. Thank you. So we still would be requiring quite a lot of construction of parking. And if these places expanded their footprint to create on-site consumption, they would have to expand their parking. Now, we don't think that's actually going to happen in most of the cases. Instead, they're going to divide off part of their existing facility. And then, of course, downtown, the reason we think a lot of consumption is going to happen downtown is not only because the tourists are there, but also because they don't have parking requirements because of the overlay district. So this probably won't have a huge effect. Probably they'll still go downtown. But I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and shift away from the paradigm that people should drive to these facilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just a brief moment of personal privilege. Mr. Yell missed our meeting last time because he was off getting married. He's a newly married man. I want to say congratulations on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, would this amendment require if there was an addition added for a marijuana consumption area, it would not require any additional parking because that would be for the retail sales establishment, or would the consumption area tacked onto the retail establishment be considered part of one building? Does that make sense?
Through the chair, what would likely happen if this amendment did not pass would that space would be taken from the retail facility and it would be given to the on-site consumption facility. So in crunching the numbers based upon the average size of a retail facility today, if they were to take 500 square feet of their facility and devote that to on-site consumption, it'd be a difference of about 3 parking spaces.
If I may, I'm actually asking kind of the inverse. So if someone added on to their existing footprint for purposes of on-site consumption, would that square footage be counted as additional area as part of the retail establishment?
Through the chair, my apologies, I misunderstood. Yes, it would just be tacked on to the retail sales establishment, so the parking requirement would just be 1 per 350.
And if this was left without Mr. Dunbar's amendment in that situation, it would only require an additional 100 or 1 parking spot per 100 square foot. I guess
350.
So it'd just be per every 350, and then. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, thank you, Ms. Zalatel. I think that was actually really clarifying. I think that discussion was important. I want to have that on the record. As the maker of the amendment, that was my intent, that the on-site consumption facility is subsumed into the retail sales establishment category. And I think that is the sort of approach of the rest of the law, because there is no separate license for an on-site consumption facility. It's an endorsement of the existing retail sales establishment. So that is my interpretation. That was Mr. Yell's interpretation. I'm not sure if that's going to be Mr. Schuette's interpretation. They're having an intense conversation there. Hopefully not about this. But yeah, I just want to get that on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm trying to catch up on my thinking, what's going on here. Using parking spaces and other things to engineer wanted human behavior is an intriguing concept. My own observation with alcohol problems, which I have more experience than ever wanted, that the alcohol dispensers that cause the most problems in a neighborhood, or many of them are the package shops where there's walk-up traffic. And then people drink around that place, and it's unpleasant for the neighbors. Some really nasty bars have some neighborhood impact, fights in the parking lot, problems at closing time, and so on and so forth. But the liquor store, or where people stop by and go home to have a bottle of wine or make tequilas or whatever, not a problem. So here we're wanting the people who are consuming their marijuana on site, we're trying to encourage them to walk home or get a taxi or whatever. I've never, in my significant experience, had a serious fight with somebody smoking grass. It's different with people with alcohol, and particularly the guys that are speeding. So I don't picture somebody that's impaired walking through a neighborhood to be a problem. And so probably not going to support what I think are good intentions here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dyson. Dang, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I didn't follow that logic somehow. But so just to clarify, if I could ask Ryan one real quick question. So if someone decided that they were going to add on-site consumption and they added 350 square feet, they would need one more parking space. Is that the correct math?
Through the chair, that's correct. And my apologies, I may have misunderstood the question a second time initially by Assemblyman Zalatel. If you were to add on any new construction, that would result in more parking. If this amendment passes, that parking requirement is now just 1 per 350. If the amendment doesn't pass, the parking requirement for any on-site consumption area would be 1 per 100.
So in a situation like that, if they added 350 square feet, they would need 3.5 more parking spots then? If this amendment did not pass?
If the amendment did not pass, they would actually need 4 because we round up.
Round up. Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 11-0. Any further amendments? I don't think we have any. Any discussion on the main motion? Seeing no discussion on the main motion, members may proceed to vote. That ordinance passes 10-1. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to change the order of the day to take up items 14I and 14K.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Can you provide an explanation, Madam Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have a representative from the Girdwood Board of Supervisors here, and also these are time-sensitive due to, or at least the liquor license item is time-sensitive due to the Forest Fair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Any opposition to the motion to change the order of the day? Seeing none, that motion passes. So we now have before us item 14 I, resolution number AR 2019-216, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of ownership of restaurant Eating Place liquor license number 3558 and restaurant designation permit for All That's Silver, LLC DBA Silvertip Grill.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. And that passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14K, resolution number AR 2019-217, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for the Herbal Cash LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M19277, doing business as the Herbal Cash, and located. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Brent Kars. I'm here for the Herbal Cash. So I'm the sole owner of the Herbal Cash and seeking a special land use permit for the business in Girdwood. I kind of just wanted to clarify some of the things that were kind of initially written. I think they were changed, but just wanted to make sure. So the proposed business is in the same location as the former state licensed RNS Enterprises, DBA the Herbal Cash, and the state municipal license expired August 31st, 2018, and that business has been closed since that time. I just wanted to make sure that everybody kind of knew that this was a new and separate entity. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded.
I have an amendment.
Yes, we do. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to move Weddleton Kennedy Amendment Number 1.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, Mr. Carr spoke very eloquently on this. This would add to Section 1. Is it up there? Okay. Just makes note, this application is independent and exclusive of the previously approved marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M10126 that was operating under the same name at this location. We're just adding this. It's a little unusual, but it's a, if you read the packet, it kind of gives the impression that it's a continuation of a previous operation, and it's not. It's totally different. They just are using the same names, and they happen to be related. But business-wise, it's totally separate. Just makes that clear.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us. Any discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 10-1. All right. Mr. Weddleton.
I am not going to make a motion to change the order today to do 14M, the trash ordinance, but we should get to that tonight, and I'm willing to go to midnight.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Let's hope we don't have to. So we're going to go back to 14A, ordinance number AO 2019-72, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by sealed competitive bid of real property legally described as lots 10 and 11, Block 1, Highland Hill Subdivision, Unit Number 1, Plat 74-13. I'm not going to read that. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
My name is Randy Phillips. I'm a resident of South Fork, Eagle River. I just became aware of this ordinance 2 days ago, and I guess the question I have is that if this property is sold, the money is going to go back to the Anchorage Fire Department for their training facility over here at Merrill Field. Back in 1983, our legislative delegation appropriated money for the South Fork Fire Department to find a tract of land, or tracts, in this case it was 2 tracts, of land and building, I should say, for a volunteer fire department facility. And what I'm saying here is, it may, and the way we did it was the appropriation through the state legislature, through the municipality of Anchorage, for the South Fork Fire Department of Eagle River. And what I'm saying is the money, no matter who buys this facility, the money should go back at our local government, and i.e. Chugach Eagle River, in my book. You might have a legal obligation here as far as spending the money from, going from the municipality Anchorage to the city fire department, but the moral obligation is that this money should go back to our community and let our community decide how this money is going to be spent, because it was originally state money, it's not municipal money. And that's my concern, is more of the where the money is going to be sent to. And I'm going to speak for myself, and I think probably a lot of members of our community, that the money was intended for our community and it should be spent in our community. And my understanding is that our local road board is interested in that facility for a storage and maintenance facility for our road, and as well as all of Chugach Eagle River as well. And they're looking for a facility like that. But I guess my deal is that there is a moral obligation here, regardless of the legal obligation, that the money ought to be, whoever buys this should be back in the community, and that's my only concern. It's the where the money is going to be spent. So I would ask this body to either hold off on it, get some more input from our community and get back, or if the facility is going to be sold, the money goes back to the community chair directive. And that's all I got to say. And then thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Mr. Dyson.
Fred.
So the body should know that Randy served our community as a state senator for a long time. He and Kelly, Sam Cott, Rick Halper put together this grant to the community. And
thank you.
Yeah, so Randy speaks for what the legislative intent was at that time. And he and the other 3 guys I mentioned were highly thought of in our community. If Tim had enough guys, they'd all be our community leaders. And so I just want to underline the point that Randy's valued and informed.
Can I add one more thing? I did try to get a hold of Sam, but he's probably out fishing right now. I did get a hold of Rick, and I just became aware of this just 48 hours ago, and he fully concurs with what I'm saying. So I can speak on his behalf as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thanks. I didn't hear what year that was.
1983.
Thank you.
I believe it was around $250,000, but I'm not sure. That's 35 years ago. I can't even remember what I did 35 days ago. So.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you for your testimony.
Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve, or move to postpone, please.
To a date certain, Ms. Kennedy?
What would be about a month from now? It would be not the next meeting, but the second one in July.
That would be July 23rd.
I would say till July 23rd.
Okay, so move to postpone to July 23rd. Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy, do you want to speak to it?
I will. I can give a lot of detail on this and where this thought is coming from, or I can leave it at the fact that there are just a lot of loose ends right now. There's a lot of other information that I don't think the Assembly has, and there are some questions yet. So if we have an opportunity maybe to talk more with the administration about this, we might have a better way forward. There are a couple of other options that I think the community would like to look into, and so unless you want me to go into all the detail of all those things, let me just say that we would appreciate just moving to postpone.
Mr. Weddleton saying no, please no. Mr. Dunbar, do you have a question for Ms. Kennedy?
Not for Ms. Kennedy, no, but relevant to the motion.
Sure.
Is there someone from the administration that could speak to this? I know this is when Ms. Ward used to do these kind of things, but who is the person that works on these kind of sales now? Okay.
Through the chair, maybe cutting to the chase, I think we could say we're willing to delay for a month. We did our inquiry and talked to the staff of the road service area and sort of confirmed where we are, but we're happy to accommodate further conversations with Assemblymember Kennedy and anyone else who's interested. We would still like to get the sale done, and we'd still like to do it this year. If there's another way, that'd be great, but there's nothing that's going to break if we wait for another month.
Great. And one other question, if I could. A piece of data I'd like, hopefully we have a work session on this or in some other way, perhaps it's just an email. But one piece of data I'd like from the administration is we recently sold a fire station, I believe it was in your district, 9. And I'm curious where those revenues went and how, if state funds were used to build that as well. So we've got a precedent for this, and I think that whatever that precedent is, we should follow it, although I'm willing to be persuaded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question is the road board that's interested in buying this, if it's postponed a month, do they need time to make some changes to that building so it'll work for them before the winter season rolls around, or can they just use it as is? Does anyone have that information?
Mr. Chair.
Sure, Ms. Kennedy, do you want to respond to that?
I could.
Sure.
Speak to some of that, and let's see, I'm looking for, Maury's here too. He might be able to
Maybe
speak to that as well.
maybe Senator Phillips might know.
What I can tell you that I do know about it is that, yes, they would use the facility as is. The facility would need a little bit of, it has never had any maintenance on it. It's never really had any other upkeep. They would want to make sure that the plumbing works because it has not really had running water in it for a while, and there is a restroom there. I know they would want to paint the outside of the building. It's looking kind of shabby. But other than that, I think they would try to build a containment outside in order to hold sand, like a 3-sided containment wall for sand. And other than that, they would be ready to move in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I'm reminded that we have before us the motion to postpone. Mr. Constant on the motion to postpone.
Yeah, I didn't understand it that this was a sale to the LRSA, that this was a sealed bid proposal, that the LRSA would have an option to put in an offer, or they may be asking for us to somehow transfer them the property for free. But I don't believe that there's, at this time, any intent for a purchase and sale agreement with the LRSA. And so I just wanted to be clear. I heard someone state that there was the idea that they were intending to buy it. That's a different conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion on the motion to postpone, members may proceed to vote. Yeah. That motion passes 11-0. So we will see that item before us again on July 23rd, and we will have a work session so Ms. Kennedy can give us all of the details. We now have before us item 14B, ordinance number AO 2019-75, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 15.20.005 to delegate Title 15 code enforcement to police or peace officers.
Wait, reading?
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl-Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Matsu Valley. Follow the public process. Public process is not an appropriate decision made by the governing body. Is more like in the public interest. I wasn't planning on speaking on this tonight, but after reading it, there's not much information here. And you know I tend to follow things, okay? But I'm still confused because the way I read this scenario It's under the guidance of the police department, but this is allowing that municipal employees other than the police department is going to be responsible for a certain part. And it says municipal employees, but it doesn't say exactly who those municipal employees are. So this is a extreme lack of transparency, of identity, of who we're talking about in this language here, of who you're directing, and it says it's by this language that's in this 2-page report, it allows you to an option to have employees other than the police department on a given area, but you don't say in here exactly who those employees will be. And I would encourage you to do one thing: delay this, be more transparent, say who you're talking about, exactly who you're talking about, and have the public to respond. Thank you very much. With 1 minute 32 seconds to spare.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, my read of the ordinance is that it is specific, and it states it right there, that it allows code enforcement officers. It speaks about, under the added language, any police or peace officer may enforce provisions. That's the language added, and then when you go to the AM, it says code enforcement. So I think it's pretty clear, and I think we can move forward with this, and it's going to help.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only question would be, because this was voter approved in April of this year, is there anything different about what we have here in front of us versus what was on the ballot?
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy, and I think Ms. Wynn-Pearson can answer that. Ms. Wynn-Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. One, no, this is simply the codification of what we approved or what was approved by the voters in April. And the second point I wanted to point out is that the language specifically uses the term peace officers, because the people who are peace officers are defined by code, by Title I, 145030. So it isn't simply, that is a defined term, and the code sets out who can be a peace officer and who the mayor can appoint as a peace officer. So that term is not an accident. It's intentional to make it very clear who these people are.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, I think our attorney just spoke to the issue, and just on the face of it, it seems kind of obscure, so most of us, when we think of peace officer, we think of a police officer, sheriff, or whatever. And so we have then in our city people we call sworn officers, and then we have peace officers, and I think it's unfortunate to perpetuate that kind of confusion. But this works, right?
Yeah. Through the chair, this follows the terminology that's in current code. If you want to clean up the terminology in current code, that's certainly something you could do, but that would be a different project.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14C, resolution number AR 2019-206, a resolution providing for revisions to the 2017 Merrill Field Airport operating budget to provide 2017 appropriations commensurate with 2017 expenditures. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Constant, how do you vote? Mr. Constant votes aye. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14D, resolution number AR 2019-209, a resolution providing for revisions to the 2018 general government operating budget to provide 2018 appropriations commensurate with 2018 expenditures for various departments and funds.
Reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14E, ordinance number AO 2019-76, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code to repeal and reenact section 9.46.060 regarding failure to secure a load to a motor vehicle driven on a street or highway.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Would anyone like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Mat-Su Valley. Follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more like a public interest. Note, yes, I'm a Mat-Su Valley resident. I use the highways, both Anchorage and the Valley, but I want to make sure you understand, because of my travels and what this means. I'm really concerned of a policy that's going to just continue the present-day situation, and that is you want to correct the situation that things are more less dangerous on the road, and things are supposedly covered, but this is not allowing for that. I noticed that in page 290 it says, at least 6 inches of freeboard is maintained around the entire perimeter of a load consisting of sand, gravel, dirt, rock, or similar materials, and so forth. Is that making it safe? Many of you have been on the Anchorage roads and the Valley roads, and you've seen these gravel trucks and boulders. And I, as a one on my previous car, when it was brand new, went down an entrance of where Eagle River is going on the highway going toward Anchorage, and my transmission was cut in half, basically, and had to be replaced. Why? The boulders, and you've seen them, and they're visible, and they're above loads. So what we have here is a policy of indifference, both by local, state officials, in maintaining the safety of the roads, and those vehicles should be securely covered, not giving a description which I just read to you, and that's what you're going to be adopting. These vehicles need to be covered, secure. Now, the gravel, most likely, by the way, is most likely coming from the Valley, and it's going into Anchorage, and they're affecting the roads in Anchorage and the Valley. It doesn't take much to go on those arteries and challenge those trucks that are not secure, and the secure should be, not by this language, they should be securely covered, because I doubt many other states are doing what we're doing, but this is a lapse, and it's only resulted in danger for the public who are driving, pedestrians or whatever, because these are large rocks, and you and all of us have seen those are not down in depth, and even if they were a few inches, it's not going to be secured unless they're properly covered. And both you and Municipality of Anchorage and so forth need to adopt something, to adopt that these things need to be covered and not allow this kind of language to allow for us to be all endangered and provide more costs for people in insurance, auto, and all that. Because that's what's happened. It allows people with glass, repairs and all that. This is not necessary. A simple cover, secure cover, would result in a situation less likely to endanger everybody. But the language in here surely allows the situation just to continue. And that's all I have to say without any questions. Bye.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment 1.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
It'd be better to put this on the screen because it's a little detailed, but basically this just corrects some references.
Missed it.
Can we get this on the screen?
I don't think I have it.
We do have this one. It was in our amendment folder. So it's on the screen now. Do you want to explain anything further, Mr.
Well,
Weddleton?
it's just the references. You can see in C4, it changed the reference. It had something was from a state reference, and D the same. And then on where it shows the fines, you can see in the citation 9.46.060 a C was added.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson on the amendment. Got it. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Peterson on the main motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the lady that testified a year or so ago when we passed the Secure Your Load local ordinance here couldn't be here this evening. She was feeling ill. To explain what we're doing here, the legislature made changes to state code, and we're just changing our local ordinance so it complies with the state code. That's what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14F, ordinance number AO 2019-77, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly authorizing a time extension for social service facilities designated as temporary cold weather shelters to continue providing overnight shelter.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Constant.
Yeah, the intent of this is to bring back into compliance the code that allows for overflow shelter, which is currently expired as of the first of the month. We only have one vendor at this time who's providing these services, or one operator. But the intent is to have a more broad and reaching conversation about this section of the code, because it's a little bit irrational that we are using temporary cold weather shelter in the warm weather months. And so there's an important conversation to be had about what this wants to be when it grows up.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, thanks. So I guess that question, it seems odd phrasing, but you didn't want to deal with that now. So we're doing this as, maybe you could explain briefly, and then why does it terminate September 1 when it might start getting cold?
Right, and so again, as I stated, the intent is with the committee to work on this section of the code, have something introduced and passed by that time that is a comprehensive revision of this section. It had already expired, and we decided rather than just say a whole nother year, let's look at it, but let's get it back into effect so we aren't.
Yeah, understood. No, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you to Mr. Constant and Ms. Elatel for putting this ordinance forward. I'm looking forward to the next part of the discussion, which I believe will start tomorrow at the Homelessness Committee meeting, and to finding a long-term solution. I think we've heard pretty loud and clear from our constituents that they want us to find a long-term solution for shelter, and this provides, I think, the stopgap necessary for us to delve into that further. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
I think Mr. Rivera said most of what I was going to say, that this is going to be the main topic we begin to discuss tomorrow at the Homeless Committee. So for those members of the community that want to be a part of that conversation, please come and join us.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14G, resolution number AR 2019-211, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new restaurant eating place liquor license number 5775 and restaurant delegation permit for Johnny Chicago's Restaurants, LLC DBA Johnny Chicago's.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, if I didn't support this, my sister would kill me. It's her favorite place.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. We want to keep you alive. Any other discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14H, resolution number AR 2019-212, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new restaurant eating place liquor license number 5789 and restaurant designation permit for Severio's Pizzeria, LLC DBA Severio's Pizzeria.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14J, resolution number AR 2019-214, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a premise extension for alcohol special land use permit beverage dispensary tourism use and license number 4283 for Bistro IT LLC DBA Inlet Tower Hotel Salmon
reading.
Bank. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14L, resolution number AR 2019-218, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for 2KT Inc., a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M18117, doing business as Mary Jane's Cannabis Emporium.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Stanley Bronzik, and I'd like to oppose the application for this marijuana permit. The Mary Jane's Cannabis Emporium has applied for a permit to sell marijuana at 8855 Jewel Lake Road and on Lot B3 of the TCAL subdivision, which adjoins the above referenced location. I object to the proposed business for the following reasons. The kids from Diamond High School routinely walk or drive from the school to the Subway store and a holiday station, which for lunch, which are near the proposed site. Since my home is one of the nearest residences to the proposed location, I hope that you can understand I'm very concerned about this kind of business in my backyard. Most of the area surrounding the proposed location is made up of residential areas, a lot of family homes. I'm convinced that if the approval of this application will adversely affect the character of our community. Additionally, since I have no knowledge of the business plan, I'm concerned about the hours of operation. What is the 3.18 acres going to be used for? Does the grand plan involve a greenhouse for growing the product? If so, will this affect the water table, which has already been affected by clearing of the adjoining land? There's an open operating cannabis store about 1 mile down Diamond from my current location. I feel this is more than enough availability for the area. Finally, I'm convinced that my home value will significantly decrease with the approval of this application. I have many other concerns, but I don't want to burden you with these at this time.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, yeah, thanks for coming. I just want to make clear over on your left. Hi there. The property is quite large, as you would know. It's that whole shopping mall there.
Yes.
But the actual business will be at one location. It will only be 1,074 square feet. So it's a fairly small unit. It's one unit in there.
Yeah.
It won't be the whole acre. And in fact, if they increase the size more than, I think, 20%, they have to come back to us. So it's not a huge operation. This is only retail and a very small part of that strip mall.
Okay, the problem is, we got a green letter in the mail that said that it was part of the whole area.
Right.
This application was part of the whole area. So that's why I testified to that.
Yeah, but it'll be just one retail unit in that
Okay,
large
fine.
building.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Did I get that right?
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Thank you. Jana Weltzine, attorney for the applicant. We're just here for questions, and my client is here with one of his general managers. And thank you for Assembly Whittleman clarifying there's no growing here, no greenhouse. It's late. I can't pronunciate the words quite well. I'm sure you guys feel that way often. And that's about it. Thank you. And no on-site consumption. This building doesn't qualify for on-site consumption.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Whittleton or Ms. Kennedy, was this reviewed by the committee?
We did. We had quite a discussion on this one, and we did recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Any further discussion on this item? Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes, through the chair to Mr. Whittleton, were members of the Sand Lake Community Council attended your committee, and if so, can you speak to that?
No, I don't believe anyone from that Sand Lake Community Council attended our meeting. And as you read through the packet, you probably saw there was some controversy there.
Sure. Didn't know if that was a part of your meeting or not.
No, we talked quite a lot about that and the nature of the meetings. And the impression is that the meetings were not run quite as crisply as some are. And the results were inconclusive, in my opinion. So,
thank you.
To be clear, Mr. Whittleton, you were speaking of the community council meeting?
Right, the community council meeting. The Community Economic Development Committee meeting run by Ms. Kennedy was quite crisply run and very effective.
Yeah, and so just one more comment. I was able to attend one of the community council meetings in which this was discussed, and there was, as you saw in the packet, there were concerns brought forward, but none of the concerns, based on what I heard, were related to whether we should approve this or not. And so I will be voting to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I was wondering if Ms. Weltzine or the applicant just wanted to speak to that. I think there was some confusion. There were several meetings. I know there was information in the packet. What I couldn't find in the packet, and maybe I just missed it, was the Sand Lake Community Council resolution. Mm-hmm. So if you can just sort of fill us in on what happened, what their concerns were, and whether they were based in our role as assembly members. My feeling is that through reading the packet, you and your your client have fulfilled all the requirements. Mm-hmm. And so I'm planning to vote yes, but I want to make sure I understand that that's true.
Sure, yes. So actually, Sand Lake is my personal community council. So the first meeting happened shortly after the earthquake. And so we were on the agenda, but it was, I offered to put us at the bottom because there was a lot of important stuff. Then they wanted to bump us completely off, but I was concerned that people who had gotten our invite were there. I actually think this couple showed up at that meeting. I think they were the only ones that raised their hands, and I wanted to make sure that they had the chance to talk because that was the meeting that we invited them to. No vote was taken there. Basically it was, okay, you got your chance to introduce yourself. Now you'll come back in February. And I said, okay, I'm out of town in February, but my client will be there. My client went. They were not on the agenda for February. I think that was the meeting that Mr. Perez attended. And I wasn't there, so basically what I heard, though, was a lot of negative feelings towards marijuana from the leadership of the community council. Ended up in a vote that was a negative vote. We requested to be back on the agenda for the next meeting. We came to the next meeting, was not on the agenda again. So I'm a member of the Sand Lake Community Council, so I can make a motion, made a motion to amend the agenda and put us on the agenda. We had a really great discussion. I felt like the community members are really getting involved. We talked about signage. We talked about the loitering policy and checking around the back. We talked about exterior lighting, even though that site is really well lit anyways. We talked about concerns about the name. Some people thought it was too cutesy or slang. I think they use the word slang, if I recall.
I think they're maybe drawing children in or something. That's what I recall, since it's Mary Jane. And
yeah, right. And that's more. It's supposed to be more of a nostalgic kind of name, not as much as like luring kids in. I guess I don't really know how Mary Jane's Cannabis Emporium we were kids. And then there was a lot of good discussion. A lot of community members were saying, hey, wait a minute, why are we not like welcoming this new business? I mean, this applicant has been a business owner in our community, has given back to our community for decades with the Jewel Lake Bowl, because they own the Jewel Lake Bowl Center. And a gentleman stood up around 9:45 and said, you know what, I call the question. I want to take a vote. And the leadership said, oh, you call the question, what does that mean? And he goes, well, it's late, I want to get out of here. And they said, oh, you mean the meeting, you want the meeting to close. The meeting's closed, no vote. So that's why it was kind of disturbing. A lot of people came up to me after and said, wow, that was weird, and we've never seen anybody do something like that before, and, you know, you guys should have just gotten a bunch of people to come in from outside of the community, and, you know, and which I never do. I never pack the community councils. It's just not what the purpose is, so I just don't do that. So that's basically the synopsis. It's a little unorganized, a little jungled, but that's kind of how it went.
Can I ask one follow-up, Mr. Chair? Could you just explain to us how you see our role in evaluating community council input in the legal framework of our vote?
I think it's a factor, just like everything else. When you look at the community, you know what the challenges are in the community, and sometimes community councils know better what the challenges are in that particular community, and they usually are the ones that show up and are active, and they're aware of other projects that are going on. So I think it's a really good tool for the Assembly to use, but I think that the Assembly also has to be cautious of when the community council's roles are used to further personal feelings and personal political agendas, and, you know, this whole monopoly over morality discussion, vices versus not, or so, you know, I think it's more of an advisory tool for you, but that would be my opinion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant.
Still at public hearing?
No.
Are we in debate, or are we still?
No, we're still in
I'll
public
wait.
hearing.
Thank you.
Okay.
We are in debate. Okay, good. I'm still late. I'm tired. I don't remember.
Close the public hearing.
I asked her
Did we?
as part of debate, I think.
Okay. Okay, then, thanks. I do have a comment to make then.
All right.
It's late.
Thank you.
We're getting past where we should be making policy, but, yeah, I know. So what I was going to state was just kind of the answer also to the question Ms. Quinn Davidson just asked, with a little bit of a different color on it, that the community council input is advisory, that we don't grant community councils veto authority over our actions, that we reserve that authority, and we do that for a lot of good reasons. But the one thing that we've done wisely through all of these processes is created the neighborhood responsibility planning process, which tends to result in an MOU between the operators, the potential operators, and the communities. And I strongly recommend anyone who might be out there listening who is a community council person that has a council that's adopted to take no position on these questions or oppose, that it behooves you to work closely to ask the questions of, are you going to be a good operator, and how are you going to be a good operator? Because you don't have a veto authority, but you do have an opportunity to work with these applicants. So I strongly recommend people out there do that instead of just turning away.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That passes 10-1. We now have before us item 14M, ordinance number AO 2019-74. An ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code by adding Chapter 15.100, trash handling to minimize bears and other wildlife getting into trash.
Waive reading.
Thank you.
To Chair, can I extend? Move to extend?
Sure. That would be appropriate. Do we have a second?
To what time?
Until we're done, 11:46.
Second.
Okay. Could you just make the motion to midnight, please?
Move to extend till midnight.
Okay. Thank you.
Ceiling, not a goal.
Yes. So I believe we did have a second for that. Any discussion on that motion?
I would just say this is fairly time sensitive because if we wait, we have 3 weeks before our next meeting, and code enforcement is very anxious to have the tools available now to deal with bad behavior.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to extend the meeting to midnight.
Let's do it. Work.
And that passes 10-0. Okay, public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify?
Welcome. Hello, my name is Mike Edgington. I'm the co-chair of Girdwood Board of Supervisors. I think that gives me an extra couple of minutes, but I'm going to do everyone a favor and try and keep it down to 3. Or less. So Girdwood has been very involved in this process from the beginning. We had a number of meetings last year at the Board of Supervisors, our Land Use Committee, Public Safety Committee, and other bodies. We had quite a lot of bear activity last year for a number of reasons. We had a lot of issues with trash, poorly secured trash. Throughout the series of meetings, we ended up with a community body sort of formed itself called Girdwood Bear Aware. They've been very active in education since that time. We now have a group of volunteers who sort of go around and clear up any trash problems. We've also pushed for voluntary compliance or voluntary best practices. So we now have, I think, about 90% of bear carts in the community are. Sorry, there's a bit of noise behind me. About 90% of the carts in the community are bear resistant already. What we've got to is we've got to a point where we kind of hit up to the limits of voluntary compliance. We have situations with a number of businesses who really don't want the inconvenience of having to lock or use the locking facilities on their dumpsters. Some businesses who don't want dumpsters that are the right size. We have some issues with condos where the homeowners association, well, the majority of the owners of the condos are not resident. So these issues are not really to the fore, and any extra cost or inconvenience, is not being pushed forward. We also have an issue with a lot of our housing is second homes, is used for short-term rental. So we have a lot of visitors in the community who aren't necessarily aware of best practices. So we very strongly support this ordinance as a Board of Supervisors. I think you all got a resolution from us this morning, which we passed yesterday, to say so. And we'd like to go further than that and actually offer ourselves as I was going to say sacrificial, I'll say guinea pig community. And we'd actually like to go further and turn Girdwood into the first secure trash regulation zone. As soon as you can. I don't know how soon that can be, but as soon as you can. Again, we'd like that to be tomorrow, but as soon as you can do it, it's better for us. That's all I really had to say.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Hey there, I'm Laurel Andrews with Alaska Waste. I don't have anything specific to say. Alaska Waste talked to you guys in a couple work sessions. We really appreciate the chance to give our feedback to the ordinance. So if you have questions, I'm here. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony and being here so late. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Adam Lees. I live in South Anchorage. I have had the privilege the last 18 months to work for Suzanne LaFrance as her assembly aide, and in that capacity I've visited all of my community councils, including Girdwood, in the South Anchorage Assembly District. Even the councils that are by the coast and the flats, bears have come up on every agenda. They are toward the top of it. The Hillside Community Council, Rabbit Creek, Bear Valley, obviously. Especially a few years ago, we're seeing increased contacts with bears. The Halo meeting that had featured the Alaska Department of Fish and Game was the largest gathering at Halo I had ever seen. There were well north of 60 or 70 people there, and we learned quite a bit from the state, from the city, about the code issues. The utilities have been phenomenal about being forthright and discussing some of their logistics, their costs, and how this associates. Obviously, this ordinance is pretty much the first crack at the nail. There's going to be some perfections, and honestly, the best thing I can say that can happen is education. Through that, I learned that the biggest attraction of bears isn't even fish or trash necessarily, it's bird feeders. They can get as many calories going for a bird feeder in 15 minutes as they can for a day on grazing on the hills. And I also had seen the bears out. Actually saw a sow with 4 cubs, which I didn't know was a thing. So clearly conditions are good for resources, so hopefully they'll be down. But this seems not only a very humane way to do this, but it also addresses an issue that's come up quite a bit and has been used as a vehicle for less savory factors of the community to kind of confuse and cause trouble. So I do support this ordinance. I know it has broad support throughout South Anchorage, and the more folks I've talked to it, every single person wants to see this happen. And some of them actually went to their utilities to get bear-resistant containers who weren't in my neighborhood. So I'm hoping this is actually going to bring a lot of needed attention and be more of a change than even just the legal changes.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Yes.
Is this the S version we're talking about?
Folks can testify on either version. Yeah. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Dave Battle with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Similar to Alaska Waste, I'm mostly here just to say I'm here to answer questions. I will say that trash is absolutely the #1 driver of conflicts with bears in Anchorage, and this ordinance has the potential to really change communities and make them safer. So, thanks.
Thank you. I have a question for you, sir. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. In the context of this ordinance, I've heard from a number of people who are having daily occurrences where bears are visiting their homes, and their thoughts are, well, this is kind of a joke to them. And I think it's an important policy decision to make, but it's probably not everything. What from the Fish and Games Department are some other tactics that we can employ once we get this, if we get this in place?
May I ask why they think it's a joke?
Probably because they have, 4 to 6 bears that weekly come through their property, and, they just are in a very high frequency area.
We can certainly talk about, there's a lot of different strategies, but I think this is the first and most important one, and my guess is a lot of them might see much fewer bears coming through their property if they lived in a secure trash zone. What we see in a lot of places when people start telling us that a bear is coming through daily and they're not getting anything, they're not, they swear they're not getting anything. If we start investigating, they're getting something. They're getting something in that area. It might not be at that person's house. It might be at the neighbor's house, out behind their house. People can't see it from the street. But a lot of times, almost all the time, the bear is getting something in that area, and it's usually an artificial food source. So there are a lot of things that can be done, as another gentleman called up bird feeders and stuff like that. Bird feeders are absolutely a tremendous source of calories for bears. They're not as frequent as trash. I mean, it's just not every house has a bird feeder, but every house has a trash can. So there are a lot of roads we can go down, but I think this is the first and most important one.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved and seconded for the S version. I see we have a nice stack of amendments.
Oh, Austin got there before me.
Shall we just go in order? Oh, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring to your attention that my wife, Stephanie Quinn Davidson, serves on the Watershed and Natural Resources Commission as the vice chair, and she actually signed the resolution that came before us. So I just wanted to declare a potential conflict.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. I've been advised that I should always go through the questions, and I don't. Just give me a second. Ms. Quinn Davidson, is the financial or private interest substantial part of the matter under consideration for you?
No.
Okay, I'm just going to end it there. You do not have a conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to let John drive the train in terms of putting forward all the amendments. I just want to say before we do so, we have a lot of sort of small amendments that clean up a variety of things. There is a little bit of a time sensitivity to this. We are entering into heightened bear season, and I know that Jack Frost and others are really eager to get the code enforcement tools, not so much the regulation zones that might take a little bit longer, but we can at least start with those. So there's a lot of amendments, but don't let that sort of intimidate us. They're relatively small. The concept won't change. The concept has been talked about a lot in the public. I've been interviewed. Mr. Weldon's been interviewed, Mr. Battle's been interviewed a bunch, and the administration, I think, has weighed in as well. So I believe the public is adequately on notice and will be even after the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weldon, do you want to take us away?
Yeah, and we got some really great comments from the Watershed and Natural Resource Committee that was really appreciated. We, throughout these amendments, brought some of those things in, but not really the breadth of what they did, and partly because it was so large. If we brought all that in, it would almost be we should postpone this and continue the public hearing and the public process. But we want to get this done. There are other issues that we just heard from Mr. Battle, with birdseed and other things that we will probably be dealing with later, and we can incorporate some of their suggestions then. So I don't want anyone related to that effort. It was very good, and I think we'll use their information later on. So moving right along, I would like to move Dunbar-Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
This adds, it does a couple things. One, we had used the phrase trash containers, and that got a little bit confusing the way we had things worded. So it deletes trash, and we just say containers. And then it added rubbish and recyclables to the definition.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any discussion? Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weldon, help me remember, in our work session, I felt like one of the providers stood up and said, just to be clear, this isn't about recycling.
Correct, and this
so
achieves that.
that's what this does?
This puts in a container can be one that is very broadly defined here, but as we get into what needs to be in a bear-resistant container, we break out recyclables.
So this is just the definition of container?
Right, and this is very broad.
Thank you.
Pretty much anything.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to move Amendment Number 2.
Second.
Okay,
go ahead.
Sorry, and this adds recyclable material to the what is under rubbish, and rubbish you do not have to have in a bear-resistant container. So you could have your recycling cart.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, and because we're family-oriented, we have added soiled diapers to what would be in the trash. This came from the Watershed and Natural Resources, and they said bears really love them, and it's just kind of messaging to anyone who would read a code that, hey, those are counted as very attractive to bears.
Second.
I jumped, sorry.
Not me.
Mr. Dunbar.
I just want to note, when I was a wildland firefighter, we had to put lye on our latrine so the bears wouldn't come and just eat our latrine. They will absolutely eat diapers and basically anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, for that imagery. Any further discussion?
Punchy.
Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 11-0. So I'm just going to go in order. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I absolutely support this. I'm really glad that Forrest and John and others took leadership on this issue. My amendment, the purpose for it is that I'm concerned that having only a timeline from midnight to when trash is picked up to put your trash bins out, or your containers rather, and that probably maybe is 7 a.m. or 8 a.m., that will, maybe unintentionally, but will preclude certain members of our society from actually following the law. So, for instance, folks who work night shift, and I actually reached out to APD, and they confirmed that their night shift is from 11 p.m. to 9 a.m. So no one who works at APD who doesn't have a partner who could do this, and I'm sure there are single people at APD or otherwise throughout the city, could actually even follow this. So that's a concern of mine. I just don't want to write law that is hard for people to follow. And I think that the other thing, a counter argument to that might be, well, those 2 hours are really essential. If those 2 hours are really essential, it should be what are we calling it? A secure trash regulation zone. Like that, if that's so important, then let's make it one of those zones. So that's my pitch for the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Weddleton.
Mr. Schuette, you want to address this? Or you haven't moved it?
Do we have a second? Second. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair, Chris Schuette, Director of Economic and Community Development. Just wanted to point out that there's one of the challenges with this is that the carriers have published pickup times, Alaska Waste, for example, that are part of their tariff with the RCA. So, for example, Alaska Waste and their tariff stipulates that they will pick up, that they ask customers to put trash out for pickup starting at 6 a.m. And we're concerned about, and the haulers have expressed this in some of the meetings we've had, about some of the unintended RCA implications of trying to dictate the time specifics for them to pick up. Additionally, there's the simple logistical concerns that they've got about timing their pickups. Now, to the root comment that you made about making this available for people with flexible or different schedules, alternative schedules, I think we would agree in concept that providing an avenue for people to comply with the law is always the best. However, I think that there is concern about leaving trash out from 10 p.m. at night until pickup the next day, which, depending on where you are in any provider's route, could be as early as 7 a.m., could be as late as 11 a.m. So there's the potential for leaving trash exposed for over 12 hours that makes us a little bit nervous about setting that time. By establishing the sort of generic term, the morning of collection, we feel that we've worked in enough flexibility that individuals with an alternative work schedule and with knowing what time their pickup will occur can figure out how to take out the trash. The more that we can do to minimize the amount of time that the attractants spend out on the curbside, the better. So we would urge you to reconsider the idea of putting it to 10 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Schuette. Anything further, Mr. Dunbar? Okay, thank you. Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to speak to the tariff issue. It's true that in state statute, if a municipal ordinance is in conflict with an RCA statute or regulation, or the tariffs approved by them, that the municipal ordinance has to yield. Earlier today, our legal intern, Sadie, looked up the Alaska Waste tariff, and this actually says in section 201.20.8 that the customer will be responsible for placing the receptacles for pickup and their individual pickup location according to the guidelines above, no later than 6 a.m. on their scheduled pickup day. So it only says no later than 6 a.m. I don't think that's in conflict with this ordinance that says no earlier than 10 p.m. I think that those can be harmonized.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. That was part of what I was going to say. I don't see here where we're telling anybody who's a trash service that they have to do anything. This is all on the citizen. And I think it's reasonable to create a standard that's actually achievable. With the context of an additional 2 hours, it seems to me that it is an unfair and undue burden on a set of people to force them to try to figure out a way to have some third party come and take out their trash for them because their shift is different than what this allows. And so I think this is actually a very savvy amendment. And I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similarly, I'll be supporting this because I think giving a no earlier than 10 p.m., which is much more achievable for most people, will get people to be much closer to the stated time versus setting it out at 6 p.m. the day before as they're kind of, finishing up their time outside before they go in, for dinner or what, as I've observed in several neighborhoods. So I actually think this is a smart move. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Mr. Weddleton.
No, I can't support this. I mean, we really, really want to get this carts off the streets and away from the bears. And this gets us essentially status quo for most of the city. These secure trash regulation zones will be very, very few and very, very, very small. We're not going to go out there and do all of Muldoon or anything like that. We're going to do a few hundred homes a year. So this is a critical piece. If people get that trash out in the morning, you shrink that window. But they don't have to. They don't have to put it out in the early morning. They can put it out late in the evening before if they get a bear cart. They have an option. So I won't support this. This really hurts the success of this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And they came and picked up trash on my street yesterday. It was about 12:20 when they got there. We are one of the last streets that they pick up, and the truck is almost always full and has to go dump, and so that's why they get there kind of late. Most people are putting their trash out 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night on Sunday for Monday morning, Monday sometimes afternoon pickup. And so that's possibly the reason we have lots of black bears in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment fails 7-4. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Salatel Amendment number 5. Second.
Moved and seconded.
Thank you. This amendment is to allow for an affirmative defense for any violator that can show a good faith effort to obtain a compliant bear-resistant container from their solid waste service, and the service did not supply one. This was an amendment done at the behest of Assembly Council.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Mr. Weddleton.
I support this. I think hopefully it's not needed, but I know that there are times where the waste haulers have run out of the carts, and it's just not fair. So this is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to move Amendment 6.
Second.
This just clarifies that on the secure trash regulation zones that we will adopt those by resolution, and that means that helps us out so we don't have to go the 2 weeks essentially or more for if we did by ordinance and with a public hearing. And we could put it to public hearing. I mean, if you got pushback and we wanted to talk to the neighborhoods, that would be fine.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think unless you can give me a better reason, I'm going to oppose this because I do think it does impact a good public process. It seems to me that it kind of diminishes the opportunity for the public to weigh in on something because typically you're going to be talking about fairly large areas that might involve multiple homeowners. And I would hate to think that the Assembly could do something, as hard as it is to sometimes tell people what's going on in their community. I just would feel better about this whole process if we make sure that we just protect as much good public process as we can. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton.
I could understand the viewpoint. We do quite a bit by resolution that we do have public hearings for. We did some today. We do liquor licenses, things like that. If we protest them, and if there's comments from community council, we do it. We'll bring it to public hearing. Even, I think, starting this year with marijuana license renewals, they're by resolution. But if the community council has a comment, then we'll put it to public hearing. That's been our routine.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 10-1. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to move Amendment 7.
Second.
This does kind of actually it was really just clarifying language. You can see we replaced a couple words and deleted some stuff at the bottom, and it was we had not defined bear-resistant enclosure, so we just said, okay, bear-resistant container at all times except when being transported and placed for pickup. This really just clarifies them.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, I'd like to move Amendment 8.
Second.
Again, this is a very simple change. It's we talk a temporary construction dumpster is actually not just for construction. I mean, people can have small dumpsters for a variety of reasons, and sometimes they own them. And this just opens up, instead of just people would lease them if you own it. So as long as you're using it, you would be covered.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd move Amendment number 9.
Second.
Okay, and this responds to what the trash haulers had told us. We had in here originally that if your bear cart was broken, you had 72 hours, so 3 days to get it fixed. And they said, well, they need more than that. They wanted roughly 5 days. But because they run a route, where they'll run around with a big truck and replace all the broken bear carts instead of doing individual deliveries. So this just kind of honors that request. So instead of within 72 hours, we say by the trash hauler's next scheduled delivery date.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment passes 11-0. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment number 10.
Second.
Thank you. This is to provide notice to property owners after the Assembly has designated an area as a secure trash regulation zone. It comes about because it became clear at the work session that it was really uncertain how we were going to get notice out, and one of the intents of this ordinance is to ensure that we don't let trash become a nuisance, and ultimately nuisance, or not to create a nuisance, rest with the property owner, regardless if there's a lessee or someone else using that property, and the municipality has that property information, or ownership information.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Zalatel, for bringing this forward. I think I support it in concept. You know, I've spoken in those interviews about the fact that this is not intended as a revenue generation machine at all. We're trying to change behavior, and people have to be on notice in order to have the fair chance to do that. I am curious, though, so I'd like to ask the administration, how would you effectuate this, you think, and how much would it cost?
So through the chair, having just received this tonight, I don't know the answer to that. I certainly don't have any non-labor budget in the municipal manager's column to put towards this. But if there were a way to do it where there was a newspaper posting or there was a website posting, certainly we could accomplish that. If the notion here is that we are to send a letter to each person who is in the secure trash zone, I don't yet know the mechanics of how we would handle that or what the costs would be.
I think that is her intent. I'll let her speak to it, but that was my understanding what the intent is. I mean, we do have the planning department, for example, like we have other parts of the municipality that can do this, correct? Can you, it says, the municipal manager shall cause written notice. Can you order the planning department or some other part of the municipality to do this?
Through the chair, I suspect I could, and maybe I could invite the assistance of Mr. Christopher Schutte, who oversees the planning department, which more regularly mails these kinds of notices, to give us all an education on how that process works.
It's, through the chair, very complicated. We have a list of addresses. We draw a line on a GIS map, and we say, give us all of the addresses within this line. Those spit out into some Excel spreadsheet. It then goes to Reprographics, who then publishes or produces the labels, et cetera, et cetera. All told, as much as I love planning and the work that we do in the public, it's a very imperfect system because the records that property appraisal, planning, and other departments rely on are not 100% accurate when it comes to, I need this message to get in the hands of the person who owns this house or property and should care about this issue. And that's certainly no fault of any of the departments or anything. It's just the nature of our system where you have property owners who live in other parts of town but rent a house to someone in the district you're trying to communicate with, et cetera, et cetera. So I think our concern from the beginning has been that our experience with planning and zoning actions is that it is really hard to get those messages into all of the hands of all of the people that are in the areas that you're trying to communicate with. Add to that the fact that we're not in control of the actual trash pickup outside of solid waste service territory. So ultimately, we don't know who the customers are within those secure trash zones as well. So we're going to really have to rely on the help of the haulers to communicate with their customers, et cetera. But as Mr. Falsey indicated, much like liquor licenses and other notices that are published, required to be noticed and published in publications like the newspaper, et cetera, we can do those relatively cheaply and easily. But mailings are imperfect and do have a cost added to them. I'll also note that because there's no C attached to this, because we didn't anticipate any additional cost to the municipality, but this would change that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I know, Ms. Alatel, that you're in the queue for later, but if you could briefly answer the question on intent for written notice. Sorry, if you could answer the question on the intent for the written notice.
Sure, Mr. Chair. The intent for the notice is for the property owner, not for the customer. So that's number one. And two, I mean, we send out notice to everyone for their tax bill. It is the same kind of idea. It can be a postcard. We need to put the property owners on notice if this is really intended to be to prevent nuisance, which is ultimately the property owner's responsibility. They will get in contact with whoever it is that's occupying that property. That is the intent.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel.
Just to add to that, through the chair, that's correct. The portion of the code that's above this talks about one of the challenges that we experience in Girdwood, which is communicating with property owners. In that section, we actually do say that it doesn't have to be the property owner that is served or can be a violator of the code. It can be the tenant, because ultimately it's the tenant who's generating the trash and needs to provide for the trash service. So I just want that to be known that part of the justification for relying on the customer service provider relationship is that sometimes that's the person who needs the notice and ultimately could be fined if they're not in compliance, not the property owner.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Weddleton.
I appreciate the intent of this, but it could be really expensive especially because we would hope to bring Girdwood in fairly quickly, and that's a huge number of homes. I think except for Girdwood, we'd be doing fairly small areas. But in this case, it'd be many thousands, and it's really expensive. And I think our intent as we had discussions of this is as we roll them out, the waste haulers are sending monthly bills or they have email, and we could just piggyback on them, and you put something in their bill saying, hey, your neighborhood or is going to be follow these rules, and tell them what the rules are. And I think, and I'm looking, perhaps you could come up again. Sorry. I'll ask some questions, and your answer should just be yes. We'll keep it simple.
Okay.
So you'll help us get word out. Yeah.
So we have most of our customers' emails. we have most of our customers' emails, but you can opt out of emails. So if I send a mass email, they're not everybody's getting reached, and that's consistent. We can do robocalls. However, not everybody gets a robocall. Mailers are expensive, as you've mentioned. In my experience, more messaging is always better because it's really hard to reach people from all these different avenues, and the more help we can get from the municipality to help really let people know what's going on, I think the less people are going to be surprised when they get a citation. And that would be, my hope is that we could all kind of work together to try to get the message out. So, and our bills, some are monthly, some are quarterly, so.
Okay. But we expect to have large lead time on these things. And, the first fine when they're noticed is $100 penalty or get a bear cart. And if you're in these areas, you're supposed to have one anyway. So it's a pretty gentle, if we miss someone and they get dinged or they didn't get the message, they'll learn softly.
I mean, it depends on what $100 means to you as a
but they don't
in your income.
They have to just get a bear cart. They don't know instead of the $100.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
people, if you get a surprise $100 bill, I think some people might be upset, and they'll probably, what I think would probably happen would be that they call us, and then we have to, we explain what happened. So, in my role, I try to get our messages out to people as broadly and quickly as I can. So, I'm happy to help do that. But,
well, I guess
the more the better.
Could I follow up just a little bit? So, okay, a similar thing. Would you have a rate increase when you do that? How do you get word out on that?
On the rate increase, I would need to check on what we did. I know we had it on our website. I'm not sure if we mailed everybody or not. The last rate increase, I wasn't I didn't do that. So I'm not quite sure, I'm sorry. But I can get you that answer tomorrow.
Sadly, the way we work.
I know, it's a little too late.
Night, but, so, I appreciate the intent. I want to support this, but I think mailing to each one is going to be so expensive. And if we had something here where we can put up signs like we do for public hearings for rezones, so you just put signs up in notable places in Girdwood, get the trash haulers to put something in their bills, any variety, and send their emails and so on. Because if we did this for any except Girdwood, because most will be fairly small, and doing 500 home mailings is not unusual for the planning department, but when you're talking many, many thousands, this gets pretty expensive. So I guess a question for an attorney. We have 3 up there. Sorry. If we were, whoever's listening, so if we were to pass this, and then at our next meeting had a resolution to declare Girdwood as the first secure trash regulation zone, can we say, notwithstanding this, we're going to put notice out a little different in Girdwood. We're going to put signs up. There's only one street in, perhaps at 10 different places, and just do a different method. Are we able to do that?
Through the chair, I would say, first of all, you would need to do it via ordinance if you were going to waive a provision or temporarily suspend the application of a provision of existing law, which this would be if you pass this amendment and codify it. I'd also have some questions about what makes Girdwood different. Are you temporarily suspending it for all things? Is there, just to make sure that we're not somehow running into a sort of equal application of the law's issues by giving Girdwood citizens less notice than we might be giving to other folks later on once we have the process up and running?
I mean, to make justification that they've got over 85% compliance already, and we'd be sending these things to thousands of people who already have bear carts, saying you have to get a bear cart, and they already have them. And because there's so many, it'd be the largest rollout, of any. So that would be the rationale. Would that be enough to do that?
I think we could likely make the case with that, acknowledging that you have so many people who are compliant already, but again, you would have to do it via ordinance.
Okay.
And it seems to me like you might be better served to simply pass this later on once we've figured it out, rather than passing it and then immediately doing another ordinance to revoke it, but it's up to your discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. It might be unusual, but couldn't we in this amendment add except for Girdwood? And I know that does get to the question of some uneven application of the law, but the idea of this very broad area will have different tactics and approaches to achieving the goal, because we've already heard testimony that we're not going to have more than a couple hundred in kind of these areas that are further down the road. And so can we just add simply this language now that would accept Girdwood from that process and achieve the goal? Because it's reasonable to think it's too much to send to a whole community, thousands of people with most compliance. But at the same time, we have clearly heard that it's not going to be that big anywhere else.
That sounds good to me.
So, Mr. Constant, are you making a motion?
Just before I make that motion, I'd like to hear from Ms. Wynn-Pearson. I can see the consternation on her face.
I'm making my puzzled face over here. I've been discussing it with my colleagues to the left and the right. I think we're generally made uncomfortable by any codified law that specifically calls out an area with shaky justification. Again, we're thinking about the citizen in Girdwood who is then penalized because for not obeying the law, who then argues, well, I didn't receive notice, and everyone else in the municipality to whom you applied this law got a postcard, and you didn't tell me that I so am I being equally protected by this ordinance? Mr. Falsey had the very good suggestion that perhaps you could specify the type of notice to be provided in each resolution and make findings in those resolutions about why you're requiring that type of notice in each resolution, which would then support the application of that different process in each area that you've designated. Because again, perhaps posted notice is more appropriate in a more densely populated area or something like that, as opposed to a more dispersed area which might need mailed notice. That's an option you might consider.
Mr. Constant.
I may get back in the queue in a minute. I'm thinking on what I just heard.
Sure. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I had a question for the lady from Alaska Waste, or I think she's from Alaska Waste. This probably may not work for Girdwood because we're going to hope to roll this out sooner than that. But would it be possible for you to print on the outside of your statement just a blurb that says you're required to get a bear cart by X date? Because people who put this on their credit card may not necessarily open that statement, and if you stick it on the inside, they still may not see it. But if they see it, I think more people would see it on the outside of the envelope if you did it that way. Just an idea.
Yeah, I haven't. I've never priced that out, but I see that all the time on envelopes. So I imagine that would be possible for sure.
It's fairly effective in numerous situations.
Yeah, I know we put information on our bills, on a little area beneath kind of the payment, but yeah, something more visible would make sense.
I get mine quarterly.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like the suggestion by Ms. Wynn-Peterson, and I think that will take care of my main concern, which is that we get notice to property owners, and if it is part of our discussion when we when we designate a secure trash regulation zone, then I'm open to that. So if the chair would walk me through procedurally how to make an amendment to my amendment, I would appreciate that.
Sure. So, Ms. Alatel, all you need to do is just designate let us know the language that you want to change, and then we just need a second, and that's it.
Do you need me to pull this current amendment?
No. You can add the motion to the current motion.
Okay. I move to amend the current amendment number 10 by removing the word written before notice, and then adding, are changing the word designation to designated area indicated by the resolution designating the secure trash regulation zone.
And, yeah, thank you. I think Ms. Solotel has the written version for you.
Could you repeat that again?
Thank you.
So now the amendment would read, after designation of an area, neighborhood, or specific location as a secure trash regulation zone, the municipal manager shall cause notice to be given to each owner of real property within the designated area indicated by the resolution designating the secure trash regulation zone.
Could I offer a suggestion? In the manner indicated.
Yeah, there you go.
Sure, that's fantastic.
Thank you.
Can I comment on that as well?
Sure. So Ms. Quinn Davidson on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering how saying each owner might imply that there's individual notice. Would we want to say something like given to owners of real property within the blah, blah, blah?
Yeah, why would you, or why not say residents?
I agree. We could take out each owner, just the owner of real property, but I don't want to change it to resident because I think that the real obligation lies with the property owner at the ultimate end, because if this is an idea to prevent nuisance.
Could we say owners rather than the owner? Because again, that implies
Given to owners, yes. Thank you.
So, Ms. Solotel, could we get that written version that you have to Ms. Carissa Sleppy so that she can put it there so we can all see what's going on?
For informational purposes, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to remind members that the property owners that own rental property are already required to provide the trash, and they pay for that. The tenants are not required to do that. So just a reminder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, I would, if they're listening and scribing, changes that reads given to, some kind of notice given to owners and residents. I mean, if we put signs up or mail, I mean, you're hitting all of them. And this does make owners and residents responsible. I mean, the building owner may provide the cart, but that doesn't mean it'll be stored near the house. I mean, there's other aspects. You know, you have to close it and seal it. I mean, people who are actually using it are part of this as well.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So I think before we continue editing this amendment to the amendment, I'd like us to be able to see it so that we know what we're doing.
So I know it's late, but maybe we just take a couple minutes.
Yeah, we can do that. We can just take a couple minutes. It is. It is. Yeah. Making sausage. Oh no. Where's Dad?
We had straight nights.
Okay.
I didn't realize the bathrooms were fixed. I've been walking out all the way over there.
You know, yeah, right? I think that makes more sense to me, right? Like if we're going to do this in the resolution already.
Wasn't sure if you wanted it. I was just sure. Sorry, Felix, you were trying to talk to somebody. That LaCroix, which is
it's on. You know, it was interesting actually. I think it was Sadie who was telling me that There was a news report that talked about how some chemical in the outside.
Yeah, there's some this is so funny. Were you there at dinner when everyone was
Yeah.
spilling?
Yeah.
It's another.
It's like, look away. Conspiracies.
What's that?
Oh, man.
Some kind of chemical on the inside of the can you're talking about?
I don't know quite what it is.
Yeah.
I remember there were articles about it.
Right, and then it seeps into the water, and I don't know. So, all fun stuff. Yes, Mr. Dyson.
I'm persuaded that you all can kick this thing over the goal without me. I'm going home. I made my duties.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Dyson.
I love it. We voted yes on that.
That was great.
I think when I said that, I didn't quite understand the logic. I think I maybe
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you said
He
the
makes the
on one side.
argument for one thing and then he votes against it. He does it all the
All right,
time.
we've got 20 minutes. We gotta do this or we.
Yeah. Yep. No, we're gonna get it done. We're gonna get this done.
No, we said
Mr. Weddleton, does this incorporate your suggestion?
We could do it now. They just have to convert it into a garden.
Okay.
A couple years ago, there was a group of people that were standing outside the bars
All right, folks, I think we're ready. So let's go ahead and take our seats.
No, I think it's important. There's no question. It's good to have this.
Oh, that's because it's right here.
Wait, what's going on?
There's time. You have 3 more years. I voted for it. They won't be. They'd be parking on sidewalks and then driving drunk on the sidewalks.
Yes, sir.
All right, 22 minutes. I have an AM.
Mr. Weddleton, do you have the chocolate bowl somewhere? Are you hiding it?
No, I'm out. I have not had a piece of chocolate all day, I think. I think the Planning Commission got a hold of it.
I will get you one more. I'll get one more of it. I'll just pass them down. Yeah. Okay. Got that stage. Candy bowl coming down the line. Oh, device.
Should secure trash regulation zone be capitalized in both instances?
All right, we're going to go ahead, keep going because we don't have much time. Mr. Weddleton, on the amendment to the amendment.
Oh.
You're in the queue. Did you want to speak to something else?
Oh, this looks great.
All right, I like that. Any further, Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, you just, what John said, you need to capitalize the second secure trash regulation zone. You could also take out secure trash regulation, just put the zone, but either way.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
What's that? The second? Oh, so I made a motion and then...
Ms. Salatel.
Mr. Chair, was the motion to, or the amendment to the amendment, was that motion seconded?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so seeing no further discussion, we all have it in front of us. Let's go ahead and vote. On the amendment to the amendment, to be clear.
Can we just pause for 1 second? It's not exactly as we had it written, but it might be fine anyway.
That's right.
So just to be clear for the record, this is an amendment to the amendment offered by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. So let's go ahead and vote on the amendment to the amendment. And then we will have, after this vote, the amendment before us as modified. So the amendment to the amendment passes 10-0. So now we have the amendment before us as changed. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. The amendment passes 10-0. So now, Mr. Weddleton, on the main motion?
Well, given that we have plenty of time, actually, I'd like to move for acceptance a assembly memorandum from me. Does it have a number? AM 414-2019, and it's coming your way. And so I'll start speaking on it. You can read it, but basically this...
Actually, do we have a second on that?
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. This just kind of brings out in writing a bunch of the stuff that we heard at work sessions and in ongoing conversations about this. Talks about some of the constraints on designating secure trash regulation zones, some of the things that we've heard from the trash haulers, and also things that they may do for us. And it's I don't think there's anything. It's not intended to be anything different than what we really expect. It just kind of gets it out there, because I think what will follow this is there'll be policies written by the administration to make all this happen, and this just outlines for whoever writes those policies some of those issues. It's just going through it. Municipality intends to identify new STRZs in September, and the trash haulers have said that meets their budget time, and plus it may take 30 to 90 days for the RCA to allow them to change their tariffs. Do you want me to go through this, Chair? You have it in front of you.
I don't necessarily know if we have the time, but if you feel like it would be a benefit to the members.
Okay. Members want me to just go through it point by point, or just read it and vote yes?
I think we can read it, and I think there may be some questions.
Okay.
So that might help.
Do that.
Mr. Dunbar.
Let's do this. I want to make an amendment to add periods after all the points that don't have periods. Either have periods or don't have periods, but you can't go back and forth.
Yes, we can do that clerically.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Whew, it's getting late. Well, I mean, I guess while we're at it, and I'm sorry, Mr. Weddleton, but there is a grammar error. I have to do this because I don't think I'm going to get another opportunity. So on the second bullet point, on the second half, where it can be stored. And sorry, I had to do that. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Okay.
He's saying change stores to stored, for those of you who are confused. Second bullet in the second category of things. John, no sooner, right below that, no sooner than 8 a.m. or no later?
No, there are some areas, and this is independent of what we're doing really here. It's already something that's done sporadically, and so like up in along some green belts and up the upper hillside, they don't pick up earlier than 8 a.m. so that people can put it out in the morning.
Unless you work for APD. Just kidding.
Perhaps, but they never break the law, and they work well with their neighbors who will help them out with that. So yes, that just really recognizes what we're doing now. Since we are doing edits, actually, the second bullet after municipality, it says 2. Scratch that.
Delete.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have missed this, Mr. Weddleton. Why is September to identify the new secure trash regulation zones?
That meets the haulers. It's very expensive for the trash haulers to do this. They have to order them, get it in their budget, and they may have to change their tariff at RCA, which can take 30 to 90 days, we heard. And all of this, I believe, the intent is to be somewhat flexible, but it outlines what we've really been discussing. It seems to work for the haulers, and if at some point it doesn't, and it turns October, then we'll work with you. We all want to work together to make this a success.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Any further discussion on the AM? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. And that passes 10-0. Does anyone else have any 11th hour and 46th minute amendment? I hope not. Okay, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have any amendments. Just to briefly speak to the main motion. Actually, I just want to thank a variety of people. I want to thank Mr. Schutte for all the work he's done. Thank Mr. Frost for the work he's done. Thank Mr. Battle for his advocacy, longtime advocacy. I've been seeing you at Stuckingen Heights Community Council for literally years. Thank the trash haulers for working with us, the members of the community that brought this up. When I was door knocking last summer, this was the top issue in parts of Muldoon. I think Mr. Constant is right. This is by no means a silver bullet, and there's other things that have to be done, but I think this is an important step. I apologize if I forgot to thank anyone else. It's late, but this was the result of a lot of hard work by a lot of people, and I just want to express my thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this is something that we didn't previously mention tonight, but I did get an email from one of Forrest and my constituents today, and she was worried about compost piles attracting bears. I told her I would mention that. I don't know whether that is a problem or not a problem, but if it is a problem, maybe that's something we could take up at a later time because we do not have time to do it tonight. But I just thought I'd throw that out there. I don't know if anyone's heard of compost piles attracting bears. I know they're becoming more popular. A few more people are building them each year. So I don't know, maybe Dave even has information on that he could present to us. Do you have anything on the top of your head that you could talk to us about compost piles?
Certainly, through the chair, compost piles can certainly attract bears. It greatly depends on what is in them. If people put stuff that bears like to eat in compost piles, bears will come. At this point, we don't have a tremendous number of conflicts over that, but it certainly could be another attractant. And when we have more time, maybe might want to address that at a later date.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. That passes 10-0. So that completes the regular agenda. Special orders, there are none. Audience participation. Would anyone like to speak before us? Hi.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. I'm going to be talking about an issue that you're not expecting me to talk about. The legislative session that's going to be in Wasilla. I went through the history of the initiatives, and for a number of years the voters said no to moving the Capitol. But they also said moving the legislative session in one of those years. And what we have here, and they also voted for, before moving a Capitol or anything like that, is to prove the bondable cost, like the Frank Initiative. I go back to 77 when I arrived. I remember those years, not the original years in the 60s when dealing with the capital move where the voters said no. But what we got here, Alaskans, whether in Juneau or Ketchikan or Anchorage or in the Valley or Fairbanks or the number of communities throughout the states, Alaskans are being told that the legislative session is going to be in Wasilla. The voters said no to the idea of moving the capital. But the intent is also clear that if doing anything outside of Juneau, you don't move the legislature, not to Anchorage, not to Wasilla, wherever. And it's contempt. The Attorney General is wrong, the Governor is wrong, and what we have here is a very sad situation. We are in a state budget crisis. Is this the time to keep Alaskans distant to what's going on? And just by moving the session to Wasilla, where is it? In a gymnasium where they play basketball? Is it set up for a legislative session? Of course not. And then the cost. But let's go back to the issue of the capital move. The capital move said, the Frank Initiative said, and the second time it happened during the years, that voters need to see the bondable, improve the bondable costs. So what we got here is, tomorrow, in July, it's going to be in Wasilla, which has got to be stopped. I plead to Alaskans to stop this tragic episode. This was not the time for doing something like this at all. We need to connect with each other to deal with this crisis we're all in, and not to have a meeting in Wasilla, far and removed, even though it's in the region where a bulk of Alaskans live, in Anchorage in the Valley. It's creating a more distant communication of the public and what the legislature is saying. The technology that we have in Juneau, for the rest of us, is more connected than the technology that's going to be in play in Wasilla, or even in Anchorage. So I plead with you to express your concerns, and starting right now, and tell them this has got to stop. The voters said no. And I encourage you all, because I didn't have time, to go and look at the initiatives over the years, and you'll see these different votes, and it clearly says the voters said no. Thank you.
Mr. Haberman, I wish I had your energy right now. Would anyone else like to speak? Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and move on to Assembly comments. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No comment, thank you.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
No, thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Just thanks to everybody for a pretty interesting night.
Mr. Peterson.
There's a pulled pork sandwich calling me right now.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to say thank you to my aide, Adam Lease. He's not here right now, but he will be leaving to attend graduate school and seminary. And so this was his last meeting.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been invited, as a couple of other Assembly members had the opportunity to do as well, is to tour Patrick Flynn's marijuana facility. And I was just going to invite anybody else that might want to go do that with me, and we'll set up a time, to do that together. So thank you.
Mr. Chair.
As long as it's publicly noticed.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer a little advice. Your predecessor, Ms. Domboski, went on the tour. I went with her, and she accidentally gently stepped back into a plant and smelled for the rest of the day very strongly. So don't step back into any plants.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just because we won't have another meeting before then, so for those who watch or only attend Tuesday night meetings, I'd like to say happy 4th of July. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Salato.
Nothing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
We got a lot done this evening. Good job, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Is there a motion to adjourn? All right. We're adjourned.